Good evening, everyone. I want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for February 18th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Councilwoman Basua?
Here.
Mayor MacArthur?
Here.
Councilmember Perallo?
Here.
Councilwoman Perez?
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Present.
Councilman Starr?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and also on the city's website on Thursday, February 6th, and the amended agenda on Tuesday, February 11th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any speakers at this time?
Mayor, at this time, we have no public speakers virtually or in person for closed session items.
Thank you. The City Council will recess to a closed session, and at 6 p.m. we will begin the regular scheduled meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to make an announcement before.
Yes, go ahead.
So I am on the first case. I'm a party to that case, Moving Oxnard Forward, Inc. and Aaron Starr versus City of Oxnard. And while I don't have a financial conflict, and I don't think I have a common law conflict, I think nevertheless I will be recusing myself from this. And I would appreciate it if, when you get to item 2 and 3, that you bring me into the back so I can just be in closed session on those items.
Okay. City Attorney, do you have an announcement?
Yes, just to read the items we're going into closed session on. City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matters being discussed are 1, Moving Oxnard Forward, Incorporated, and Aaron Starr versus City of Oxnard. 2, Justin Martinez versus City of Oxnard. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D2. Based on existing facts and circumstances, there is significant exposure to litigation against the city in one potential case regarding the claim filed by G2K Construction Incorporated concerning the contract for replacement of truck scales at the Del Norte Recycling Center and Transfer Station, specification number PW20-59. And are there any other announcements from council members regarding the statement prior to closed session?
Yes, there is. I will be recusing myself from item 3 with J2K Construction. In my regular job, I have done business with them in the past.
Okay. Anyone else? No. Okay. We will go to closed session now and resume at 6 p.m. for our regular scheduled meeting. Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming out. I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for Tuesday, February 18th, 2025. But before I proceed, just want to make an announcement. I'm going to move items M2 as well as M5, followed by item L1 to the agenda. So we're going to take care of M2 first, and then M5, and then L1 in recognition of the amount of people that are here to speak in that item and also to give you time to be heard, okay? Yeah, that's going to be, thanks, Councilmember Saab. That's going to be followed, item H. Councilmember Saab, did you want to make a point of order?
Actually, it's more of a point of personal privilege. This is really tough. Yesterday, I received a phone call, the worst call of my life, from my mother. My father passed away yesterday. So I just want to say that I'm not 100% here right now. There may be an instance or two where I'm going to ask somebody to repeat themselves, perhaps, because I'm not going to be 100% focused. And I may commit a faux pas or two. And if I do, just, I hope you'll forgive me and understand. This man was, of course, for any son, he's, the hero of your life. He was a good man. He was an excellent role model. People loved him, and I loved him. So I just wanted to let you know what I'm going through right now, and I will do my best to power through this meeting as much as I can. And if for some reason I have to leave in the middle briefly, I hope you'll forgive me for that, and I'll try to come right back in as soon as I regain my composure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Starr. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll take a moment of silence for Councilmember Starr's father.
Councilwoman Basua,
Here?
Mayor MacArthur,
Here.
Councilmember Perallo,
Here.
Councilwoman Perez,
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Present.
Councilman Starr,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, February 6th, and the amended agenda on Tuesday, February 11th. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, can you introduce the student that's coming up?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As we've done at our meetings this calendar year, we have a student to lead us tonight in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then she'll share a little bit about her journey and living in Oxnard. So it's my pleasure to introduce for this first portion, Ms. Jimena Lopez, who's from Channel Islands High School. So we'll turn it over to you for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please rise
Thank you.
for
And
the
right
pledge.
after, we'll just take a moment of silence for Mr. Starr.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We just emerged from a closed session between 4:30 and 6. I'm going to pass it over to the city attorney to see if he has got any announcements to make.
Thank you, Mayor MacArthur. There are no reports out of closed session this evening, other than to note that prior to going into closed session, there were 2 recusals announced. One on item C1, Councilman Starr recused himself, And on item C3, Councilwoman Basua recused herself.
I'm also making an announcement as well. I'm going to recuse myself from, help me out with this one, City Attorney. Which item was that for full consent?
That was item
Was it 8?
8. That is item K8 on the consent agenda, which has to do with a loan agreement for Casa Aliento. And I believe your residence is just within 1,000 feet of the project site, or
Correct.
a portion of the project site. So not having realized that until now, we have not had any opportunity to do any analysis for you on this. So the safest bet is to recuse yourself, and when that item, since it's on consent, you don't have to leave the room, but you cannot participate in the discussion, any discussion on that item when that closed session, I'm sorry, that consent agenda item comes up.
Yeah, in the abundance of caution, I recuse myself from that, given the close proximity. Turn over to you, Mayor Pro Tem, to
Yes,
have
thank
the
you.
young lady. Yeah.
Without further ado, thank you. We'll turn it back to Ms. Lopez to share a little bit about her story here in Oxnard. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jimena Lopez, and I would like to thank all the city council members for having me here today and offering me this opportunity. Now, I would like to share a little bit about my story. I came to the United States at 11 years old, and I didn't know English since my first language was Spanish. When I attended school, I faced many difficulties with the language because although I was part of the English learning program, it was hard for me to adapt to it. After 2 years, I finally understood English, but the writing and speaking parts were still challenging because I felt insecure about my writing and pronunciation. The cultural difference also added to my struggle, as I had to navigate a new social landscape while trying to maintain my own cultural identity. There were times when I felt overwhelmed and frustrated, questioning whether I will ever truly fit in. However, when I started attending Channel Islands High School, my life changed significantly. At first, I believed my school experience would be limited to attending classes and going home until graduation. But over time, I discovered that my school offers so much more: sports, clubs, and opportunities for personal growth. At first, I believed I could never be part of these activities, thinking only perfect students were able to participate. I limited myself to watching from a distance, wondering why I didn't have the potential to stand out like those students who excel through their hard work. At that time, I lacked confidence in myself and assumed that if I tried to join anything, I would fail. Everything started to change when I met Miss Plasencia, who became a key source of support for me. Over time, she made me realize the potential I had within me and motivated me to overcome my fears and get more involved in school. Thanks to her support, I encouraged myself to join different clubs, and little by little, I ended up taking on roles in 3 particular clubs. This experience not only helped me improve my English, but also allowed me to develop skills I never thought I had, such as leadership. Without realizing it, I was growing as a person, and my efforts in each club reflected my desire to contribute to my school community. As part of my involvement, I took the initiative to help other students by doing presentations to inform them about ways to get involved in school and the benefits of participating in extracurricular activities. I knew firsthand how intimidating it could feel to take that first step, so I wanted to guide others and encourage them to take advantage of the opportunities available. Seeing the students gain confidence and participating in new experiences was incredibly rewarding. Also, I have always worked maintain a positive and welcome environment for everyone. It makes it a priority to ensure that every student feels valued, and I take pride in helping to create the experience for others. Today, I look back and know that all the hard work has been worth it. I went from being a student who had no idea of her own potential to one who played an active role in her school and stood out on her own merits. Despite the obstacles, I continue working to improve my school environment and supporting other students who may be going through similar experience to mine. This transformation has not only given me confidence in myself, but has also helped me visualize a more promising future. My main goal is to graduate from high school and continue my studies at the university to earn a professional degree. I want to prove to myself that I am capable of achieving it, but most of all, I want my family, especially my mother, to be proud of me. All the effort and sacrifice they have made for me deserve to be rewarded with my success. Every step I take is guided by the desire to build a better future, not only for myself, but also for those who have believed in me and supported me on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimena. That was an amazing story, and I want to point out that you already did. It doesn't need to be pointed out, but I'm going to say it anyways. To come to this country at 11 years old, not knowing English, and now you're here, and you are presenting at the podium in front of the council, the public, your community. I mean, I have so much respect for you, and I hope you're super proud of yourself, because I think myself, everybody here is proud of you. So before we have you come up for your certificate, would you like to introduce the folks who are here with you?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, I have my mom, who's called Leticia Lopez. And my teacher, Miss Plasencia. And the principal of my school, Miss Ramos.
Thank you all so much. Should we have the certificate,
Yeah,
Mayor?
absolutely.
And you want to come? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
I just wanted to make a quick comment as well. I think that oftentimes the success and talent of our young people also has to do with the leaders in our community that are cultivating the next generation for opportunities. And I wanted to applaud the work of Principal Marianne Ramos, who's from this community, who works every day to instill the values of ensuring that we have opportunities for our young people to thrive. And I know that oftentimes the school district doesn't get much credit, but I know that OUHSD as well as Channel Islands High School has also contributed to one of the highest acceptance rates in the UC school system, and just really wanted to applaud the work that you do.
Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Pardo.
yeah, I would like to congratulate your mother. We have a
Thank you.
case up here where a person just lost their father. Parents are the most important things in your life and what they can do for you, standing by you. Please don't forget that when you have your own children. Thank you.
Yeah, Jimena, come on up, please. Señora López, por favor, se puede subir, and Mrs. Plasencia, and certainly Ms. Ramos. Very well said, Mr. Farrell. That was good. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Come on, Jimena. Congratulations. That was a beautiful speech. I'm going to just say a couple of things. Felicidades. Placencia, pleasure meeting you. Nice to see you, Thomas. How are you? Nice to see you. Thank you. We're so proud of Jimena Lopez. And, I know I haven't said it, but, I want to say thank you to our Mayor Pro Tem when he approached me and we had a dialogue about having young students come up here. I thought it initially, it's a phenomenal idea just to highlight the capacity of our students and our educators and how involved they are to really shape the lives of these young people. I think it's just incredible the talent we have here that sometimes just really goes unrecognized sometimes. So, it's just impressive, your story, and Mom, great job in doing what you're doing. Oh, thank you. So we have a certificate. Hello. We have a certificate for you, Jimena. So proud of you. On behalf of the City of Oxnard, look at people out there. We're all here pulling for people like yourself because you're the future of our city. Hopefully you go away to college, come back, and add your talents here to this city, okay? So from behalf of myself and the entire City Council, this is to you, Michael, for a job well done. Thank you. aquí. Pues lo orgullosa que está de su hija.
Gracias por invitar a mi hija aquí. Estoy muy orgullosa de mi hija. Es un orgullo haber tenido a su hija, tenerla todavía y también very proud of you, muy orgullosa de ti, Jimena. Tú lo has hecho. Y gracias al esfuerzo de tu mamá, señora, usted se merece un 10, ¿ok? Sígale, todo el sacrificio vale la pena, ¿ok? Pero ella tiene un futuro muy, muy grande y todo su sacrificio se va a lograr todo, ¿ok? Felicidades.
Good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity to showcase one of the amazing Raiders at Channel Islands High School. We have about 2,450 students. Jimena was very easily for us the person to represent CI tonight. She is such a hard worker. She's a good student. She cares about her family. She cares about our community. And she is going to be a phenomenal leader, not just at Channel Islands High School, but for the city of Oxnard and beyond when she's done.
All right, we're going to take a photo. Okay. That's wonderful. Thank you again, Jimena. Congratulations. Thank you. We're going to move on to the public comment section. This is for public comments for items not on the agenda. Remember, we moved up the PAC item, which will follow. So if you have any public comments not on the agenda, if you're going to speak on the PAC, we just reserve that for the next item. So at this time, a person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker requests shall be submitted as set forth on the first page of this agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. After 30 minutes, if all speakers have not had the opportunity to speak, the remaining speakers will be given an opportunity to speak prior to the adjournment of the meeting. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take action on any items presented during public comment. At this time, such items may be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled to a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at this time. And we've got a few speakers here. We'll start with Isaac Morales first. And Isaac, you're going to be followed by Casey Rodriguez.
A couple of days ago, the mayor had offered to call me on this matter, but I thought since there was a council meeting come up, I might as well just go speak. Good evening, council and audience. I hope to stay within subject matter jurisdiction with my comments. If I fall outside of that, it is not intentional. I have spoken here on several occasions for causes and such, but today I stand here as a survivor of domestic violence, family violence, intimate partner violence, and both child and adult sexual abuse. I don't mean to bring any active court or otherwise matters in discussion, but about a year back, I was let go from my position with the city of Oxnard related to implications in which no attempt to get my side were made. And Oxnard PD continues to protect and enable my abusers and also push back the domestic violence investigation regarding the crimes that were committed against me. I have spoken to most of the staff within the DVU and FPU, Multiple officers, detectives, sergeants, captains, lieutenants, commanders, and even Chief Benitez himself, who all have done nothing but protect and enable the immensely traumatic violence and abuse I experienced. But I not only stand here today as a call for the empowerment of survivors, whether male or female, and for the equal consideration of all sides to these matters under the law, but for the immensely overdue and much needed reform, transparency, accountability, and rooting out of corruption and policeman misconduct within OPD and law enforcement in general, as this is a police department who protects, enables, hires, and promotes people such as Andrew Pinkstaff and Mike Wood, who have been known to commit domestic violence themselves and send inappropriate sexually charged electronic messages to victims of domestic violence that they were assigned to, as detailed in an active lawsuit at the moment against Oxnard Police Department. I come here today to call for equal consideration of all crime victims, regardless of gender and other factors and circumstances, protection of survivors, and for reform, transparency, accountability, and rooting out of corruption and misconduct within the ranks of law enforcement. I would also like to bring forward that because of my stances on these mentioned matters, I have been continuously stalked and harassed by Oxnard PD and partnering police agencies at my work, my college, my residence, amongst other places. I bring this to the council because you are the legislative and overwatching body for this city's governmental body as a whole. And with that, I say to the city of Oxnard and the Oxnard Police Department, do better. Thank you. With that, I yield my time.
Thank you. If I could just ask that you refrain from applauding. This is just simply out of decorum. There may be some times that, we just want to stop somebody from getting booed too, right? Just out of just decorum. That's all. Casey, you're up next. And Casey, you're going to be followed by Roy Prince.
Hello. Mr. Starr, please receive my sincere condolences. As one who lost her father, I know this journey won't be easy. My prayers will be with you tonight and for the future. I am truly sorry. Many of you know me as I'm present tonight. I wanted to give a shout out to all of Oxnard youth who have recently practiced their freedom by uniting together in the streets in a good and positive way, and extend a heartfelt thank you to all of Oxnard parents, older siblings, and teachers who are selflessly encouraging these youth to share their voice while teaching them their amendment rights and how to use them while staying safe. Thank you. Thank you for helping us spark the flame into our youth and empowering them to soar to new heights. For us to get through all this, we need people of all ages. We must learn from and respect our elders while continuing to keep our youth motivated. The coming together of all ages is vital, and we can do it. I have seen mothers bringing their toddlers to elders walking with canes at marches. I have never seen so much diversity in marches, and I absolutely love it. This temporary circus is bringing the people together. Great Oxnard City leaders will be the educators and protectors of our youth. Faithful, selfless community heroes like Cynthia Salas, Miguel Rodriguez, Eladette Reyes, Aracela Preciado, Dennis O'Leary, V. Aguilar, Arnold Young Cricks Torres, Stephen Eclair, Carmen Perez Jordan, Leo Martinez, Vanessa Frank, Maria Ramirez, Nicole Lanham, Maria Navarro, Vanessa Valdez, a Family Law House, and many more are indeed instrumental leaders who will continue to encourage our youth and bring the people of Oxnard together. To each one of you that I mentioned, please know I have the utmost respect for you. Thank you for the continuation of giving so much to our local youth and families. The hard work and love is seen, and any city would be lucky to have you. And tonight, as Leonard Peltier is finally free at home, I would like to say thank you to all Oxnard citizens who have ever advocated on his behalf. He's finally free, and this is a testament that no matter how long a fight feels, together we are stronger and we will reach victory. Si se puede.
Thank you, Casey. Mr. Prince, and Roy is going to be followed by Pat Brown. Hi, Roy.
Good evening. Good evening, council, staff, and public. I'm here to ask the council to consider hosting the 50th anniversary of El Concilio Family Services on top of the parking structure, the fourth floor in downtown Oxnard. El Concilio has been a member of the community for 50 years, and we'd love to have that event in Oxnard. We have an alternative in Ventura, but we would prefer the Oxnard location. It's time sensitive, and we'd appreciate hearing back from council and staff in a reasonable, timely way, perhaps by the end of the month, so that we can make a decision to participate in, keep our business, it's our community, and it's a partnership that we take seriously, and we hope that the city will honor that partnership by getting back to us quickly and soon regarding this. If it's not possible or there's some technical issues, then we need to know so that we can move on and take, we'd rather be here, but we'll go to Ventura and get this issue solved so that we can continue to move forward with our celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roy. Ms. Pat Brown, and she's going to be followed by Greg Runyon. Greg Runyon.
I put in 2 cards, so I don't know which one you're
This one's
wanting to
for
focus on.
items not on the agenda.
I can't hear you.
Items not on the agenda?
Okay. On items not on the agenda. If any of you drive down Oxnard Boulevard during the day, especially at breakfast time, lunchtime, and dinner time, it's going to take you at least 3 times as much time to get through there because of the big trucks and the trailers than it would if you didn't have those there and there were just cars and pickups and that sort of thing. Now, this is getting to be ridiculous. Along 5th Street, east of Oxnard Boulevard, a few blocks, there's all these big trailers that are parked along the way between the road and the railroad tracks. Now, I realize that we've got a problem here, but apparently I'm the only one who sees it. We need to get somebody's vacant lot, big vacant lot, place for all of these people to park, and that's convenient for the people with the big trucks and trailer rigs to wherever they're going to go. It needs to be a parking lot near where they want to be, not on Oxnard Boulevard, not on Rose Avenue either. They're complaining to me. I hear about it all the time. So we've got to do something, and it's just getting worse. Year by year by year, I've been here since 1993, and it is to the point where I'm wondering, how can we possibly work this out? The only way I know is to get a big, huge vacant lot and put that in for the big trucks. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. After Greg Runyon, we're going to have Daniel Piñero. Hi, Greg.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Aaron, my heart goes out to you, your family. I think that so often we see things, and I say this all the time, but this is a great example for all of us. We see things in polarization, and we forget that no matter what I believe, our blood's the same, our thoughts are the same. I would hope our hearts are the same. And, you know, a lot of people have whatever feelings you have about Aaron. Clearly, his father raised a fighter. And clearly his father raised somebody to stand on what he thinks is right. And, you know, ultimately, I would rather have somebody that I know where they're standing than I have to worry about where they've been or where they're going. So your father would be proud of him. And your legacy and his legacy is going to be carried on by you. So all of our hearts go to you tonight. And maybe that's what I want to talk about. I was trying to think, I thought I was going to say something else, but here we are again where we are going to be observed, watched by how we do our business and how we govern. There's a young man who goes to our church and he's watching online for the first time. He's a quadriplegic. He was shot 2 decades ago, and he is trying to begin to engage in trying to give back a little bit. So he's watching tonight, and I got a text saying, "Who's Gabe Turan?" So Gabe, you may not know, so people are watching. But that's the thing, right? They're watching all of us, and they're seeing how we do what we do, the words we use, the tones we use. Your behaviors are what young people see. And they either look up to us or they look down. And please, try to do what you can to bring people together. Moments of healing. Sometimes it's a little thing and it creates a spark. So we are all one people. We bleed the same blood. I had to have surgery a while back. They didn't ask me, did I want white blood, red blood? It was, what's your blood type? I don't know who gave me blood, but I'm glad they did because we all bleed the same. And tonight, let's do our best to pull together as people rather than parties or anything else. So God bless you, and my heart goes out to you.
Thank you. Mr. Piñero?
Mayor, council members, my name is Dan Pinedo. I'm a resident of the city of Oxnard. Mayor, I had the opportunity to visit Lemonwood Park on Saturday, January 11. My grandson took a group of youth to play baseball there. And my grandson brought to my attention that at center field, the ground was saturated with water, literally muddy. I happened to notice an Oxnard City employee there, and so I brought it to his attention to Carlos Ibanez Monterrosa. He maneuvered over to the area. Upon investigation, he discovered a sprinkler that was missing, causing a swampy area. I also pointed out some recesses in the field, and he went over there and checked them out. So he took pictures of the saturated area, and he told me that by Monday, Carlos Ibanez Monterrosa was very cordial and cooperative and very professional. I want to thank Carlos Ibanez Monterrosa and the Parks Department for their hard work. You know, a lot of times we come up here and complain, but more of us really, really need to come up here and say thank you to our city employees. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Piñero. We made sure to write his name down, Carlos Monterrosa. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. Madam Clerk, are there any more speakers for the non-agendized items? Are the ones virtual, are those for?
Yes, Mayor. We have virtual speakers. And the first virtual speaker is Eileen.
Go ahead, Eileen.
Eileen, go ahead and unmute and then begin speaking, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Eileen Tolteca, a concerned community member from Oxnard. At the last meeting, our community showed up. We shared our frustrations and fears about the ongoing targeting of our neighbors. Yet despite our voices filling the room, the topic of making Oxnard a true sanctuary city was left off the agenda. Once again, the concerns of the very people who keep the city alive were sidelined. Our community deserves better than to have its fears dismissed. Families should not have to live in constant anxiety, wondering if a loved one will be taken from them. Workers who sustain the city's economy should not have to weigh the risk of deportation against the necessity of providing for their families. Our youth should not have to step into roles of protection and advocacy because their city refuses to. Declaring Oxnard a true sanctuary city is not just a symbolic gesture. It is a necessary commitment to standing with people who make the city what it is. We cannot continue to profit from the labor, culture, tokenizing the stories of youth and contributions of our undocumented community, whilst turning our backs on them when it matters most. If the city truly values justice, then it must act. The time for empty resolutions and inaction is over. Our community is watching, and we will not be ignored. And for those showing up for the OPAC, I urge you to advocate for our documented community. Cultural and event spaces would not exist without the very people they claim to serve, those who attend, contribute, and bring them to life. Our community cannot enjoy these spaces when they are afraid. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Can we go to the next speaker?
Mayor, the next speaker is caller with phone number ending in 1622. Caller, please unmute and begin speaking. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I already pressed it before, but it's okay. First of all, prayers. I join with those who are praying for Councilman Starr and his family there. Condolences. Happy Washington birthday week. And I hope that we can do like he did as he mentioned in a letter at Valley Forge to a minister. He said that he would hope that he would join the minister's pious endeavors to place dependence on that wise, all wise and powerful being on whom alone our success depends. That's being with a capital B. The great students that are showing up there at the beginning of the meetings, unfortunately, they're the exception to the rule. If you saw the nation's report card last couple of weeks, a third of our 8th graders, for instance, are functionally illiterate. Those low scores have been going on for years, even as we've been paying more as taxpayers. It's going to bureaucracy instead of the classroom, and we need more school choice. And those scores, showing low scores, are been seen here as well as nationally. Those protesting out there for on the immigration issue, I would hope they wouldn't have the massive Mexican flags and some of those who are burning flags. I think it shows some ingratitude to the nation that has lets in the most legal immigrants of any nation on earth, and that's been for years. And it sounded like Mayor Pro Tem encouraged the burning because he was talking about at the end. He said that we need to educate our youth and help them to, after mentioning that burning was constitutional, and then we need them to exercise their rights. So it sounded a lot like, we heard it 3 times, that he's encouraging the burning of flags, which most people do not like. He said some people are offended. The fact that we need legal immigration is because we don't like, it's not right for people to line jump. It's not right for people to commit crimes after they committed the federal misdemeanor coming over. And that's only probably some of them doing that. But we need people who are going to be for the Bill of Rights. It's good to check who's coming in. It's the best thing. And the authorities are going after those who have committed crimes after they've been here. And overwhelmingly that, and also illegals, recent illegals. Again, it's more problematic if they're trying to enforce people who came in illegally but have done a good job since then 50 years ago. Maybe that can just be a lighter enforcement, like fines or something. And we
Thank you. That's your time. Thanks for calling in, share your comments with us. Can we go to the next caller?
Yes, the next caller is caller with phone number ending in 4018. Please unmute and begin speaking. You have 3 minutes. Caller, please press *6 to unmute.
We'll go to the next caller.
Mayor, we have no additional speakers virtually.
Thank you. If there are no additional speakers, we'll go to the next item on the agenda, which is the report from the city manager. Anything? Nothing? Okay. And we'll go to the next item, which is item H. And this is, the city council can add any reports they have. Anybody wish to make a comment or add anything?
Just kind of questions to follow up on some things, but if someone wants to speak first, maybe that'd be better.
Sure. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just quick updates. I attended the Carriage Square Neighborhood Council meeting, and they had a great turnout and actually had the city manager as their presenter that evening, presenting on myths and facts. And I understand there will be an ongoing series of those presentations for other neighborhood councils. If you're a chair listening, or if you have contact with your chair, check with them to see when it's scheduled to come to your neighborhood. And I also just want to give a shout out to another neighborhood council as well, the River Park Neighborhood Council, who held their meeting last week and actually had standing room only for their meeting. I think it was maybe around 40 or 50 people. And it was a great turnout. I was very happy to see it. There was a very full agenda, but they had a lot of really great stuff they went over, as well as the council taking charge, as is their right to do, on their desires for where they'd like to see their CFD budget go as we're in the middle of budget season. So we'll continue conversation with them at their request to do so. Those are my updates. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Perillo, did you have anything?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank the people that spoke tonight. I did attend River Park and left a little early because I had another meeting to attend. As Councilman Turan stated, tremendous turnout. I then went to the Cabrillo Neighborhood Council, which had also a tremendous turnout. I would like to extend my condolences to Mr. Starr for the loss of his dad. And there was a story in the LA Times 2 days ago about a Coast Guard individual that was lost at sea. And I believe this is something that our residents, I'll try and get the city to put this on site. The insatiable appetite of the American public for illegal drugs leads to some serious tragedies. And there was a Coast Guard cutter collecting cocaine off smuggling ships off the coast of Mexico and a little bit further south. The amount that was collected, the value that was collected is tremendous. But the loss of one individual life, you can't replace it. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are aware of anything going along with that stuff, illegal, please call the police department. I appreciate the comment from the public speaker tonight with respect to his concerns on the police department. I have not expressed that. That doesn't mean I diminish his concerns. But our police department, I'm proud to say, is one hell of a police department. If you're aware of something, help. Step up and call. You can remain anonymous. But if you don't call, who do you think will? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Perez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick update regarding my report. This past Sunday, I participated in a meeting with CAUSE, youth and adult leaders to hear concerns regarding tenant rights, protections, and climate actions for South Oxnard community members. I also had the opportunity yesterday to attend a rapid response event at Plaza Park and was grateful for all the community-based organizations who are connecting our undocumented community members to resources, attorneys, and awareness opportunities. This month, I've also had the opportunity to participate in several meetings and tours with city staff, including our Director of Community Development and Code Enforcement, to hear about our permitting process and curb cuts. I also had the opportunity to meet with our Assistant City Manager and Emergency Services Manager to discuss disaster preparedness. With my advocacy, I also wanted to thank our Park and Rec team for the installation of a little library at Carty Park in District 6. And I also wanted to specifically thank Julie Estrada and her team for putting my recommendations into action and installing a mini mural on the Youth Center wall located at South Winds Park. The mini mural event will actually be happening this weekend, Saturday, February 22nd, and Sunday, February 23rd, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the South Winds Youth Center, which is located at 300 West Clare Street. From my understanding, no experience is required to participate, and all ages are welcomed. If anybody has questions regarding this event, you can call their team directly at 805-385-7995 or email their team at oxnardrec@org.com. The last thing that I wanted to mention is I'd like to receive an update regarding my request at the last meeting regarding our undocumented community found in our last meeting minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member wish to make a comment? Councilmember Sarr?
So I had a very nice introductory meeting on February 12th with around 30 people at cause and to learn about their concerns, and I thought it went well. I plan to meet with them again. I was at an event hosted by Assemblymember Bennett, and he's actually really quite a remarkable elected official, I must say. He seems like he's very practical, pragmatic, and I think he's a good listener. And he listened to my concerns about the violent felon that's operating a sober living facility here in town and what we could possibly do about that. I will have a meeting with him later this week to move forward with that and see what options might be available. I think that's probably a good time to segue into, I guess, asking the city attorney if there's any progress being made in researching an ordinance that might address this in a way that doesn't preempt state law. If he has any idea where we are with that, or if it might be a few weeks, or.
So, Mayor, if I can respond.
Sure.
We continue to research the issue. It is a very complicated issue. As you mentioned, it involves matters of state law preemption on what local agencies can do regarding matters that are under direct control of state level, county level agencies, having to do with where people on probation are housed, where people with other types of issues going on with their lives are allowed to reside.
Right. If the city attorney's office has any particular language they'd like to see changed in state law, I'd be very happy to talk to Assemblymember Bennett and see if that could be resolved that way, given the complexities there. I did promise the city manager I'd follow up with him today concerning the existence and current status of $1 million grant that seems to be, we seem to not have all the information, and I know you're looking into, and the person that was there is no longer there, so it's hard to find stuff. I was kind of wondering, I thought I'd ask if there's any progress on chasing that down and where you think that might go.
We should have that by the end of the month.
Great, thank you. And since our last meeting, Attorney General Pam Bondi ordered the defunding of sanctuary cities, and I'm trying to imagine what would happen if we had to operate in such an environment. And my understanding is that city staff are putting together an analysis of how much federal funding we receive each year and the extent to which services and programs we need to be cut if this defunding were to be permanent. I assume that some programs, such as housing, would be cut more than others, and I was wondering if there was maybe a target. I know you're working on it. I was wondering if there might be a target date to provide that analysis.
So I can give a brief update tonight until the city attorney gives me the hook. So we have because this did come at the last council meeting with regard to what consequences there would be with regard to sanctuary city. And so I'm going to break it out in three specific components. So number one, to get directly to the question, we, the city, have approximately $60 million of federal funding in play.
Okay.
Much of that is split between housing, roughly $25 million, and public works for infrastructure, another approximately $25 million. And then the other 10 or so million is spread throughout other departments, public safety and so on, including parks. Now, when you look at the White House's published memos regarding this issue, in addition to the latter ones from the newly appointed Attorney General, it seems clear to me when they say that they will defund sanctuary cities, they do not mean only City Hall. They mean, in my reading of the memos, the directives, and listening to some of the key players out of the White House's interviews, they mean the city. So that's beyond our four walls at City Hall. So not only would the people that we service with federal funding be harmed, we're talking potentially schools, hospitals, any grants that come to nonprofits, the port, because believe it or not, even though it's not in Oxnard, it's actually the port of the Oxnard Harbor District that empowers the port. So there's a lot more at stake than just City Hall. And I will tell you my perspective today, take them at their word. Take the White House at its word. So I think there are many other things we need to do in terms of protecting our families. But this other path, I think, simply puts a spotlight on this community. Not that it won't happen eventually. And there'll be other, as you can see now, other federal cuts happening outside of this particular political issue. So we just have to brace ourselves. Thank you.
All right. Recently, the wastewater treatment plant experienced operation or mechanical issue that resulted in an estimated 80,000 gallon discharge of primary effluent into the ocean pipeline. I was wondering what the status is on determining the cause and whether this has happened in the past and what action is planned is to reduce the likelihood in the future.
We will have a formal update at the next meeting for that.
Great. And lastly, at some point I would like it if staff could put together a presentation on IT resources and what projects are in the pipeline along with their priorities. I know in my company, my employer, we always have constraints with IT resources and what they can get done, and the demands for IT services always exceed the capabilities or the capacity. So I'm wondering what sort of decisions that are in our pipeline in the future. So whenever that's convenient, I'd love to see some of that.
That's going to happen during the budget process, which will be happening in a few months.
Beautiful, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Basua?
Yes, I'm going to keep this short. I would like to see two agenda items come back to the City Council. One is an anti-harassment ordinance along with a discrimination ordinance that will apply to our just cause tenant protection ordinance. So I would like to see a study on that and have staff bring that back with a possibility of us adopting those two ordinances. I would also like to have staff look into the possibility of using temporary union members as temporary labor for the city of Oxnard. So in other words, we would go ahead and do a memorandum of understanding with Local 585 to supply temporary workers only for emergency purpose, or if somebody's off, use them as a temp agency in order to support our current workforce. And I'd like to have those two items come back to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Basua. Councilwoman Rodriguez, you have anything?
Yes, I have a few updates.
Okay.
So on February 11th, I was delighted to attend the Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association, don't let me butcher it, Doja is kind of how I hear it. And they hosted their mixer for local businesses here in downtown. So I look forward to strengthening my relationship with the local small business and larger. I also met with MyCop and Cause, two local community organizations advocating for both tenant and housing rights. So I think several of us had introductory conversations with the groups, and also MyCop took me up on my last conversation about just having an open door. I want to remind folks that I have open door office hours at the library the first Saturday of the month, so on March 1st. I hope to see you all at the library, or anybody who would like to come and talk District 4 and beyond issues. So last time that we met, I do want to acknowledge that several folks, at least 3 folks, gave kudos to Director Wolf for his good work in public works. So I forgot to mention that in my last report, but I wanted to give kudos where kudos are due. And then this Saturday, I'll be working with, as a proud alumni of the TRIO programs, National TRIO Day, they're having a cleanup at Colonia Park. So I will be joining them that day. And again, I look forward to the office hours. One last thing, Mr. Mayor, if I may say.
Sure, absolutely.
I am the district representative for District 4, and unfortunately, I have to recuse myself from one of the items, which is why a lot of us are here today. I have had a lot of conversations with different stakeholders, and I do appreciate all the feedback that has been shared with me, so that does not go unnoticed. I own real property, and I live within 1,000 feet of the OPAC. So I wanted to share that with the public. I did send a letter to the FPPC, Fair Political Practices Committee, and I have yet to hear back. So I sent that in at least 2 weeks ago, and I'm still waiting to hear back. Hopefully, once I have their blessing, then I can definitely engage in conversations. I don't want a $10,000 fine or, a misdemeanor or anything like that. So I apologize to the many constituents who have reached out to me, but I know that I've encouraged folks to speak to other council members, which I have not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And just lastly for me, I also attended the downtown mixer with a couple of the council members that are up here. I know Councilwoman Perez was there, Councilwoman Rodriguez was there, but really nice to see the passion and the vigor of those that own businesses downtown or live within the downtown district to want to see downtown uplifted. And so we are committed here as a council to try to promote that and do things that are, or make the right decisions to uplift our downtown, which we all want to see get better. Also had the opportunity this morning to attend a ribbon cutting ceremony. I know Mayor Pro Tem was there as well, over at the Cedar Health Center. I think one of our neighborhood council chairs was there as well. Alfonso Arroyo was there. And it was great. It was great. I had an opportunity to speak just to see the investment that is made in our community and quality health care being offered there to our most vulnerable in our community. And just the elegance of that facility. You would think you were maybe in Westlake, Calabasas, but they're committed to offering great service to our most vulnerable and most in need in our community. And it just presents exceptionally well. So I was really proud as the mayor of the city to see the investment like that occurring in our community. And lastly, too, I know that Jimena was here from Challenge High School, talking about Challenge High School, but I just got also a message indicating that, I'm going to read it here, the Challenge High School Spirit Program competed at USA Spirit Nationals this weekend. Cheer, Song Palm, and Short Flags won first place, bringing home national championship title. Well, actually, national championship titles is a whole program for the first time ever in Channel Islands high school history. This was the first national championship title for Channel's high school cheer team. These athletes have worked hard all year and remain dedicated. Their coaches, Brianna Wildman, Bobby Morales, and Mark Rakadan, couldn't be more proud. This is the first squad in Ventura County to obtain a national championship status with the United States Spirit Association. So congratulations to the cheer team and others from Challenge High School. I think that was worth an applause right there. First time ever. So hopefully we can have them back here soon to present them with some recognition here. And if there is no other comment here, we will move to the next item on the agenda, which is item M2. And this is, the subject is the amendment to extend the operating agreement for the Oxnard Performing Arts and Convention Center Auditorium in meeting rooms. The recommendation from staff to us is that the City Council authorize the mayor to execute the facility management agreement between the city and Sterling Venue Ventures. Number one, a 5-year amendment extension for the operation, maintenance, and management of the Oxnard Performing Arts and Convention Center Auditorium in meeting rooms. And the contact person for that is Terrell Harrison. Do any council members have any questions on this item to staff? Yes, Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Well, this is the item where I have to recuse myself. I own real property and live within 1,000 feet of the OPAC.
Councilmember Basu?
And I just want to say I've had communication with a lot of people, board members, residents, leaders. So I have been in lots of communication. So I just want to make sure I announce that.
Thank you. Councilmember?
I too had
Sorry.
lots of communication, spoken with Carolyn Mullen. I've also spoken on the phone with Lance Sterling. So just want to let people know that I've had those conversations.
Thank you. Councilwoman Perez?
I too had conversations with both parties and wanted to be clear with that.
Councilmember Perillo?
I've been lobbied very hard with emails, extremely hard by Manuel Herrera, and I did have face-to-face with Carolyn Mullen.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, you have any comments?
Yes, if we're sharing ex parte communication, I've had conversations with Sterling's group as well as the PAC nonprofit, OPAC, the nonprofit, their executive director, as well as some board members, and then numerous members of the community have reached out to me directly to discuss this as well as all the emails that I believe many of us have received.
Yeah. We certainly see the passion here for our arts. Right, I know I've had some very robust conversations with Terrell and his staff, as well as Sterling and the OPAC representatives, and this means a lot to our community, so certainly this is why you are all here. Before we actually have a discussion, we're going to take some public comments from those that want to speak on this item. And I just want to remind the folks that are here that you're limited to 3 minutes, and please, if you would, refrain from the applause. Not that we don't value your comments, we certainly do, just out of decorum, right? Should sometime there be an instance where somebody actually boos, we don't want that either. But we're all listening to your comments. So we will start with Gabriel Hoffman, followed by Amber Norton. Mr. Hoffman?
Hello, Mayor and Oxnard City Council members. My name is Gabriel Hoffman, and tonight I'm speaking for the renewal of SVV's contract. Hello, there we are. All right. Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gabe Hoffman, and tonight I'm speaking for the renewal of SVV's contract for the Performing Arts Center. I'm an employee of SVV, and in the last 2.5 years with them, I have seen and experienced so much growth within the company and within the theater. When I started, I only got to see concerts that SVV puts on, as usual, but as time went on, I got to see massive church events put on between Jehovah's Witness conventions, 300-person choirs on stage, and large evangelical celebrations. Ever since those, I've also seen comedians, hypnotists, and even an animatronic dinosaur show. These are the type of events and experiences that SVV brings to the table and to the community. Besides all of these fantastic events, SVV also brings in local elementary schools such as Parkview, Sunkist, Bard, Wainimi, and Hollywood Beach to do professional Disney theater shows working with Broadway Junior. SVV works directly also with Blackstock and E.O. Green schools from the Wainimi School District to do full-scale theater productions. Through these productions, children are receiving professional experiences that otherwise would not be possible. SVV has the resources to provide these wonderful experiences and support their growth as we learn to support each other and elevate the community. Please renew SVV's contract so that we can keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. Amber Norton? And then Amber, you're going to be followed by Gary Davis.
All right. Good evening. My name is Amber Norton. I have been with Sterling for 4 years now. I absolutely love being with the company and being able to keep this priceless property thriving. I grew up coming here as a kid with my parents, plays and all that stuff. So being able to be a part of the solution to save this place for cultural arts and entertainment is incredible, especially because I'm a lifetime resident, born and raised. I live right down the street too. Yes, Sterling as a for-profit company, but that doesn't change the fact of how much we love Oxnard and the community and giving back. As of right now, this is the second year that we are sponsors for Channel Islands High School car show, helping the senior students with scholarships to their choice of college, university, or trade school. Let's continue this great relationship further, re-sign our 5 years, and let's continue to grow as we've already shown you we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Dr. Gary Davis. And Mr. Davis is going to be followed by Zuki Sear.
It's very special for me right now to share a few minutes at the podium with a young lady from Channel Islands High School. As former superintendent of schools for Oxnard Union High School District, I too am extremely proud of that young lady and the great staff and her new principal that is managing that school. So we're all behind her. I am Gary Davis. I serve as chairperson for the Oxnard Performing Arts Center nonprofit board. On behalf of that board and our community, I ask you to provide a new agreement to allow us to continue our cultural and artistic programming for the citizens of our great city. We ask only the following: that the agreement would give the management rights for the 2 ballrooms and 5 meeting rooms to the OPAC nonprofit board. In return, the nonprofit board will continue to submit to the city 50% of the rental proceeds from those rooms. The OPAC board will also reset its annual revenue target for the city at $120,000 per year, up from the $90,000 per year set in February of 2020. The OPAC board will also conduct an annual audit to confirm that all financial procedures are in place for the submission of rental proceeds to the city. If any of the nonprofit's rental clients request bar service, they would be referred to Sterling Venue Ventures, who would retain the liquor license for this venue. Sterling will continue to have access to the kitchen facilities as required by their liquor license, as it has for 5 years. This is not an issue. Likewise, if any rental clients request bar service, they will use the security services provided by Sterling. If our room rental clients do not request bar service, the OPAC board will provide local security guard services in compliance with all city rules and regulations. If there are any theater rental clients who wish to use the ballrooms and meeting rooms, Sterling would simply refer those rental clients to the OPAC staff. They will be accommodated. And finally, if it is in the city's best interest to grant the nonprofit board a short-term agreement, 18 months or 2 years, that is totally acceptable to the OPAC board. The nonprofit board asks that tonight you not approve the facility management agreement before you. Instead, we ask you to continue the agreement of February 2020 for just 1 month, giving the OPAC executive board time to meet again with city staff and draft a new agreement to present it for your consideration and hopefully for your approval in March. Remember.
Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you.
Suki Sear.
I'm just going to relinquish my time to Dr. Gary Davis.
You know, we like to, what we can do, Dr. Davis, is if there's a number of speakers that want to cede their time to you, we could do that, including her and maybe others, and you can do your presentation. Would that be agreeable to you?
Certainly would now or later. What is
Sure, if your group wants to cede, or a number of them want to cede their time to you, go right ahead. Okay,
Do it now?
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yes, yes.
Thank
Councilman.
We need to make sure we call out who's going to exceed the time so there's no mistakes made. Everybody's on the same page.
Dr. Davis, how much additional time do you need?
30 seconds.
Oh. Well, go right ahead, Dr. Davis.
Remember, too, that we are a nonprofit Oxnard organization. The proceeds from our room rentals remain here in our community. The nonprofit board needs the assurance of a separate agreement with the city to continue the many cultural and artistic events provided to our community. We cannot do this through grant proceeds alone. We need the room rental income to provide these programs. We ask you to grant this request, and thank you.
Thank you. Well, Gary Blum. Mr. Blum, you're followed by Carolyn Mullen.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff, my name is Gary Blum, and I serve on the board of directors of the Oxnard Performing Arts Center Corporation, a nonprofit dedicated to ensuring that this vital community asset remains accessible, inclusive, and thriving. I am an old-timer. I've actually been on the board for 27 years. When I turned out, they actually created Chair Emeritus, so I'm on till I die, I guess. I have a passion for that venue and what it means economically and culturally to our community. Our nonprofit was originally established in the late 1990s by a former city manager who recognized that a 501c3 model could allow the center to operate more sustainably, leveraging grants, donations, and community partnerships to supplement city funding. Unfortunately, for decades, that vision was never realized as the nonprofit was kept under tight city control, preventing independent fundraising efforts. That changed in 2017 when the city leadership recognized that a need for a more proactive approach. A new executive director was hired through a nationwide search, and for the first time, the nonprofit was empowered to do what it was originally intended to do: secure outside funding, build new partnerships, and develop programming that truly serves the diverse needs of Oxnard residents. Then in 2019, facing a fiscal crisis, the city had to reconsider how the Performing Arts Center was managed. That turning point forced OPAC's nonprofit board to step fully into the role it was meant to play, and we delivered. Over the past 5 years, our nonprofit has expanded community programming and culturally diverse events, workshops, and educational programs, secured outside funding to keep programming affordable and accessible from grants and donations, built strong community partnerships that have enhanced the Performing Arts Center's reach and impact. We are here tonight because we understand the city is considering a contract renewal solely with a for-profit private operator, a decision that could jeopardize our ability to continue providing the very programs that make this venue a true performing arts center and not just a rental space. I urge you to reconsider the public benefit OPAC provides, the cultural lifeline it provides for Oxnard, and the importance of maintaining a community facility like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. Carolyn Mullen. Remember, if we can just refrain from clapping, please. We're here in the comments, but Carolyn Mullen. And Carolyn, you're going to be followed by Carol.
Okay. Good evening. I'm
Flores.
Carol. Oh,
I'm sorry.
There we go.
No, I was just, Carol Flores will follow you. I'm sorry, Carolyn.
I know, we have similar names. Good evening. I'm Carolyn Marino Mullen, Executive Director of OPAC, here on behalf of the thousands who walk through our doors looking for a place to belong, to create, and to celebrate. The last 5 years have been very challenging, but OPAC remained resilient. During COVID, our doors never shuttered. We facilitated blood drives, PPE and food distributions, and vaccine clinics, and we continue to be there for Oxnard. We've expanded our work to address social issues like sustainability, mental health, and civic engagement, because art isn't just entertainment, it's a force for healing and transformation. I'll never forget one of the first students in our teen art program. A mother enrolled her daughter after a suicide attempt, desperate for help. Within weeks, surrounded by a creative community, something changed. That sense of isolation lifted. Her mother told us, "I have my daughter back." And that's what art does. It saves lives. And yet we find ourselves having to defend its place in this city. We need more art, more programs, more cultural organizations, not less. One recommendation from the city's Thriving Youth Study is for civic organizations like OPAC to expand our services. Tonight's vote is one way you can do just that without costing the city a dime. In fact, OPAC is exceeding expectations. Year after year, we surpass the city's $90,000 rental target for the community rooms. In fiscal year 22-23, we gave the city $102,000 and some change. In fiscal year 23-24, it was $177,000 and some change. In fiscal year 24, well, our current fiscal year, we're halfway through, and we've already done 114. We are on track to do $200,000 this fiscal year. In addition, I know y'all are ruining my time. Okay, in addition to a successful rental program, OPAC offers free year-round programs, including visual art classes and school programs, monthly family art nights, a rotating gallery at the Mexican consulate featuring local artists, workforce experience programs developing young DJs and audio engineers, and creatives who wouldn't have these opportunities otherwise. We've beautified our city through public art on fences and bridges and libraries, and we're currently leading a year-round public art program at Pacifica to nurture the next generation of muralists and public artists. When major festivals left this city, we stepped up. We created Native Plant Fest, IchigoCon, Chelita, and Dia de los Muertos. And then there's this center, our home for 27 years, our namesake. We've invested over $150,000 in upgrades, from new lighting to landscaping, improving the experience for meetings to milestone celebrations. But beyond numbers, managing this center brings us joy. Creating people-centered spaces isn't just part of our mission, it's fundamentally who we are. No one is infallible for mistakes, but we have corrected them, and we want to chart a positive path forward. As the city renews its focus on the arts, from mini murals to dynamic library programming, OPAC stands ready to be a strong and reliable partner. Let's build this partnership together. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Carol? Ms. Flores back, and then she's going to be followed by Christian Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carol Flores Beck. I'm a resident of Oxnard for the last 68 years and have been an educator for 45 of those years here in the community. Currently, I'm the Vice Chair of the Oxnard Performing Arts Nonprofit Board. I'm also Board Director for the Oxnard Downtown Lions and the Oxnard Ocotlán Sister Cities. As you can see, I have a true commitment to my community, the children and the families of Oxnard. I'm here this evening to ask you to provide and approve a new agreement for the OPAC nonprofit, the management rights for the 2 ballrooms and 5 meeting rooms. My colleagues have already shared our proposal with you and your staff. Again, I'm here for the children and the families of this community. The reason I'm speaking is because I am probably one of the only people here who knows why the community center is in Midtown and why it was originally built with small meeting rooms, larger ballrooms, and eventually the auditorium. It was built for the community. It is the only venue of its layout and size between Thousand Oaks and Santa Barbara, if not further north. It was built for the community groups and families to hold meetings, art and music classes, to be held for children and adults, parties or reception, and is the only venue outside the fairgrounds that holds over 500 people for any type of an event. In my younger days, Mr. Bedford Pinkard was hired to run the Parks and Recreation Department, and Friday night dances were held at the Rec after the football games. My nieces and nephews attended preschool with Mrs. Cooper. My parents went to the first event at the auditorium featuring the King Sisters, and I went to the first rock concert held in the auditorium. My father, Pedro R. Flores, was a commissioner of parks for about 15 years in the 60s and 70s, and his name is on the 2 plaques at the community center and auditorium. My father and his fellow commissioners were very proud of their efforts. Their goal was to make sure that children and families had equal opportunities for art, music, culture, and sports. They made sure that the city park was in every development. They made sure that there were baseball fields maintained in the north side, Durley Park, Beck Park, Dripple School, Colonia, and Statham Park, which is no longer there. They had the Santa Claus float built. They were proud of the summer sports festivals, but their greatest accomplishment for the community was the community center and auditorium. The center was built for the community and was purposely built in the city center for the community. To this day, I'm very proud of my dad's accomplishments and his commitment to the city of Oxnard. The goal of the OPAC nonprofit is basically the same as those that had vision back in the 60s. We are here to provide art, music, culture, mental health workshops, and sports at the highest level. We accomplish this through grants, endowments, and reasonable costs. We reinvest our profits into and for our community. We are not a private company that is here for profit. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Flores-Peck. Christian Ramirez, and then Christian, you're going to be followed by Patricia Cortez Washington. Thanks, Christian.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Ramirez, Director of Events and Programs at OPAC. I wish I could stand here and tell you all about the events and programs we organize and how easy it is to tell how biased this staff report was. But instead, I'm spending my time and shining a light on the people who tirelessly work every day to provide these services to our community. Behind me, you'll see some incredible OPAC staff. Marianne, our teen art coordinator, has been with us for 3 years. She is responsible for hiring local artists to teach our free teen art program. Elisa Torres has dedicated the last 2 years to teach our free children's art program and facilitate our free family art night, which we host monthly. Juana is our newest addition to our team. Serving as our events intern, she leads our Andale program, a free monthly wellness initiative we host at OPAC for the last 5 months. Daniela, our executive assistant, is the glue that holds us together. She ensures all programming runs smoothly as possible. Sitting behind me, you can also find Xavier, who has been with OPAC for 11 years, Selena for 6 years, and Juan for 3 years. The team ensures every person who walks through our door for a special event receives the best experience possible. They create lasting memories for our guests and treat everyone at the level of care that is special to OPAC. We also have Jose, our rental coordinator, who has been serving the community for 18 years. He has worked extremely hard to upgrade so many aspects of our venue to ensure the community has a place they feel proud of. Finally, we have Victor, our maintenance engineer. He has been with OPAC for 24 years. Yes, 24 years working at OPAC, and is able to tell us every detail we need to know about the building. The entire team is rooted in Oxnard. They understand the community we serve, and more importantly, they understand what it means to provide service to an already underserved community. I am proud to call each one of them a member of OPAC. Without them, Oxnard would not have experienced events like our Dia de los Muertos, Chelita, HOCon, Native Plant Fest, and many more. We're all speaking here tonight because you made a commitment to serve our community as best as you could. I understand this recommendation was not something that you put together, but you have the perfect opportunity now to do right by the community like you promised when you were elected. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Lopez. Also, if I can just remind the public, please, we can just shy away from the applause. We're here in the comments and taking copious notes of what's being shared here. Go with Crystal, and then Luis Huereca will follow Crystal.
Hello, Council. My name is Patricia Cortez Washington. I'm a lifelong resident of Oxnard, a mother of 2, a business owner, and a mental health provider. I'm here today to express my strong support for the OPAC nonprofit's proposal to have a direct and separate agreement with the city for the management of the meeting rooms and the ballroom. As a community member, I, along with my family, have greatly benefited from the variety of programs that OPAC has provided, including cultural and arts events, wellness activities, and other events that bring us together. These programs have been a vital part of our community, offering meaningful activities that promote social connection, emotional well-being, and opportunities for community engagement. As a mental health professional, I can tell you that these are vital. When my children were younger, we regularly attended concerts, cultural performances, and educational events at the theater. These events not only served as a rich resource for our community, but also attracted visitors from outside of Oxnard, bringing people to the heart of the city. Unfortunately, since the theater has been under the management of Sterling Ventures or the Canyon, I've witnessed firsthand how access to the theater has become cost prohibitive to local schools and dance programs. We've seen fewer opportunities for our children and community to participate in cultural and artistic events at the theater. I've been disheartened by the cancellation of multitude of concerts under the direction of Sterling. This reflects a clear disconnect between Sterling Ventures and the needs of our community. Sterling Ventures, taking over the management of the meeting rooms and ballroom, would signal the same disregard, I fear, for the community's needs, with more costs, fewer opportunities, and less engagement with the pulse of Oxnard. I have also partnered with OPAC to support wellness events. In one particular event, we've done mental health supports for seniors. I received some letters from those participants talking about how, so we worked with plants, and they shared that they continue to have that plant in their home. And as they care for that plant, they continue to also take care of themselves. So that plant, that opportunity that they had at OPAC is directly impacting their mental health after they participate in the event. I want to finish by echoing the words of Councilmember Perez. Community organizations like OPAC and the individuals that support them are not only working to promote activities in our community, they are working day in and day out to support our youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lopez, remember, just no clapping, please. Thank you. Also, Luis Huereca, and then followed by Estrelitza Gallardo. Luis Huereca, you're up next. Yeah.
Mayor, Council, if I can yield my time over to Manuel Herrera, please.
Mr. Herrera, go ahead.
So I get 6 minutes, right?
One for you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Manuel Herrera, Citizens for Better Oxnard. First of all, Aaron Starr, please accept my condolences. As usual, I'm going to say what most people are afraid to say. As many of you know, I have been a huge supporter of our staff and will continue to be that. However, I feel that at any point, if staff has dropped the ball, then I'm obligated to speak up. In this case, my issue is with the staff report. Having been a board member with the nonprofit and therefore knowing what I know, I will have to say that the staff report seems one-sided and in favor of Sterling Ventures. Here are my issues. The staff report clearly paints the nonprofit as incompetent and often breaking the rules while claiming that, and I quote, based on the Sterling's successful management and operations of the PAC, the city recommends a 5-year extension of Sterling's contract. To claim that the nonprofit is solely responsible for the fractured relationship between the city, nonprofit, and Sterling is wrong. Let me start at the beginning. The original proposal from the nonprofit was for the city to have a contract with Sterling as the operator of the theater and have a separate contract with the nonprofit for the management of the conference rooms. The city rejected that offer and instead created only one contract with Sterling, but directed him to have a side agreement with the nonprofit. Right from the beginning, Sterling dragged his feet and often changed his mind on items he had originally agreed to. That was the beginning of the toxic relationship. When I first reached out to the city, letting them know that this relationship was not working, their answer to me was, you guys need to work it out. So, had the city listened to our cry for help from the beginning, I honestly think we would not be in the situation we are today. So you see how there's enough blame to go around? As for the accusations against the nonprofit, how much of that was reactive behavior from the nonprofit for being forced by the city to be in a toxic relationship with Sterling? Again, a lot of the behavior of the nonprofit was due to the disrespect and bad treatment from Sterling and from the lack of support from the city. Another concern I have is why did the staff report blast the nonprofit but then turn around and praise Sterling Ventures, making it sound like they have done an excellent job and have done nothing wrong. So after reading the staff report, I decided to do a simple Google search and I was shocked at what I found. There were tons of bad reviews. That's my first 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
There was tons of bad reviews, not only from concert goers and people who hired Sterling for his liquor sales, but also from past employees. Why wasn't any of that listed in the staff report? I also found several lawsuits against Sterling, against his company, including one from a concert goer at the PAC who claims he was visually attacked by Sterling's security guards. Yet the city claims that it's the behavior of the nonprofit that's a liability to the city and not Sterling. Why wasn't any of that listed in the staff report? Another issue I have is that Sterling has basically turned the PAC into the cover band capital of the world. One Google review from a concert goer actually said that if they want to go watch a cover band with a lousy sound system, they will go to the PAC. If they want to watch a quality concert, they would go elsewhere. Why wasn't that mentioned in the staff report? I'm actually the one who invited Sterling to promote shows at the PAC. I actually was the guy that reached out to him to come over here. But I wanted him to do quality shows, not cover bands. The Majestic Theater in Ventura often brings top quality bands to the facilities, yet we have to settle for cover bands? And when Sterling does bring big names to Oxnard, those shows are often canceled or postponed. Even after all this, I honestly feel we can fix this mess. How? Let's start from scratch. Let's start all over again. Here's how that would look. First, continue to honor the current bookings that we have throughout the year. There's no reason for the public to pay the price on all this. Second, issue a new RFP for a new operator. Let's thank Sterling for his 5 years of service, but it's time to see what else is out there, and let's look for a new operator. One that can work with the nonprofit and one that would bring top-notch entertainment to the PAC, just like Ojai, Ventura, and Thousand Oaks currently do. If they could do it, so can we. And if staff claims the relationship between the nonprofit has been fractured, then let's seek someone who can act as a liaison between the two parties while this relationship mends. Look, we're all adults here, so let's do whatever we can to do what's right for the people of Oxnard. Oh, and one more thing. At the end of the day, all this is just a Band-Aid to the real issue, which is what are we going to do with the building at the PAC? It's time that we quit kicking the can down the road and start having discussions about what we're going to do with all the maintenance that is required of those buildings. So I thank you for your time, especially for the extended time. And staff, I still love you and I still respect you.
Thanks, Manuel. Let's go to Victor Valadez. Followed by J.D. Steffens.
Good evening, Kent. My name is Victor Valadez. I'm an employee of Sterling Venue Ventures. I'm also a lifetime Oxnard resident, born and raised, 51 years. I supervise security for Sterling here in Oxnard. I have to say that for the years, this place has not been that great of an area. The homelessness and the drug use around the facility was pretty bad. But since Sterling has managed the property for the last 5 years, we have been able to clean up the place and exponentially. In doing so, the community now sees the property as a safe place to come enjoy and any events we have going on. Even the people not coming to the property for an event feel safer in the parks, walking their dogs and playing with their children at the park. Please renew Sterling's contract so we can continue to keep making this place successful and safe for everyone in our community. I was born and raised out here. I remember seeing that community center when it first came up. And then also when it went done, where we had homeless overrun. And ever since Sterling came on board, they were able to get that place made looking safe, clean, and I'm very proud to say I worked there, and I've gone into helping get that place look like it is looking like now. And we just want to continue that 5-year process and continue us to keep those kids doing their stuff there, all the schools that come in through there, the quinceañeras, the birthday parties, everything that goes through there. It's a fun area to be at, and we try to keep it as safe as possible. We haven't had any incidents happen that have been drastically of any kind of sort. So we just very proud to call that place our home. Thank you.
Thank you. JD Steffens, and then Star, are you still out there? If you want to come after JD, we'll recognize you too. Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is JD Stevens, and I'm a local queer artist and poet. I'm also a mental health advocate and a part of Get Loud movement, which serves the local queer artist community in various ways. For me personally, the arts have helped me not only cope, but heal, find community, thrive, and find my voice. It is through the arts I have been able to find the strength and healing to stand up for those who are the most vulnerable in our community. This includes giving up an addiction to alcohol. I'm 3 years sober. Thank you. OPAC helps use this vital space to create spaces where so many artists can find a healthy space to create and find a healthy outlet, as well as to come be in community with others while making the arts accessible to those most in need. The following is a statement from the founder and creator of Get Loud Movement, who couldn't be here tonight. Council and community, my name is Monique Gonzalez, a local artist and organizer for the queer arts in Ventura County. I write this letter as former OPAC employee and organizer who has collaborated on several events with the OPAC team in their community spaces. I have seen firsthand the dedication, passion, and leadership Carolyn Mullen and her team have created in this community space. I could tell you the many ways OPAC has been committed to serving community and creatives. I could go down the long list of partnerships and collaborations the team has fostered to create impactful programming. What I can also tell you is that during my time with OPAC, Sterling Venue Ventures had not shown the level of coordination and experience needed for us to effectively operate our community space. While I value the SVV team and the work they pour into the main theater, I truly believe OPAC can thrive operating on its own contract with a better structured and equitable agreement that aligns with both the City of Oxnard and OPAC's interests. A direct agreement with City and OPAC ensures a commitment to community needs rather than corporate interests whose profits leave the city. I assure you that completely cutting the program and taking it out of our hands would be a huge disservice to the community and the folks who have worked tirelessly to maintain an open and accessible space these past 27 years. Thank you.
Thank you, JD. And then Star. And then Star, you're going to be followed by Mary Ann Cawthorn.
Good evening, my name is Strelitzia and I am 14 years old. I am here tonight to express my strong support for the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, which is also known as the OPAC. First, I want to say how grateful I am to have such a wonderful resource in our community. I have had a wonderful privilege of participating in many of OPAC's programs, including the Teen Art Program, Family Art Night, Andare, and many others. Family Art Night is a fantastic opportunity for families to come together and spend quality time engaging in creative activities. I have seen families of all backgrounds, including grandparents and grandchildren, bonding over art. It's truly special to see different generations and cultures come together in such a positive and enjoyable way. At Andale, I have had the opportunity to experience a sound bath, which was a new and calming experience that helped me and many others ease my mind and relax. The Teen Art program has been especially meaningful to me. It has given me the chance to participate in free art classes that my family otherwise couldn't afford. The sewing and art classes have opened my eyes to the possibility of starting my own business as a teenager while I'm still in school. I've discovered a passion for creating and learned that I can even turn that into a passion way to make money. There are so many other incredible programs at the OPAC that offers, like the Dia de los Muertos celebration, where I get to proudly showcase my culture among many other activities. I could go on and on about the many benefits of that OPAC brings to our community, but I know that time is limited. Please help us preserve the OPAC and all the invaluable programs that provide the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Star. Marianne, and then Marianne, you're going to be followed by Teo Lopez.
Hello.
Hi,
Thank
Marianne.
you. My condolences, Mr. Starr. Good evening. My name is Marianne Cawthorn, and I'm the Teen Art Coordinator at OPAC, the nonprofit. I help with all of our arts programming, but I want to focus my comments on our Teen Art program, which gives young people the
I
opportunity.
don't think they can hear you if you can speak into the
Oh,
microphone.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, they're signaling that you can hear
Okay,
you.
thank you. My name's Marianne Cawthorn. I'm the Teen Art Coordinator for the OPAC nonprofit. I help with all of our arts programming, but want to focus my comments on our Teen Art program, which gives young people the opportunity to learn and create with a local working artist. Our classes are free, ensuring there are no barriers to participation. Art is more than a hobby, it's a lifeline. For many teens, these classes provide a rare creative outlet and a safe space for self-expression, personal growth, and mental well-being. Research shows that engaging in the arts improves emotional resilience, reduces stress, and builds critical problem-solving skills. Art fuels innovation, and by supporting these programs, we're investing in the next generation of creative thinkers and leaders. I hope you can find a way to help us all work together to continue to make the PAC the best it can be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marianne. Tio Lopez, and then Tio, you're going to be followed by Elisa Torres.
Mic check. Good.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and city staff.
Good
You probably don't get a lot of shout outs. I work the AV equipment at the Oxnard Union High School District, so shout out to the AV team. All right. So for those that haven't met me, my name is Teo Lopez. I was born and raised in Oxnard, a Cal State Northridge alumni with a background in visual arts, and a staff member at the Oxnard Union High School District, and a proud commissioner on the Cultural Arts Commission. I've dedicated my career to serving the city, and today I stand before you as a board member of the Oxnard Performing Arts Center nonprofit, the OPAC, to advocate for a direct partnership between OPAC and the city of Oxnard, a decision that I strongly believe will strengthen our economy, support our youth, and expand access to the arts. For decades, OPAC has been a pillar of this community, providing arts, education, workforce development, and cultural programming that align with the city's goals for youth and economic growth. And the OPAC has done that through our partnerships with Oxnard Union High School District, CSU Channel Islands, and Ventura College. Simply put, we are more than a venue, we are a cultural and educational lifeline for this community. Yet under the proposed agreement, OPAC would operate under Sterling Venue Ventures, instead of being directly empowered to expand these critical programs for our community. Our proposal is simple. Grant OPAC a direct management agreement for the community center that include the ballrooms and the meeting rooms. I want you to know that this is not about replacing SVB, but about ensuring that community-driven nonprofit can continue serving Oxnard without unnecessary barriers. The OPAC board and staff love what they do, and I want us all to keep serving this city. And I want to leave you with this. We want to work with the city. We want to be your partner. We want to be your greatest advocate, your strongest supporter for your initiatives. Let's make this moment a fresh start for both of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tio. We'll go to Elisa Torres, and then followed by Cindy Mendoza. Just to let you know, we are number 18th on the speaker list, and we have almost 60. So just to give you a perspective, okay? So Elisa's only number 17, and we got 60 speakers lined up. So at some point, we'll take a recess, okay? Okay, go ahead, Elisa.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, city staff, and community members. My name is Elisa Torres, and I'm a muralist, artist, arts advocate, and serve on the Cultural Arts Commission and an OPAC employee. But I'm here today as a member of this great community, and I'm here to urge you to preserve the role of the Oxnard Performing Arts Center Corporation, OPAC, in the future of the Oxnard Performing Arts and Convention Center. In 2019, when the center was on the brink of closure, Due to a $9.2 million budget shortfall, it wasn't a corporation that stepped up. It was OPAC, the nonprofit built by the people, for the people. They didn't just talk about saving the arts, they acted. They raised over $2 million in grants and donations, not from boardrooms, but from believers. They invested in critical upgrades, new lighting, sound systems, chairs, drapes, clocks, and provided programs that serve our youth, elders, and artists. These programs don't exist to generate profit, but they exist to make a difference. This is not a fight between enemies, it's a fight between visions. Sterling Venue might want more control. OPAC wants collaboration. Sterling sees a venue, OPAC sees a community. The conflicts between them stem from a poorly written agreement that reversed their intended roles and prevented true partnership. Instead of choosing sides, we should choose solutions. OPAC has grown willingness to be transparent, participate in a fair RFP process, and even continue working with Sterling. Sterling Venue Ventures has contributed to the center's success, but financial gain should never come at the expense of public service. Some may say, we turned a profit, let's celebrate. But I say this, a profit without a purpose is an empty victory. Now, they might try to scare us with liability concerns, talk about lawsuits or risks, but the greatest risk is losing this culture home to corporate control. A community without its arts, its voice, and its stories is a community stripped of its soul. Strong agreements and clear policies can address safety concerns, but no contract can replace the trust and relationships OPAC has built for over 25 years. I urge you to protect OPAC, protect the community it serves, and ensure that this center remains more than just a venue. It remains a home for the heart and soul of Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. We'll go to Cindy Mendoza, and then Cindy, you're going to be followed by Christian Quirino.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cindy Mendoza. I'm an Oxnard resident, a parent. I've been an educator for a little over 15 years here in the city of Oxnard. And I also want to share that it's my first time speaking here. And I'm very happy because I'm doing it for something that really means a lot to me. Our community, as you might see it every day, is growing at a very huge and rapid rate. New construction, shopping centers. But where do you see the structures and buildings that are focused on enriching art and culture? Just think about that for a few seconds. I don't mind giving up my time on that. Oxnard's culture is fading. Instead of upcoming free arts and culture events, we have upcoming traffic jams. More priority is being placed on accommodating new residents and their new housing developments, along with the shopping habits, instead of ensuring that the people who are already here, like my family, the students that I've served and that I continue to serve, and myself, have what we need. We need locally developed arts and culture events to feel connected to one another and in the city that we live in. People get excited when we have these sorts of events in our community. You see it being shared on social media, in posts. The word spreads out. My friends find out about it. Students find out. Don't you want to feel good knowing that you have a seat right now that can make an impact to continue this in our community? The OPAC nonprofit is filling a void in Oxnard, and the city's administration must grant them their own agreement so that they may continue providing the city with activities that enhance and build our existing culture. The OPAC is a very historic community space in the city, and my generation is going to make sure that it stays like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian, and then followed by Tommy Nast.
All right. Okay, my name is Cristian Agüero Quirino. I'm an Oxnard resident, artist, scientist, and public school art educator. The kids know me as Miss Christie. Growing up in Oxnard, I quickly came to terms with the realization that I would have to leave the city to find what I needed, and I did. In my adolescence, I didn't know that what I was looking for outside of Oxnard was something known as third spaces. It's kind of a new concept, so let me help you understand it. After leaving Oxnard, I easily found third spaces in Los Angeles, where I moved to. I found them in Mexico, I found them in Germany, where I studied, and I found them in France. For most working class communities like Oxnard's, the average person spends a large amount of time between two spaces, work and home. Third spaces are locations outside of work and home in which a person can build connections and community. In this way, more fully developing the self. In the past, we have understood these spaces as coffee shops or bars, libraries, parks, later evolving to movie theaters, music venues, and arcades. But where can youth and families go if they're not able to afford paying for admission or to travel far? This is where community-run spaces come into place as the third spaces. In third spaces, people are in a neutral location, away from routine that allows space for exploring new ideas, exchange of opinions and beliefs, and participating in the creation of local culture. Potentially, Oxnard residents, youth, and families could look for local events that are free of cost and easy to get to, like the kind OPAC nonprofit develops and hosts. They create third spaces for us. At 21, I confronted the reality that Oxnard would not give me the experiences I needed to excel as a low-income, high-caliber critical thinker. I was getting into trouble here at home, so I left. In Los Angeles, I found artists, musicians, educators, actors, scientists, poets, dancers, comedians, and more that also had left their home in search for better opportunities. But what if these creatives never had to leave home? What if brain drain didn't have to apply to Oxnard? A late friend of mine would stay up long into the night with me talking about what our community needed. We talked in Oxnard, we talked in Los Angeles, we talked in Paris, and we always talked about Oxnard and what we wanted to see in it. He would tell me to return home, which would make me furious. He would tell me to not forget my neighborhood, and that influenced my difficult choice to return, because who returns to Oxnard? I came back and became a community organizer, an artist, an educator to prevent people from having to leave here, because who actually wants to leave Oxnard by the sea, baby? The people involved in creative and artistic endeavors help sustain optimism and social advancement in our community. Do the right thing, the smart thing, the forward-thinking thing, and grant the OPAC nonprofit its own agreement so that a local entity can make local things happen for the locals. Thanks.
Thanks, Christian. Thank you. Tommy Nast. Tommy, you're going to be followed by Rosie Cervantes.
Get these on. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
And first off, condolences, Councilman Starr. Deepest sympathies to you. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, my name's Tommy Nast. I'm an Oxnard resident and voter since 2004, and so appreciate the work you all do for our community. Tonight, I'm here to share my thoughts and support for Sterling Venue Ventures head Lance Sterling and the 30-plus local residents he's employed since operating the Performing Arts Center. A little background on me, since it relates to what all is being discussed. I've been in the music, entertainment, and venue business for 50 years now, and have been an executive at both Clear Channel Entertainment, which is now Live Nation, and AEG, and I've also worked with some of the greatest artists and talent through my career. And I've been blessed to have Lance as a friend and business associate. I've known Lance since he was one of the co-founders of the House of Blues franchise, opened the infamous Canyon Club over in Agora Hills, and has successfully operated the legendary Saban Theater in Beverly Hills, and that just scratches the surface. When my wife Luann and I moved here from the West Valley, we saw firsthand how stagnant and empty the Performing Arts Center was, and year after year thought, if only a true professional venue operator and talent acquisition person could take that over, it would be so great for our community. Well, just before COVID hit, Lance and his team did just that, fought through the COVID challenges, added an electronic billboard that looks fantastic, cleaned up the homeless issue that's been a significant challenge for the city, and most importantly, he's brought our community some of the top talent in concerts and productions, and that is true, as well as working with many local charities here, as he's always done. And from what I'm told, he's made the city a pretty good profit under his leadership. Not to mention bringing all of our Oxnard neighbors together for many a good time at the venue that they've made so much fun again. And I know they're happy to work with the nonprofit as well, but you won't find any more experienced operators that care about local employees, the community in general, and continue to be a tremendous partner to you, the local government, who I implore to vote to renew Sterling Venue Ventures for another 5 years to continue the great job that they do and the success that they'll bring our fine city. Here's to Lance Sterling, his amazing team at Sterling Venue Ventures, and 5 more years, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosie Cervantes, followed by Rafael de la Cabada.
Hello, thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor, councilmen, and Councilman Starr. I would like to give you mine and my family's deepest condolences for the loss of your father. I am one of the 30 employed by Sterling Venture Venues. I am also a resident of this city, a mother of 4, and an artist myself. I love working where I work because it incorporates art, music, people. It is a place for our community to come to join each other, to celebrate. But it wasn't always like that. In the most recent years, it has become that. But before that, it was a pothole in our city where it wasn't nice to look at. It wasn't safe to be there. I feel safe where I work. I love where I work. I love the community that I work in. I love the city that I work in. I don't see how us getting our contract renewed is bad or wrong, the way that others are making it sound. And maybe it's just because I am so low on the totem pole that I don't understand. But that brings me to, I'm still a citizen of this city. I'm still a person that has thoughts, ideas, creative notions, and love for where I live. I love the work that Sterling has done in the past 5 years to make our city beautiful again, to make our city recognizable and not a pothole anymore, but more of a beautiful tree. And I just ask that you let us continue for another 5 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rosie. Rafael de la Cabada, and then Rafael, you're going to be followed by Demetrius Lozano.
Okay, I will read what I wanted to say, even though I was ready to change my mind after I saw the presentation of the awards with the remarkable girl, which I think is what you're doing here, making a decision about this. Hello, City Council, and thank you for your time. My name is Rafael Perea de la Cabada, a visual artist, professor, and curator, here to support OPAC, a nonprofit organization that has greatly contributed to our community. With over 27 years of teaching at Santa Barbara City College, I have exhibited nationally and internationally, participated in public art projects, and mentored in museums and nonprofit programs, including OPAC. I also curate exhibitions at the Consulate de Mexico in Oxnard. I'm not here to emphasize the importance of the arts, as I trust you already recognize their value. Instead, I want to highlight the power of healthy, respectful, and equitable partnerships. These connections, built on mutual trust and shared goals, help sustain and grow the community. The issue I wish to address is the need to support and protect OPAC, a nonprofit that has proven its worth to this community. OPAC has built a diverse network of relationships, strengthening both the local arts scene and economy. The arts are not only an economic driver, but also crucial for community building and the flourishing of democracy. The city has the responsibility and the privilege to help preserve and expand the legacy OPAC has created. This nonprofit has worked tirelessly to foster connections and create a space where individuals, regardless of age, can express themselves through art and feel value in their community. From my experience, I can confidently say that OPAC work in Oxnard is unique and invaluable. By supporting OPAC with a fair contract and unbiased evaluation, you will strengthen a transparent, mutually beneficial partnership that will protect and expand its legacy, ensuring lasting benefits for the arts and the entire Oxnard community. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Mr. De La Cabada. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make note of the time. We're about 2 hours into the meeting. I believe some of the folks along the sides of the wall have been standing for far more than 2 hours. I would like to request if the council and others would agree, after this speaker, we take a short recess, if that'd be all right, so people can move around a little bit.
Yeah, I'm agreeable. Like a 5-10 minute recess, and then right after Demetris. Okay. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Demetris.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm here to speak on the OPAC, specifically the issue concern I have with Sterling Venue Ventures managing the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. I've recently been involved in the 805 DIY scene here in Oxnard, and I believe that we have something beautiful here. Turning over management to a company that manages 5 different venues, including Oxnard, to me, doesn't feel like we're looking out for our local artists and community. I don't trust SVV to support our community and local artists compared to the Oxnard Performing Arts Center Corporation, which is a nonprofit that is focused on the community and bringing it together while nurturing it. Not a business that is for profit. I've discovered bands, met new people, made friends, and have found a community because of the Oxnard Performing Arts Center Corporation and the continuous support that they have shown for our local artists and vendors. I hope this center for the community stays for the community and in the community, not in the hands of a business that is based out of Agora Hills. At the end of the day, this is about community, not for profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Demetris. As soon as we come back from break, we'll go to Mariah and also Robert Leclerc. Actually, is that right, Robert Leclerc? Robert, okay. Okay, we'll take a 5-10 minutes? Yeah, we'll take about a 5-10 minute recess, okay? Yes, dear. Okay, we can slowly make our way back to our seats. If we can just slowly make our way back to our seats, please, so we can get started. If we can slowly get back to our seats, please. Let me hit my... All right. Make it a little louder. All right. Okay, if we can just get back to our seats, please. We're going to resume here. All right. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and for allowing us to take this small recess. I think it helped us all. We are going to resume with public comment we're still on the PAC Center item. We're going to resume with Mariah Ramos for public comment, and then she's going to be followed by Robert O'Clair. Hi, Mariah.
Hello, City Council. I'm a senior attending Pacifica High School. Growing up, I personally have seen Sterling venues grow the OPAC with more concerts and parties than before. Going to school in Oxnard, you'd be surprised on how many students that claim that going to school in Oxnard, you'd be surprised on how many students that they claim to be helping didn't even know that the OPAC was operational until recent years. Sterling Venues brings all kinds of people from all walks of life, from protesters, educating youth, and all of Oxnard on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, bringing in families for birthdays, concerts, hosting rappers, bandas, and schools to raise money for kids to express themselves through dance and song. We hold Catholic Church, Jehovah's Witnesses Church, and as well as casual dinners. Working with Sterling Venues, I've seen them turn the place around, fixing issues with the building within mere days. Not only that, but keeping the OPAC safe with their welcoming security team, taking on any and all tasks responsibly and safely, ensuring everyone has a good time. Just about everyone reasonable leaving a Sterling Venues concert or party has a positive experience with our kind staff. Sterling Venues not only brings a profit to Oxnard, but holds a place for families to go celebrate, connect, create, and have a good time. It was a dream to work with Sterling Venues, and once I received the job, I could easily see the work and heart that the managers and staff of Sterling Venues put in the OPAC, and I would love to see them have the opportunity to bring more to Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariah. Robert O'Clair. And then, Robert, you're going to be followed by Jack Villa.
Hello, everybody. My name is Robert Auclair, but a lot of you guys might know me by my name Alex. I know some of the people here know me by Alex, but that's my first name. The reason why I'm here is to advocate on behalf of OPAC. I believe community spaces are completely essential to a lot of what's going on. It's completely essential to just community, and it's essential to community growth. It's been shown that places that support community art centers like this, you see a rise in quality of life for students, for youth, for people of all ages. And I think or a for-profit entity obstructs the entire mission of a place like OPAC. And I've seen it firsthand that there's an art community here in Oxnard that's thriving and huge and widespreading, from jazz to rock to punk music to experimental music. There's a huge plethora of artists and community engagement already active in this area. And I feel like to overstep that and effectively hand off the reins to for-profit entities, it could only benefit for-profit interests instead of something that would profit the community and the voice of the individuals here. That includes the youth, includes the older generations, and places like that, spaces like that, are more important now in 2025 than they were 5 years ago when the deals were made, the initial deals that we're talking about today. I feel like it's now more than ever that we need to strengthen youth voices, especially in places like art and expression, because places where people can have artistic freedom, it's one of the last bastions for freedom of speech and for general liberty. And I think it's important above all else to protect the community aspect of a place like OPAC and to listen to their leadership. And I think the bare minimum, an extension, is reasonable, at the very least. Be it a month, or be it a year, or be it a 5-year extension. And I think the option to exercise and to see other security entities to come in and help, or other agents to come in and help book, I think that's completely reasonable. There should always be a time for people to readjust and reassess their relationship with anybody that they work with, especially when it comes to the community. There you go.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for your comments. Jack Villa, and then Jack, you're going to be followed by Veronica Miranda.
Good evening, Council. It's been a while. I think it's been about almost 2 years now since my last meeting. Congratulations to the new council members. A couple of them I haven't talked to, but most of you I know real well. And I decided to come back on this day to support the OPAC. As you know, I know some of you know, it's in my neighborhood, and I want to talk about how it's important for our neighborhood. And I have 5 kids, 11 grandkids, probably more than all of you put together. And so I understand the importance of education, the community, the arts, music, sports. I've been through it all. I've taken all my kids to all those events, and I understand the importance. And so I'm glad at the beginning of the meeting, council was honoring the student from Channel Islands, which I'm very happy that you guys are into education, and I hope you put your vote with where your mouth is at, and that OPAC delivers that part of the education in the community, the culture, music, art, and I can go on. And I think it's a vital organization to not only the neighborhood, but the whole city. It's right smack in the neighborhood. And if you raise kids and know how important organizations, nonprofit organizations are, everything from Boys and Girls Club, which I used to work for, the Boys and Girls Club, Scouts, all those organizations play an important part. And OPAC is one of those nonprofit. And over the years, my family's been here 100 and something years, 20 years. And I remember as a youth going to that PAC, and I was about 8 years old. I could barely look over the counters back then. And I remember basket weaving classes, clay work classes, square dancing classes. I know they don't do that anymore, and kids don't even know what square dancing is anymore. And so, but I've been through all of it, not only myself, but my children. And I read the staff report, and I'm going to agree with Manuel Herrera, and you should tear that up and throw it out.
Thank you, Mr. Villa. Thank you. Veronica Miranda, and thanks everyone for adhering to the, just shying away from clapping. Thank you. But we see the movements, yeah. Veronica, and then Stephen O'Clair.
Way up there. Hang on. Good evening. I'm sure I'm a familiar face to you. I've been here many times to speak about things, but, and I'm always trying to be friendly with y'all and compassionate for your position. But tonight, I cannot speak strongly enough that this report that is designed to influence your decision on who to assign a contract to and what it will say, it has to be just set aside. Just can it. Try to be objective. Look at the PAC for what it was meant to be, and that is a community center. A community center cannot serve the community if it is run for profit by an outside agency. I understand they're sharing operational responsibilities. Fair play. We can do that. But the contract needs to be written in a way that you cannot disable, clip at the knees, a nonprofit that serves the community. Sterling Ventures manages a number of properties. They're in it to make a profit. That's their right. That's okay. But the community that voted you into those seats is being served by a nonprofit that's not there for a profit. That's not there as a business. It's there to serve the community. How many of y'all have been to receptions, quinceaneras, memorials at the OPAC? Memorial that, let's talk about Carmen's memorial, okay? The place was full. They were very, very accommodating to us to do that for her. They lowered the flag and was reprimanded for it in the report. Lowering they got a finger wagging for lowering the flag for Carmen Ramirez at the OPAC. She was on the board. You can't consider that an objective report. To take the OPAC out of the community of Oxnard is to take that venue away from the community, and I'm asking you to please don't do that. Keep it with the community. Sterling likes to come in and say, we employed 30 people. Well, good for you. How about that? That's what for-profits are supposed to be doing. Is it a living wage? I doubt it very much, but we won't go into those weeds. I just ask you very much, very deeply from my heart, do not clip the OPAC at the knees. Let them stay in place and serve our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Ronnie. We'll go to Stephen. And Stephen's going to be followed by Casey Rodriguez.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I encourage all our speakers to project as much as possible into our mics, including the council members. August 12th, 2022, we just touched on it. Why? Because Supervisor Carmen Ramirez was hit and killed blocks from here. Why is she in this staff report? Because somebody saw fit to report it and somebody thought fit to order the city attorney's office to send a letter to build a case for tonight. Let's make no mistake. Let's make no mistake. That's how that happens. A staff attorney's not sitting in City Hall thinking, let's write a letter about Carmen to the OPAC today. That was an order that was received. I don't know who issued it, but it's unacceptable. This, in a city that has remembered her, I've been over to 19 memorials in this city. 19. Congress adjourned in her memory. The state Senate adjourned in her memory. The state Assembly adjourned in her memory. 8 municipalities in this county adjourned in her memory. The county of Ventura lowered its flags. The League of California Cities recognized her. We got certificates from across this country. And why is this important? Because if staff saw fit to issue that letter, which, and I will pause and lower my voice, and I want you to hear this, council, is inaccurate. The U.S. flag code is guidance. It is not required to be followed. I'm not saying that. The United States Congress Office of Research says that. There's over 6 Supreme Court cases that have said that. The County of Los Angeles, Marietta, and Long Beach allows the mayor or mayor pro tem to issue the flag to half staff. I encourage you to adopt a similar resolution. I've sent it to you today. Correct this mistake so nobody, and Carolyn, I am so sorry that somebody saw fit to send that to you. It is mean-spirited from a city that did so much, staff that did so much to remember her. That was a mean-spirited and, lest I forget, incorrect legal opinion issued. Incorrect. Don't listen to me, listen to Congress, listen to the Supreme Court, listen to other municipalities. I urge you to support the OPAC's position. As far as the staff report goes, it's already been mentioned. I've emailed you all about it. Don't listen to me, listen to artificial intelligence. This is what they have to say about the report. A negative framing of OPAC was highly emphasized. This report is biased. Positive framing of SVBC was issued. Strategic use of alternatives were in favor of Sterling. It's not an unbiased report. Omission of OPAC's contributions. The conclusion was written as a foregone decision. When in doubt, feed it into AI. It'll tell you that's not a good staff report. Set it aside. Make a decision. I support OPAC's position. I hope you do too. Do the right thing. Nobody's proposing getting rid of Sterling. Two separate agreements. Thank you, and may we remember Carmen. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Casey Rodriguez. Victoria Alves will follow Casey. Hi again, Casey.
Hello. As a Ventura Art and Culture Commissioner who sits on the new advocacy subcommittee, I came tonight to support Carolyn Merlin and the entire OPAC Center. Oxnard City Council, it is crucial you do all you can tonight to protect OPAC. OPAC is Oxnard, and a new company will see OPAC's love for Oxnard and will be respect for collaborators, for they know only doing this will add to their favor. OPAC is a gem. OPAC is an amazing nonprofit organization who excels largely due to their director's exceptional leadership and dedication. And I know full-heartedly that Carolyn Mullen is top-notch, a shining example of professionalism, kindness, and love. And I am grateful to have been personally connected to OPAC to share Shumash culture many times. It is absolutely one of my favorite places to do that. OPAC has provided Oxnard and greater community incredible amounts of art and culture over the years. Currently, we are living in a time where culture diversity is a threat. Therefore, it is of utmost importance to remind all Oxnard citizens that Oxnard will always be an inclusive city, prioritizing making all people feel welcome, seen, safe, and celebrated. For this to continue, Oxnard must save OPAC tonight. In the moment where so many, especially our youth, are feeling high anxiety and stress, it is crucial we continue to provide OPAC services. According to Google, 80% of individuals experiencing mental health issues report considerable improvement after participating in art therapy sessions, including lower levels of biological stress, lower daily anxiety, post-traumatic growth, reduced PTSD symptoms, higher self-esteem, and enhanced communication skills. Saving OPAC will be worth it. Every dollar spent on the arts and culture yields 17 times more in economic benefits. Lastly, it is disgusting, it is disheartening, it is fucking unbelievable that someone had the desire to complain about Carmen's respect. We, the people of Oxnard, we, the people who live close to Oxnard, we, the people in the entire country, loves Carmen, and we will continue to be the voice for her. Her memory lives on, and her work will continue to work on because we are showing up. Thank you.
Thanks, Casey. Just a reminder, let's adhere to the decorum. Let's shy away from cursing. You know, we're taking notes, and I hear the passion, I do. Victoria Aves. Victoria is going to be followed by Marvin Boos. Hi, Victoria.
Can I lower this? Tiny. Good evening, council members, Mayor MacArthur. I look forward to working with you this year. Shout out to Gabe and Michaela, Gabby. My name is Victoria Aves. I'm a lifetime resident of Oxnard. I want to take a moment to express my deep appreciation and wavering support for a nonprofit, the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. Since I was a little human growing up in Oxnard, I have known OPAC to not only be a cornerstone of arts and culture in our community, but also a vital resource for local organizations like mine. In 2020, my wife Daphne and I founded the nonprofit organization Oxnard LGBTQ Community with the vision of creating safe and inclusive spaces for LGBTQ plus family here in Oxnard. But no vision can come to life without support, and OPAC has been there for us every step of the way. Through their generosity, we've been able to host our annual Pride festivals, providing space, audio and stage equipment, and a platform to celebrate love, diversity, and unity. We hope to continue supporting each other like the family we are. OPAC has never been a corporation that takes for their benefit. For OPAC, it's about the people. Our gente of the 805, it's about fostering connections, lifting up underrepresented voices, and making sure that organizations like mine have a home to grow and thrive. Their commitment to inclusivity and the arts is what makes Oxnard stronger. As we look to the future, I urge everyone to support OPAC today, but also through advocacy, donations, or simply showing up to the incredible events that they make possible. This nonprofit is an essential part of our community. With our continued support, they can keep providing the resources and spaces that make a difference in so many lives like mine. Thank you, OPAC, for everything you do for my little org that could, and also for the countless amount of times you let our Grupo Folclórico Fusión Mexicana use the Ventura room when it rains. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor. We are grateful to you. I really hope you hear your people today. And let's keep the arts and our community thriving together with a dedicated agreement between nonprofit OPAC and the city of Oxnard. Shout out to Carolyn, Christian, and especially Selena Torres. Gracias por tu dedicación a tu trabajo con OPAC y por siempre ayudarnos. Gracias y mucho respeto. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. We'll move to Marvin Booz. Mr. Booz, welcome, and then we'll move after him to Juana Martinez. Hi, Mr. Booz.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Yeah.
I am in support of OPAC. I'm a 81-year resident of Oxnard. I've worked at OPAC part-time for 10 years, so my heart belongs there. Okay, I got a couple of things to say. Number one, OPAC thinks about the people in the city of Oxnard. Everything they do is for that purpose. Sterling Venue, on the other hand, all they're thinking about is how much money they can make. Granted, you make money too, but that's their goal. They can give a crap about the city of Oxnard. Money, money, money. Okay? Let me get Sterling here. That's my opinion for Sterling. The OPAC should be divided in a way that Sterling, who is a musical production company, gets the auditorium, the dressing room for performers, and that's it. Their thing is music. I read on the computer one of the many, many comments that were made that Sterling Venue wanted the ballroom for one purpose and one purpose only, so they could get a liquor license. It wasn't because they wanted to entertain the city of Oxnard. No, let's be realistic. We have quinceañeras, weddings, funerals, birthday parties, you name it. It could be utilized for the city of Oxnard instead of Sterling's liquor license, okay? Let's see here. Once the agreement is made, give all the other rooms to the OPAC. Make Sterling Venue provide their equipment and don't borrow from somebody else. Unless it's somebody they know that wants to give it to them. But OPAC should not be required to provide the equipment because they're too lazy or too cheap not to buy a replacement. Plus giving all the rooms to OPAC, there'll be no controversy as far as double events on the same day, because one person will control all of it, okay? Sterling Venue is not in the banquet business. They're in the music business, okay? And one thing that I've observed, being a non-politician and not involved in all this stuff, I think all reports put out has been so biased towards Sterling Venue, it's unbelievable. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Juana Martinez, and Juana is going to be followed by Andy Conley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. Okay, cool. All right. I speak from the heart today, and as an activist artist, I've been with OPAC for about a year now, and firsthand have seen the impact a nonprofit has done on the community in such little time being there. Like from family art night, where I see families bonding together, and we know how important family is and how precious that time is. So that's always been a great event to go to. I take my nephews, they're 8 and 11, Logan and Ramon. I love them so much. The Day of the Dead event, seeing the community honoring our beloveds who have passed away and showing us moments of being united. Nothing brings the community together than being in a safe space together and seeing the images of our past ones, like my grandparents and my coworkers, Thea, who had just passed away last year. So her coming to me saying, "This has been such a great community event. I am so thankful that you let me know about this." And just thank you from the bottom of my heart. So that has been a very healing moment for people like her. From mental health art programs that I personally have led, and having people reach out to me asking for the next event and how they can get involved to help others. So it's very inspiring to see other people from the community wanting to help the community. A lot of love and hard labor goes into these events. Trust me, I got the muscles to show it. I would show you now, but I really like my OPAC nonprofit sweater. So there's a lot of moving of tables. You think that we have like a big staff, but it's because this intimate staff that we all just get together and we put our heart and soul into it. This is only highlighting 1 year that I've been with them. I can only imagine how much they've done before. My parents immigrated in hopes for their children to follow their dreams, often telling us, "Échale ganas, mijos." We're here, here I am doing that, echándole ganas, advocating to keep the arts alive for the future children. Thank you.
Thank you, Juana. Andy Conley, and then Dwayne Holland will follow Andy. Thank you. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff, Councilmember Starr. I'm very sorry about your father. Sorry to hear that. My condolences. I'm here today to kind of speak on the involvement of OPAC with the Chamber of Commerce. And so as the new president and CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance, formerly the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce, I am proud to say that the Oxnard Performing Arts Center nonprofit has been an active and involved member of the Chamber for the past 10 years. Their dedication to this community is without question. They've been a valuable partner with us carrying out our mission and vision for the business community. Their dedication, we try to return their favor, by promoting all their events and programs they put on for this community, but it is really hard sometimes to keep up with everything they have going on. OPAC has had a regular presence at our events and our functions, and they've even sent some of their staff, including their executive director, Carolyn Mullins, through our Oxnard Leadership Program. I had the pleasure of working with Carolyn and OPAC board member Gary Blum last year to help plan and coordinate our Arts and History Day for the Leadership Program. They were vital in putting together the thoughtful and robust agenda, and there is no way that it could have been as successful without them. It is something that the cohort members still to this day talk about. Because of that experience, I was able to meet many wonderful members of the vibrant Oxnard art community, like Roxanne at Open Door Studio, Juliana at the Teatro de las Americas, or the Rubalcaba brothers at Pupera Pau. And I saw firsthand the impact that OPAC has with them. OPAC plays a vital role in the creative economy of Oxnard and Ventura County as a whole. And we look forward to continuing our partnership with them and helping benefit this incredible community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy, for your comments. Mr. Holland, Dwayne Holland. And Mr. Holland, you're going to be followed by Evelyn Herrera.
First of all, this is, excuse me, this is my first time speaking. I'm not nervous, I'm starving. So first of all, I'd like to say good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, city officials, and council members. My name is Dwayne Holland, and I am an Oxnard resident, born and raised. I can remember coming to the Oxnard Performing Arts Center for many events as I was growing up as a kid. Events like the Nutcracker around Christmas time, the Ebony Fashion Fair, cultural events like the Cinco de Mayo events that we used to have, Dia de los Muertos, I'll try to say that right, excuse me, the Debutantes Balls, the Miss Oxnard Beauty Pageants, the Kiwanis and Knights of Columbus Pancake Breakfasts, the arts and crafts for kids, and I even remember when they used to have a swimming pool in the back of the Performing Arts Center where there's now a basketball court. But the reason that I'm here today is because we haven't had many of those types of events at the PAC in a very long time, partially due to the cost of services that really need to get up to par. Listen, I'm a DJ and sometimes I work with a lot of promoters, and we are seeing that the Sterling Group schedule many events, but they never carry them out. When we want to do events, they've already scheduled dates. And then we can't schedule dates because they already have them scheduled. And then when we think they're going to do theirs, they cancel or postpone. And therefore, we end up with no events in our community. So my primary gripe is that I would like to see the Ventura Room and the Oxnard Room be utilized for our nonprofits to run 100% exclusively without Sterling's involvement. Because when we try to use those rooms, we have to go through them for concessions. They have to pour the alcohol, this and that. And then we have to go through them for security, which I don't even think they have the license to do, but I digress. My other gripe is that, the control of the concessions and, the poor service of the concessions. When they pour alcohol for some of the events, and this is pretty sad. I've been to events where the people serving were rude, late, understaffed, and a couple of times during the events, they actually packed up and left early. And for people that are paying for the room, that are renting those rooms, that's just unacceptable. I know that there are times where I know that there are some issues on the other side of the house that can be fixed. And I'm talking about our nonprofit. I'd love to see them take over, but I'd also like to see them do better this time around if they're, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Good night.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Holland. Evelyn Herrera, and then Evelyn, you're going to be followed by Kevin Brendan. Sorry. Evelyn.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Herrera, and I've had the pleasure of attending a wide range of OPAC's events. And I'm here to show my support for my favorite, OPAC's anime and gaming event, IchigoCon. I also consider myself a dedicated convention attendee, having visited many anime and gaming expos across Southern California. Over the past year alone, I have attended around 10 conventions, with IchigoCon ranking among the top. I never imagined that an event like this would be hosted here in Ventura County, let alone in Oxnard. Events like this are typically reserved for the largest metropolitan areas in the country, but IchigoCon has managed to put itself on the map in the world of gaming and anime. This wonderful event has attracted attendees from counties such as LA, San Diego, Orange, and beyond. It has gathered attention from well-known individuals, including voice actors, artists, performers, and so many more. IchigoCon is still in its early stages, yet it continues to grow year after year, showing immense potential. The ETOCon staff has consistently shown their dedication to creating an immersive experience each year, introducing new elements to best support the community's enthusiasts. The anime and gaming community has long expressed their excitement for this event. Following its conclusion this past year, many attendees shared their appreciation for having this event hosted here in Ventura County. The ETOCon Instagram page conducted a poll to gather feedback on their favorite aspects of the experience, which included the following: the event's local setting, interacting with local vendors and artists, the resilience and adaptability of OPAC staff, connecting with like-minded locals, the diverse vendors and performers, talented voice actors, special guests from LA, and having the only regional high-scale Smash Bros. Tournament in Ventura County. Thanks to OPAC, our community now has the opportunity to attend an event of this caliber. Such an event has never been possible until OPAC staff worked tirelessly to make it accessible to those who are passionate about gaming and anime. It was truly disheartening to see the event relocate when it was originally meant to be in Oxnard, where it was established. This unexpected change had a significant impact on the event, causing confusion and frustration. As a result, many attendees had to find alternative transportation. Some arrived at the original venue at OPAC only to find that the event had been moved, and others were unable to attend a convention that would have been a unique opportunity in their own hometown. To conclude, OPAC deserves a direct agreement with the City of Oxnard to continue its operations and expand its ability to host more events in Oxnard. This organization has consistently demonstrated its commitment to the community, offering a space where individuals can share their talents, experiences in our very own hometown. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. We'll move to Kevin. And Kevin, you're going to be followed by Dana Morris.
What up? What up? I'm a community Kevin, and I'm another director of a nonprofit called Real Guppy Outdoors. And I'm here for Carolyn and her team to run the organization. As a nonprofit director, you have to have a sick passion to love what you do, really. It's not just like a regular job. Like, you have to grind and get out there, and Carolyn does that. We utilize their facility as well when we did some project-based learning for our students. I'm an Oxnard College alumni for the film program, which is art. We talk a lot about STEAM. Used to be STEM, and we add the word A now for art for us students that are not the super academic. Like, you don't see them saving a science lab or a research center or something like that, like you do with art. I remember we had to fight for Oxnard College television for our film program. So when I see this come up, it seems like we're always fighting like for art. It's just not a hobby, you know, for us to be creative and do it here culturally and locally in our area. It is important. And I know Carolyn and her team, they do that. You know, again, for nonprofit, it's a crazy racket that you have to put countless hours in. It's not something you clock in and you clock out of. And the reason that they do it for these programs is so that we can have a place to do that. You know, there's not a lot of art places out here for students and adults and everybody. You know, you come home and you say, hey, Dad, I want to be an artist. And like, oh, that's cute. You can do that. What do you really want to do? And art is a career. You can make a career. I'm a filmmaker that started a nonprofit that we lure them in with fishing, and then we brainwashing them to take over the world. And that's through creativity and imagination. And that's exactly what art is. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm here for that. Again, as another fellow nonprofit director, we also work with Carolyn for CSUCI for the SERS, for nonprofit students to come in and work and do project-based learning through OPAC. We're actually on in the same department there with the university, so their reach out into the community is more than just, you know, artistic as far as, you know, painting and music and stuff like that. Like, they're really embedded in the community, and you need somebody local to do that, to be rooted in here. For you to use agricultural terms, right? We're rooted out here, and that's what she is in the community and her team. And I think you should let them run the ball. I won't take up all 3 minutes because I just start flexing, and I don't want to do that on you guys. So, but you know, again, from a nonprofit director to know what goes into it, Carolyn and her team are the real deal. When we called them to do our blue carpet premiere with Channel Islands High School project-based learning, opened the door. We had the Oscar there. We partnered with Oswald Trophy, and they were very welcoming for us to do that. Let us borrow their popcorn machine. And again, when you're another local nonprofit and you have to collaborate with your resources, they're one of the best. So let them take over. Keep running it. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you. We'll go to Dana Morris, followed by Amy. And thanks to everybody. I see like Manuel Herrera and everybody's just been standing. So thank you for your time, for being here. We're on number 38 out of 60. So we're getting there.
I promise
I'm
I'll
trying
keep
to be
it.
optimistic here, but
I'll keep it short.
Thank
My
you.
name is Dana Morris, and I'm actually the Vice President of Operations for Sterling Venue Ventures, and I've worked with Lance for about 10 years. I actually run the Beverly Hills location, but I also work with all the various locations of hiring and training the managers, and I couldn't be more proud of Oxnard. I was a part of it when we first started. Before we had a manager, I came out and managed some of the larger events. We did George Lopez, we did Dionne Warwick, we did Louis C.K., lots of comedians and concerts. We've done a variety of programming. And I want to say how Lance is such a gift of bringing in big names as well as inexpensive entertainment. When someone made the comment about cover bands, well, sometimes we can do a cover band concert for like $29 versus something that's a bigger name for $100 or something. So we try to have a variety of entertainment offered through our connections that Mr. Sterling has. The other thing I'm really proud of is our manager, Richard, has really developed a community of different type of clients that come in, whether it be a school or a church or a city organization or something where we do different things for the community a lot. I've heard several people tonight kind of say that we're not community. That couldn't be further from the truth. We are such a community type group, and we are so proud of being a part of the community of Oxnard. We got involved now with the Dallas Cowboy Training Camp. We're talking about doing some concerts at the beach. We're talking about concerts in the park. We just love this community, and I feel that we're such a plus and bring a lot to the table for that with our strength of having, all the experience that Mr. Sterling has to bring in large things and also just to do small local things to help people. So I just want to strongly recommend you continue on with Sterling Venue Ventures. We love being a part of Oxnard, and we hope that you continue using us. Thank you.
thank you, Dana. Amy, and then Amy is going to be followed by Adrian Francisco. Yes. Sorry. You may want to lower the mic, Amy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hello, esteemed City Council. I'm Amy Differ. I'm a volunteer with the Oxnard Special Populations and a teacher with the Oxnard School District. I've been a volunteer art teacher with the program for over 10 years. I want to say 13. Our art program serves individuals with developmental disabilities. It focuses on building art skills, confidence, communication skills, and connecting families together. We provide art projects with multiple media and adaptive tools. We provide personal support while working together with families to make the participants comfortable. We do collaborative projects so that participants can learn to work together. We have an art show a few times a year where we display their amazing work and participants win prizes, and we celebrate together with the families. The program's been very important for participants, and it brings families and the Oxnard community together. I've seen individual growth and friendships form in communities that suffer from more isolation than the general population. I know how important that is, as I am also a parent of someone with autism. It's so important. Your continued support is appreciated in providing space for the arts for all people, including people with disabilities. It's so important so we can all thrive together. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Francisco. And I'm not sure if Adrian's here. If not, we'll move to Miles Cannon. Okay. Miles may not be here. Then we'll move to, oh, he is? Okay. Hi, Miles.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Miles Cannon. I'm a part of the local art and music scene here in Oxnard. I'm here to show support for the return of a nonprofit-ran Oxnard Performing Arts Center. I do not claim to care for the community if you continue to prioritize profit of a private company over the people that you work for. These people who make up this community and truly benefit from the arts programs and community spaces. This for-profit company, SVV, does not care nor understand what we stand for. And I'd also like to point out how everyone speaking on the SVV's behalf is an employee, which I think is interesting. Oxnard has a rich culture of art and music, and it's a shame to allow them to rob us of yet another cultural center and venue. We need to return OPAC to the people. To quote our late great Oxnard legend, Cola Boy, don't forget your neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Miles. Daniel Altamira. And Daniel's going to be followed by Diego Castañeda.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Daniel Altamira. I'm 24 years old. I've lived in Oxnard my whole life. I'm here today to express my opinion on the OPAC issue. I believe that OPAC should stay as a nonprofit without SVV interference. For years, the PAC has provided services and activities that many locals of different cultures and of all ages have attended to express themselves. It is an integral part of our community. I've had the privilege to live and play music here all my life in Oxnard, and the PAC has had a profound effect on me and the community. It is home to my most favorite shows and all my most favorite memories. It's where I've made most of my friends today. And it deserves to stay as part of the community because it is a place that is run by Oxnardians for Oxnardians. The SVV's involvement of the OPAC does not suit our community. OPAC was nice before their involvement, and it's even better without them. It was never a pothole, which is a crazy comment made by one of their employees. Entities like SVV host events to make profits that don't come back into our community. They fail to connect with the likes of the locals, like bringing cover bands. The Canyon has a hand in several venues around Ventura County. If I wanted to see one of their acts, I'm more than fine to drive out of town. Sterling involvement in the PAC is useless. And I'd like to keep the convenience of driving just down the road to play a show for my friends. Don't renew with Sterling. Adding their hand into the OPAC only removes the hands and grasp of the community and our expression. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Diego Castañeda, and then Diego, you're going to be followed by Haley Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm speaking on behalf of OPAC. As a resident of Oxnard, every day I ride by OPAC on my way to work. And as somebody who loves this city, loves seeing OPAC. Honestly, OPAC should stay where it's at. It's not about the money, it's not about, who comes. It's about the city of Oxnard and the people. Yeah, we could talk about this, but let's be honest. There's other issues here in the city of Oxnard that need to be addressed more than who owning OPAC. Me as a member of the lowrider community, there are no other events that I enjoy more than what OPAC is hosting. Me personally, I don't even like enjoying events here in downtown because it doesn't have my interest. What OPAC have been providing piques my interest. And not about the money, and not about, who runs it. It's more of the culture. OPAC is the staple to holding Oxnard together. And I would love to see OPAC being owned how it is right now. And this is just also me speaking on not only the lowrider community, but on behalf of my mom, who used to work there back in '96. And honestly, just her hearing about this, even she's not happy with what the decision is going. So I hope you guys consider it and keep OPAC how it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley Martinez, and then Haley, you're going to be followed by Araceli Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Haley Martinez. I'm a first-gen student at CSU Channel Islands. I have been a health corps intern with the OPAC nonprofit for the past 3 semesters. In this role, I have had the privilege of engaging directly with the community by working at events to spread opportunities to access the free programs and resources that we provide. It is truly inspiring to see firsthand how these services have made a difference. Throughout my time here, I've not only grown in the knowledge of my major, but I've also learned how to be an active advocate for the people. It has been a privilege to work directly with community members, hear their stories, and connect with them. Seeing the impact of this work firsthand has reassured me that community engagement is the career path that I want to pursue, as I am passionate about advocacy and continuing to create opportunities like these. I have seen individuals take initiative by attending workshops, accessing our services, and finding a space where they feel supported. Organizations like ours are already rare in Oxnard, where community resources are already limited. Losing this building would mean losing a safe, accessible community anchor for education, empowerment, and support. I urge you to recognize the value of our work and support us to keep the space open for the people who rely on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Araceli Martinez. I apologize, I think I said your name wrong at the beginning. I said Araceli, but it's Araceli.
That's okay. I tell people as long as you remember me. First, I want to say my condolences to Mr. Starr for your loss. Good evening to Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Thank you to everyone, all the supporters who went home and hopefully are watching us online. No clapping, just spirit fingers. You'll see why. My name is Arcelia, and I'm a local filmmaker and Oxnard resident, 20 years this year. I'm an Oxnard College film and television graduate, a recipient of a few local artist grants from 2013 to 2015, and a recurring volunteer at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, so much so that they gave me a grant in 2020. Me, a filmmaker. I became the very first artist in residence from 2020 to 2021. I thought only painters and sculptors got such luxuries. Well, we partnered and we brought the community the Esperanza Project, a year-long project that consisted of producing a short film on teen Latina mental health. Well, we did that. And then some. We put on multiple, and this was during COVID, we put on multiple closed group events for youth, for teen Latina youth to learn a new activity, a new craft. We also put on multiple panels for family members in the community to attend on Zoom for free during COVID to learn about how to help the teen Latinas that we're talking about in the documentary. Because it takes the whole community to help, not just focusing on the people who need it. So in that year, as I took on multiple pieces to this project, I also juggled caregiving for my mother who was recovering from a life-threatening illness of 2017, and this was in 2020, and she was still recovering. So as I embarked on this journey with OPAC to create and help the community, we didn't just make the film, we helped everyone, all sides of the mental health discussion, and they also helped me. The Instagram page to the project is still up. It's called @the_Esperanza_Project, which altogether through that year of 2020 with the film, with the programming, we reached over 200 people, probably more if we want to break it down in family members. And for a local filmmaker who would rather be here in Oxnard than LA, none of this would have been possible. We didn't just help the community, OPAC helped me. Excuse me. I'm glad that Sterling Venue Ventures is attempting to get involved in the community, but they weren't the ones who partnered with me. OPAC was. I am one of those artists who otherwise wouldn't get an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Arcelia. We'll go with Pam Horth. Pam, if you're here. And Pam is going to be followed by Chuy Leon. Is Pam or Chuy here? Yes. Pam, you're running up here like it's The Price is Right.
I'll
We
take
just need the
door
music
number
in the back.
3.
Come on down.
And I was sure I was going to be last. Good evening. I'm here as an Oxnard resident, but also as the co-president of the Elite Theater Company, Oxnard's Community Theater. For over a quarter of a century, the OPAC nonprofit organization has very successfully managed the rental of the Performing Arts Center, ballrooms, and community rooms, and they've produced programs that not only benefit Oxnard, but reflect the community and its diversity. The programs produced by OPAC make Oxnard a better place to live and, increasingly, bring in outside people and money. The corporation has very successfully written and been awarded grants for programs that benefit the people who make Oxnard their home. It is my understanding that they have met their financial obligations to the city, and the money they bring in remains primarily in Oxnard. In addition, Oxnard is the keystone of arts and culture in Oxnard, though their support to fellow nonprofits, arts organizations, and individual artists. They provide affordable meeting and performance space, are an informed source of information, education, and partnering in grant applications. The Elite Theater is a perfect example. You may be aware that the Elite, after 20 years in our current location, is losing our home at the end of the year due to the renovation of the Fisherman's Wharf. OPAC has been our biggest champion in our search for a new home. Both of our boards have approved exploration of making the Elite Theater the resident theater program of OPAC, which would be wonderful for us. And now the city is planning on turning over the management of the entire center to a for-profit company, Sterling Venue Ventures, and its owner, Lance Sterling, who is not a resident of Oxnard. I have some questions. Can you tell us what Mr. Sterling plans for the center? Has he submitted a proposal that details what programs he will provide, what he will charge Oxnard residents for rental? Has he detailed what grants they will apply for? What do the city and the residents gain by the changing of management of the center? Will the money they make remain here or go to Los Angeles? Have you looked into the reasons why the Libby Bowl and 4 other venues discontinued their relationship with Sterling? Have you talked to the Oxnard residents who have dealt with both entities to see how they were treated? Taking a government contract away from a successful, valuable nonprofit and turning it over to a for-profit based outside of Oxnard is not a good look or a good idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Chuy Leon. And then following Chuy is Maria Durant. Hi, Chuy.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to encourage the council to seek and approve a new agreement that will allow the OPAC to remain at their current site, being the OPAC nonprofit organization. I've been a witness to the value that the OPAC nonprofit organization provides to our community. And I just want to take this opportunity to point out that we are standing inside of a building with 2 beautiful murals outside of it. And for an artist to achieve that level of skill, she or he needs an environment where their talents will flourish. And the OPEC organization provides that environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuy. Maria Durant. She's going to be followed by Janice Wise.
Hello. This is my first time speaking to you all, so hi.
Hi.
So my name is Maria, and I run a company called Dance for Wellness. We actually provide performing arts programs for local school districts. We're have actually been able to install theater programs across all of Wainimi School District and expanding into Oxnard. So we actually bring industry actors, choreographers, and voice coaches to work with our kids in the elementary schools, and then they get to put on this amazing production at OPAC. So I'm in a unique position to advocate for what we do, because we do have a good relationship with Richard and Amber that we work with over there and the staff. In fact, Gabriel actually was talking about our program when it comes to kids performing on stage. But I'm also a fierce arts advocate, and especially for artists getting paid well and what they're worth. And I'm also on the board of the Ventura County Arts Council. I've also worked with Carolyn in multiple ways through OPAC. We've written grants together. And so I'm in this unique position where we have both. And so the way that I look at it is that when we're bringing children and families to a theater that they've never seen in their own community, we're actually adding future patrons for the theater and for the events that Sterling Ventures provides. So in a way, if there were a way to understand that we are bringing people from the community, and just so you know, the way I was introduced to Richard was through Carolyn. We were actually going to work with Carolyn. Carolyn introduced us to Richard, and to date, at the end of this year, we will have done 23 productions in 9 schools and have a 3-year relationship with the OPAC, bringing 6,000 audience members, and now pretty much filling up the theater. And we rent about 2 weeks a year at the OPAC, and we also referred the middle schools, which now rents another 2 weeks. So we represent 4 full weeks, 6 days a week, 24 days of rental with them, and we have had no issues, but I'm advocating for future generations to know what that theater looks like and also be able to participate in other arts programs that OPAC provides. I think also from a business perspective, as a business owner, I think you can't have a successful brand exists that is not tied to a philanthropic cause. So I'm hopeful that this, on both parties, that what is in the best interest of the community can be resolved so that our community can continue to benefit and we can have our little first graders and fifth graders become future members and see themselves on a stage that they may have seen, big places. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice Wise. And then Janice, you're going to be followed by Sophia Inez.
Good evening. It's nice to see you. My name's Janice Wise. I'm the Director of Community Relations for Art Trek, and we are a nonprofit arts organization. We bring quality art to the classroom and the community. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the relationship that Art Trek has with OPAC. We rent at least once a month space at OPAC to train our teachers in a big workshop space. So we train about 75 teachers, and our teachers then go out and teach the kids in all the Oxnard schools in the Oxnard School District. So the elementary and middle schools, we're in all 20 schools. We run 2 programs, an art enrichment program and a STEAM, a science-based program in the schools and the after school in all those schools. So when you think about the ripple effects of 75 teachers, many of them, I would say most of them, live in Oxnard, grew up in Oxnard, and when we interviewed them, the comments that they made were, I want to give back to the community that I love. And so all of the work that we do together really stems from this relationship at OPAC. Without them, we were really lost. We didn't have a place where we could train our staff that was big enough, that would accommodate our schedule, that would be a nice local place for all of our staff. We have a big facility in Newbury Park, but we outgrew it. Art Trek grew exponentially after the pandemic when the ELOT funding came for after-school programs. So we got bigger and bigger, and our facility wasn't big enough, and OPAC really came to the rescue. They were a lifeline for us, and we enjoy that relationship. It is just so perfect for us, and it really matters to your community that our teachers get a place where they can get trained to come back and serve your students, and they get the art that they need. So the ripple effects are really important when we connect the dots. These nonprofits working together is what you hopefully will want to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice Weiss. We'll go to Sophia Inez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sophia Inez. I have been involved in the 805 music, art, and DIY scene since I was about 13, and have been attending events at the OPAC since then. Oxnard's art and music scene has been a pillar for the community, especially the youth, for a very long time. The talent that continues to consistently emerge from Oxnard is very unique, and I know personally that the thriving scene has kept many of us alive. We do not want greed to prevent our scene from continuing to flourish. For decades, the OPAC has been providing arts for the community, not for corporate benefit. SVV does not serve our community. SVV focuses on alcohol, sales, and legacy or tribute acts. They do not want our community to thrive. They want profit. City Council, I ask you to grant the OPAC its own agreement. We do not want non-local entities running our community centers. I ask you to terminate its contract with SVV and allow new proposals for the theater that have our community's best interest at heart. As an actress, artist, and student, local nonprofits have been crucial for me to have access to education that furthers my growth. It's an awful feeling to be a kid that wants involvement in education but is not able to afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophia. We'll go to Lorenzo Castillo. Lorenzo's here. And then after Mr. Castillo, we'll go to Roger Poirier. Hi, Lorenzo.
Good evening. Good evening, Council, Mayor. My condolences, Aaron, for their loss. I'm here as a resident. I don't work for Sterling or for OPAC. My understanding is that Oxnard is a community center. And I have a very specific date that I don't know if any of you remember, July 30th of 1978. Probably not. Okay, look at it. I don't think there's any doubt that OPAC has a lot of support for what they do. I question the same thing, and I'm glad that Manuel spoke a little bit better today. I think he's following direction now. My problem is the same. Where is it?
Manuel's like, I'm standing right here.
My issue is the same thing that a lot of the people have said, and many said this too. Why do we bring people from outside the city of Oxnard? You know, I heard somebody said that we lack intelligence here in the city of Oxnard. That was the city manager at one event. That's why we don't have enough people here to perform the jobs that are needed here. So I truly believe that as a city council, you need to put this aside. I think that OPAC could run the community center as they're doing. I think we need a new promoter for the auditorium, which is what it used to be called before. It was a community center and the auditorium, which is a theater. We need somebody local. We're losing a lot of events that should be here at the auditorium to Santa Barbara, Arlington Theater, Ana Barbara, a lot of Hispanic. The only thing that I could think of is here is the Mariachi Festival. Yeah, the quinceañeras and everything, that has to do with the community rooms, Oxnard, and a lot of things that are performed there. But we need somebody that could promote, because not even the city was able to manage the OPAC. At one point, they even talk about tearing it down. And I think it's on the newspaper where they're thinking about tearing it down to do something else. If we don't have money to keep it, I mean, the restrooms look horrible. You know, and I'm going to say that again. If the city can run and operate the community center, we need somebody that is for profit because there's employees. We need money to pay for what needs to be paid. We can't do it by getting things for free. I'm a business owner, and I've been here since 1972, and I'm here because I think you, City Council, there's new members, need to make a decision for the people that voted for you. Not one person or two persons should be making the decisions. You are here to make the decisions for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo.
And no problem.
Roger. And after Roger, we'll go to Pat Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Roger Poirier. I thought I was OPAC's biggest fan, but as you can see tonight, well, we'll see what I have to say about it. So I had the honor of serving on the Parks and Recreation Commission for 8 years, and I love park staff and I love recreation staff. I love them, but I don't always agree with them. And sometimes on the commission, we had to reject staff recommendations, and I think and I hope that you reject staff's recommendation tonight, because when I read staff's recommendation about renewing Sterling for 5 years and eliminating OPAC altogether, that's an existential question for that nonprofit. I'm also the chair of the Hobson Park East Neighborhood Council, which is the neighborhood that where the PAC operates. I've heard several people from Sterling talk about how the PAC was transformed after they came on board, but that's, correlation is not causation. They just showed up after the city had already started to clean up the PAC, and it was actually Chelsea Reynolds, a city employee, who began that process. I'm a close observer of the Performing Arts Center. I've lived next to the Performing Arts Center the entire time. I've lived here since 2013, and it was the city leadership with Chelsea Reynolds and Ingrid Hardy that really started to make a difference there. I spoke to Lance Sterling 5 years ago when he was first starting up, and we discussed what he could do for neighborhood councils at the PAC campus as he was considering signing the agreement with the city. And we both agreed that he wasn't really interested in working with neighborhood councils. And since then, I haven't spoken to him or any of his staff. I doubt they even know the name of the neighborhood where they operate. I mean, they talk about how the neighborhood loves them, and how. I mean, we don't know anything about them. But my best partner as the chair of neighborhood council has been OPAC. They have been overwhelmingly supportive of my neighborhood council. When I've held District 4 meetings at the PAC, they've been very accommodating, and they've gone way above and beyond to help me try to activate our park. Our park, Community Center Park East, used to be really derelict. It had a lot of drug dealers and vagrants there, and the city has finally replaced the restroom there with a fantastic new restroom and replaced the playground and put in lighting. And OPAC has been helping me and my neighborhood council activate that park with month after month arts events. I mean, they're not making any money out of it, but they come out and they help support us because it's an important thing to do for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. We'll go to Pat Brown. And after Pat Brown, we'll go to Mr. Manuel Herrera. Are you
I
back?
have
Actually,
a hearing
hold on
problem, so
hold on
those
one
who
second.
did
Hold on one
not
second, Pat. Hold on.
speak at the
Manuel,
mic,
you already went earlier.
I
right?
didn't hear them,
No, hold on, Pat.
most of them.
Okay. No, it's all right. I think you covered it. Thank you.
Is there another Pat Brown around here?
No, it's you, Pat. I'm sorry.
No.
Go right ahead. I misspoke.
I've always been looking for a Pat Brown. You know, my maiden name was Smith, and then I went from Smith to Brown. Yeah. Oh. Okay. My first experience with performing was when I was about 6 years old, and my sister was 4.5, and we were going to do a little tap dance at the intermission in the middle of the basketball game, and so they had a stage at the end of the gymnasium, high school gymnasium, and this was way up north, way out of California, way up north. So they asked my mother for her to get us in our little costumes and come and do this tap dance. And what did my sister do?
What did she do?
She quickly pulled up her skirt to let everybody, and I'm trying to nudge her and come on, we got to do this, And here I was trying to do the tap dance, and she was making them all, they were just roaring with laughter. And I was so embarrassed. And then my mother decided that we needed to learn how to memorize poetry and poems. And so she made us do this. And then we went to other farming community neighborhoods. We were asked to perform at those too, not just at our own. And so we were getting ribbons and for contests and all that kind of stuff, okay? And then when I left high school, when high school was over, I did 1 year of college, and I did it terrible. And I was so embarrassed, I could have died. If there'd been a hole, I would have jumped in it. So anyway, but after that was my last time of entertaining anybody, and professionally or semi-professionally, not getting paid for it. But then I went to design school, fashion design school in San Francisco, and we had to make our own patterns, and we had to learn how to do it so we could do it professionally and so forth, and learn how to sew. Well, I already knew how to sew, so that wasn't a problem. I was already making coats and suits and all kinds of stuff for people anyway. But anyway, we went from that. And then there was art. There was well, it wasn't art. It was, they called themselves, had some name. They were performers doing stage performing. And so anyway,
thanks, Pat.
I went and made their costumes.
Yeah, thanks, Pat, for sharing that story with us.
And then with the Aviation Museum, I'm
thanks, Pat.
fixing stuff all
We're
the
just
time,
out of time.
sewing. So
Thank
that's
you.
where I come from. Thank
You're
you.
getting a lot of applause back there. Thanks, Pat. Miguel Fernandez, we'll go to Miguel. And Mr. Fernandez, you're going to be followed by Angela Wycombe. And we are at after Angela, we are at number 55. And we got 62, but then we've got a whole list of, people on. And then actually, yes, City Manager.
All right, so we can do that now before we go
Sure.
to Mr. Fernandez. I'll
Sure.
move that we extend the meeting past 10 p.m.
I'll second.
Yeah, without any objection, then we'll just go past 10 o'clock. Isaiah is also here taking notes, right, for your VC Star. Well, let's take a vote. We'll take a vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilmember Starr.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
6-0.
Oh, I'm sorry, 6-0.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miguel Fernandez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. You know, the OPAC nonprofit provides an important and valuable service to the community that no for-profit entity can or is interested in providing. OPAC and Sterling serve two very different purposes. The city should be working towards integrating them better so that they can each continue to serve the community in the way they each do best, instead of completely taking one out for the sole benefit of the other. I cannot imagine a for-profit company replicating all or even some of the magnificent programming that OPAC provides, much of which is free to the participants, such as art classes, art camps, festivals, like the recently held Native Plant Festival, and major events such as Dia de los Muertos, and the list goes on. And you've heard a lot of what they do here tonight. Sterling promotes concerts and rents out spaces to various groups, all for profit. Sterling does not organize or create activities and programming. Other outside entities do that, and Sterling merely books and schedules it and sells tickets. Nothing wrong with that, but that is not what the community center was solely intended for in the first place. Much of what OPAC does is geared to our youth, and again, much if not all of this is completely free of charge, funded through facility space rental for private events and augmented by grant funding that the nonprofit gets. And that is a major difference. A for-profit entity cannot get grant funding that a nonprofit can. Can you imagine a for-profit organizer providing to the community all of the free of charge programming that OPAC does that you've heard about tonight? I surely cannot. The stumbling blocks that all appear to me to be solvable in terms of structuring a proper agreement, and this should be the goal. If OPAC is forced out, for sure, practically all of the community serving programming that they create and promote at the PAC will vanish with them. You've heard tonight from a lot of Sterling's employees talking about the wonderful things that Sterling has provided to the community here. You haven't heard what they don't provide. You heard that from OPAC. OPAC does what Sterling does not. They need to be able to coexist, or else you need to be able to restir the pot. And I've got about 30 seconds left, and I just want to express my condolences, Mr. Starr. I lost my dad in 2020. I lost my mom in 2016. I was a caregiver to both of them in their age-old years. So thank you and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Angela Wakecombe, and Angela's going to be followed by Greg Runyon. Angela.
Good evening. I'm Angela Whitecomb. I wear a lot of hats, no pun intended. Well, maybe a little one. So I want to just say that I have a lot of support for the OPAC. As the downtown chair, we've partnered with them for the mural on 3rd Street. They've come to us to help us try to really create that arts hub in downtown. We talk about trying to make downtown a cultural space. OPAC is a huge partner in that. Working with our nonprofits so that we could get the Carnegie open is going to be really important. Our recreation staff is already overtaxed, understaffed, and under-budgeted. The OPAC is filling a gap and a hole that our community needs. And to lose all of that in that space would be detrimental to our community at large. I think that we need to look at our city in a broad way and what precedent we're setting for all of our nonprofit partnerships that we have, whether it be the downtown, whether it be with OPAC, whether it be Friends of Campus Park in the future. We need to have clear, concise guidelines with memorandums of understanding directly with these groups so they know where the lines are, so that everybody has everything on the table. And if you're not happy with a vendor, I just made the downtown groups all go through RFP processes, not because we were completely dissatisfied, because I wanted to know, and our board wanted to know, what else was out there? What are we leaving on the table? What can our community provide? And so we did an RFP process to find out what we are. We ended up keeping some of our original vendors, but we learned a lot through that process. And sometimes, stirring that pot and finding out, it doesn't mean that you're throwing everything away. It just means that you're restructuring, that you're taking advantage of opportunities that you might not know are available. And so that's what I recommend to you. If Sterling's doing a good job, let them compete for what they're doing. But don't just hand it to them because they're doing it's great. The only concerts that I've been to, and I go to a lot of concerts because, I don't know, I'm a little goofy and I like, I'll drive all the way out to LA for some place. I haven't been to a play at the OPAC, I don't know, since high school. The concerts that I went to were free ones that they handed out at the park, and they were tribute bands. Yes, I had a good time, but it was empty and it was sad. And I would like to see, when I was young, whenever I went to something at the Performing Arts Center in the auditorium, it was packed. And it was exciting, and you could feel the enthusiasm in that room. And we need to have that again. And we need to take care of our buildings. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Mr. Runyon. And after Mr. Runyon, we'll go to Marilena Saldana.
Council, Mayor, and Council. There's some good stories, so I'm just telling you, I'm not lifting up my shirt. I'm not doing any dancing. We're not doing any of that, all right? So I think that, there you go. Everybody's happy for that. The challenge I see with this, just being straight, our church is directly across from the Performing Arts Center. And with all respect to the venue, nobody's come and said hi. And we've had to deal with plenty of stuff in concert, so I'm going to challenge you all day long. The homeless are still around. They're still doing drugs. And if they're going to leave, it's because of a community thing and with partnership with the police department, not because a venue comes and is a superhero. Now, having said that, they've done a good job on other things. And I think that if you are going to listen to the community, which I know you will, I'm going to have some confidence here. I know you will. There has got to be a way where the OPAC and the venue are able to come together and figure out what's best for the community. And you as a council need to try to figure that out and map this together. You've got a community that's really speaking here, and not to mix things up too much, but we're talking about, oh, let's be a sanctuary city and we're going to protect these folks. Well, what about protecting the residents of Oxnard and what they're saying they want? They need a place where they can flourish. They need a place where all kinds of people can come together, regardless of gender, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of orientation, where you can come and have a place where you feel safe, that you feel valued. I was sitting next to the folks that were involved in the theater and the passion they have. People don't want to lose that. So as a council, I think you need to hear that. But I also think that the management of these two organizations need to hear it. And maybe, God forbid we get to this place, that we do what's best for the residents, not what's best for us. Not either one of these groups looking, oh, how can we get the most out of this? No, give the most. Don't get the most, give the most. And figure it out, come together. We can have great concerts. We can have a great nonprofit. They're going to have to come together, and you all can give them some leadership by maybe we need to revisit this in a month or two. But you all can figure it out. I have confidence in you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runyon. Ms. Maria Elena Saldaña. Hi, Ms. Saldaña. And then she's going to be followed by Luann Rocha.
Good evening,
Good evening.
respective council members and Mayor MacArthur and Mayor Pro Tem. Before I begin, my condolences to you, Mr. Aaron Starr, and to your family. Good evening. After hearing so many speakers, it is difficult for me now to address the city council. Why? The first thing that comes to my mind, and thank you, Angela Whitcomb, for mentioning the Carnegie. The city of Oxnard is considering not bringing back our museum. The city of Oxnard does not at this moment have a museum as a museum was intended for. With its beautiful artifacts, national, international, and by our local artists. Many of them are Chicano local artists that have left the areas to promote their beautiful art. What is here for me is that now OPAC and the community center, and I refer to the community center as the center that I grew up in. Yes, I've mentioned my age before and I have no problem. I'm proud of my 76 years, born and raised in Oxnard. And when the issue of the OPAC came up and the community center was being discussed about OPAC losing that control and having overseen the respective facilities. I remember, and believe it or not, my memory is still good at 76. I was one of the first quinceañeras, 51 years ago, whose parents rented out the Ventura room at the community center. Thereafter, in growing up in South Oxnard for many moons, I also had the opportunity to visit, and thank you, Carol Flores Beck, for bringing this back to my little mind, going every Friday night to the rec, and also going with my youth group from Colonia, with Father Madera and Bedford Pinkard, who were one of my role models as a young person, to the community center where they would hold our student-oriented events. I want for that to continue. And for me, when I hear the word nonprofit, I love it because I know that the majority of nonprofits are not in the business for monies. And maybe that's where I'm at fault. But for me, it's critical that we continue to promote the services that are going on at the community center. Is there anyone that will give me a minute? Okay.
Thank you, Miss. It's okay. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Aldana. Thank you so much. Luann Rocha, and then Luann is going to be followed by Crystal Pack.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I have lived in Oxnard for 33 years. I also used to run a nonprofit in Oxnard 33 years ago for 22 years. And I want to first commend Terrell Harrison with the Community Services and Cultural Affairs Department. He and I collaborated and we did an excellent job. So I want to talk about historic positive partnerships and collaborations between nonprofits and the city of Oxnard, and they work well. I don't understand why the model can't be where the city of Oxnard directly contracts with the Performing Arts Center. The Performing Arts Center has proven financially that they're successful and with their services. And the city of Oxnard, through Terrell's history with Oxnard, has proven that they can negotiate and contract with the nonprofit organizations. I think the best way to solve this is to direct 2 contracts. 1 contract for the 5 community rooms and the peripheries so that the nonprofit organization can continue to do their successful work serving the Oxnard community. And the 2nd contract for running the performing center to be run by the Sterling Company. It's very hard when you're running organizations and you have subcontractors. Then you add another layer where you have a nonprofit as a subcontractee with a profit-making company. They usually never work. So you have history, you have precedents of City of Oxnard working directly with nonprofits, partnering and being successful. And I assure you that you will have success with both entities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rocha. Crystal Pack. Following Crystal, we'll go to Raina Ginsburg.
Hello, my name is Crystal Pock, and I am a UCSB alum, and I am a musician. Up until last December, I was a 3-year chair for Alaska Airlines Latin Business Resource Group, which directly supports and advocates for our Latin employees company-wide. I say that to say I understand how it feels to be on the other side of this podium, respecting the values and passions of your constituents, and I want to thank you all for your time. I also understand what it means to advocate for your people and to do the right thing no matter what spaces you find yourself in. I did not grow up in this community the way that so many people before me have and have shared their stories, but I do call this community my home. I am here today to express my support for OPAC and the art community of Oxnard. I chose to study at UCSB because of the music and arts community. I left during COVID, and I chose to come back specifically for this music and arts community. I don't think many people realize in this building or people who are tuning in how much Oxnard and the 805 is actually a dream place to play music. I've toured throughout the US and internationally and can confidently say that there are people in Kentucky, in Florida, in the Philippines, and in France who want to come here to Oxnard to play music. How is it even possible that a kid in Jakarta knows that Oxnard exists and wants to come and experience the art community here? To me, that is literally amazing. And I can't stress enough that Oxnard is a dream place to visit in this music world. This reputation was built off of the youth and the backs of community members, and OPAC has directly played a part in fostering that growth by showing our youth what true community partnership looks like. I wholeheartedly believe that it is incalculable to measure the impact OPAC has had on this community. because you cannot measure love. If there is one thing that I have learned from this council session, it is that this community loves OPAC. And I hope that you seriously consider accepting the terms the OPAC team have proposed today. I firmly believe businesses and organizations should reflect and support the communities that they serve. This must be a symbiotic relationship. Community over capitalism. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Raina Ginsburg. And Raina, you're going to be followed by Mr. Juan Flores, if he's here. Okay. I know it's getting late. They may have left. No? Okay, then we'll go to Santiago Rangel. Oh, come on in. I'm sorry.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Juan Flores. As an employee of the OPAC nonprofit, it's my first time here speaking. Dear City Council members, I'm reaching out on behalf of the OPAC nonprofit. Our work has made a meaningful impact in our community, but to continue serving those in need, we require your support. Nonprofits like ours play a vital role in filling gaps in spaces, improving the quality of life of residents. Let's not forget how much fun the community has with the local community events, but also the fun stands for the families when they book for the special events such as quinceañeras, weddings, birthdays, baptisms, all the events. Make sure to follow the OPAC page venue so you can see how much fun the people have enjoying the great time at the OPAC nonprofit. Shout out to my employees of the OPAC nonprofit, to Caroline, to Jose Becerra, who's watching from home. Also, shout out to my wife and my son who are watching at home and supporting. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. And we are going to our last speaker, at least here, Santiago Rangel, before we go to the virtual speakers. Santiago Rangel, if you're here, come on up. I don't think we skipped anybody. Okay. I don't even know where they... No. Look at Castillo saying no. Mayor Pro Tem is going to announce some of the speakers that didn't come up in case they're here.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in case the folks who did not come up earlier where their names are called, we'll give them just one last chance just to be equitable on that. So we have Adrian Francisco, and then we also have way down the list, Raina Ginsburg, and then Santiago Rangel. So we'll do that once more. It was Adrian Francisco, Raina Ginsburg, Santiago Rangel. This is in person, so. Okay.
Mayor, we have 4 virtual speakers, so we'll start with the first one, Nicole Taylor. Nicole, you have, if you can press *6 to unmute and begin speaking, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, my name is Nicole Taylor, and I'm CEO of Creativity Through Music Cultural Consulting. I am also the director of Ventura County Behavioral Health Arts and Wellness Program, and I'm an arts envoy for the United States Department of State and the Bureau of Educational Affairs. Since 2010, I've led over 150 community arts outreach programs across 15 countries, and I'm here to express my support for a direct and separate agreement for the OPAC nonprofit. Last year, I had the pleasure of directing OPAC Arts in Schools together with Carolyn and her amazing staff. This was a California Arts Council funded visual and performing arts pilot program, which we rolled out across Oxnard Union High School District with excellent results. Our performing arts program brought interactive concerts and workshops with international performers to over 2,000 Oxnard Union High School District students. Programs were held at Oxnard and Pacifica High School Performing Arts Centers and included artists such as Suam American Indian Dance, Ballet Folclórico do Brasil, the Westlake Village Symphony Orchestra, Melody of China, percussive storytelling, and many more. We also developed partnership with the Los Angeles Music Center and continue our partnership with TO Arts. Our visual arts program provided over 50 classes and intensive workshops to 700 students across 6 local high schools. And our youth artists used simple materials to explore themes of pattern, identity, community voice, and the healing of trauma through the power of the arts. The artistic output of this program is the Voices Youth Art Exhibit, which is a collection of large-scale artworks measuring 8 by 16 feet that have been created by local youth, incorporating the efforts of 700 youth artists, 20 arts educators, and 21 direct and indirect community partners across 4 sectors. OPAC, lastly, is a cultural partner of the VCBH Arts and Wellness Program. This is an innovation project which prescribes the arts as medicine, and it will include the training of selected OPAC staff in trauma-informed arts practice, as well as the use of its community spaces to support the mental health of transitional aged youth who are clients of VCBH and are experiencing prodromal psychosis and other mental health diagnoses. I cannot express my support enough for the continued autonomous presence of OPAC, the nonprofit, at the community center.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Your time is up. We'll move to the next virtual speaker.
So the next speaker will be Open Door Studio. Please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Yes, my name is Roxanne, and I am the Executive Director of Open Door Studio in Oxnard. We're a working art studio for adults on the spectrum and an open gallery museum for my local art community. As a lifelong resident of Oxnard, the OPAC has impacted my life in so many ways. As a child, I went to see magic shows and the Sesame Street Live, which was amazing. As a teenager, I was able to attend quality concerts like Ice Cube and Shalimar. I can name a bunch. As a young mom, I was able to take my sons to affordable art classes at OPAC, which I probably wouldn't have at any other venue. And now, as a middle-aged woman, there's no other place where I would have opened my own nonprofit than here in downtown Oxnard. And I just pray that I'm able to offer a place of inclusion and plant the seeds of creativity and community engagement the way that OPAC has done for me and continues to do so. Please grant OPAC the ability to negotiate its own contract and allow it to stay a nonprofit and organization. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. We'll go to the next virtual caller.
Thank you. The next caller ending in 4978, please press *6 to unmute. Introduce yourself if you like, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Caller ending in 4978, please press *6 to start speaking. Mayor, it appears the caller is not is not connecting with us.
Should we go to the next one?
That actually concludes our virtual speakers. That's the last.
Look at that. Okay. Yeah. We're at 10:16.
Mayor, we
Yes.
actually have one more speaker that
Oh,
just.
one more. Okay.
Nick, press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Nick Bryden. I would first and foremost like to call to attention the sheer volume of individuals in support of OPAC remaining in nonprofit hands. I believe that is indicative of the opinions of the community that this council is meant to represent and its opinion on the matter. As a member of the aforementioned community, I have on multiple occasions found myself at the OPAC, and in every one of those instances been grateful for the nonprofit staff who maintain the Performing Arts Center as a safe space wherein the local community could showcase its diverse artistic talent. I stand firm in my belief that moving such a positive thing for the community into the private sphere is not only a mistake, but a disservice to the citizens of our community. Moreover, I have had first-hand experience working with OPAC staff and would like to emphasize how pleasant that experience was. In April of 2023, Dustin Snyder and I hosted Rapid Fest at the OPAC. The event was an all-day fest which showcased local music and simultaneously brought acts from all over the United States to celebrate the communal aspects of music. Not only did this event end with 400 happy fans, but more so with a lasting impression of OPAC staff as one committed to professionalism, safety, and community. While there indeed was a minor accident at the event, it was just that, an accident. As we know, accidents occur in the workplace, at the park, on the swing set, even on the sidewalk. Accidents happen. Luckily for all involved, OPAC's professionalism ensured that the accident would be insured and all parties could leave confident that the said accident would not hinder their day-to-day life or the goings-on at the Performing Arts Center. It goes without saying that this is in direct contrast to the event which resulted in legal case number 2024 CUPP 019157, where a member of the public was beaten by security. While a simple broken leg covered by insurance and understood as incidental by all involved can be called the sort of accident that comes with day-to-day life, surely violence at the hands of hired community security cannot be. This is just one of the reasons why a community center falling into the hands of Canyon Club is a disservice to the public. It is furthermore worth mentioning that the Canyon Club under Mr. L. Sterling hosted 12 events in 2024, effectively less than 1/4 of the 52 expected of the space. Moreover, many of the acts which the Canyon Club showcases are legacy acts who do not now or never have represented the community where they're playing. I would also call into question Mr. L. Sterling's paying 50% of the gross concessions fee to the community center in those 12 shows, which he did showcase, and whether that happened or not. To reiterate my point, I, along with numerous other members of our Ventura County community, demand the Oxnard Performing Arts Center remains in the hands of the community. This will ensure safety, proper use of the space, and ultimately a performing arts center continually committed to its original intent, a place to celebrate local art. Thank you for your time, and I hope you make the right decision tonight.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, does that conclude the virtual speakers?
Yes, Mayor, that does conclude our virtual speakers and in person. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Before we get into, the comment section for us here to deliberate and discuss, people that know me understand where I stand on the arts. I echo what a lot of people here say, that certainly the arts add a lot of cultural cohesion in our community. They add a lot of economic benefit, human interactivity. And I think one speaker said it, it becomes a soul of our community. So people that know me best know that I am in full support of the arts here in our community. I'm also very appreciative that Sterling, during the pandemic, helped us here in this community, but I also understand that there comes a time when we need to adjust and reflect and think about other alternatives. But before I go on, I'm going to defer to council members here if they have any questions of staff. Or we can move to a discussion. Councilmember Starr?
Yeah, I guess I do. I don't know who on staff should answer this, but so assuming that we adopt staff's recommendations, how would the relationship between Sterling and OPAC work? And does Sterling work with nonprofits at its other venues? How does that work today with them?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. The question that you asked is, what is, just to be clear, How would this agreement change, or how does it work now?
It's more, how will it work? So I understand today, and correct me if I'm wrong, the city only has an agreement with Sterling today.
Correct.
And Sterling basically has a side agreement with OPAC. So there's no OPAC agreement to renew. That would have to be something that would be brand new, I guess, if we went in that direction. So I guess, is there anything about this agreement that prohibits Sterling from working with OPAC, with the OPAC not-for-profit?
So, Councilman Starr, no, it wouldn't prevent them from working with them. Right now, every event that Sterling has in our auditorium, they pay the city a fee of $2,750.
Right.
In the meeting rooms, currently right now, if the nonprofit books an event, the rental of that event, half of it stays with the nonprofit and the other half is given to Sterling to then give to the city. If Sterling should have an event in the meeting rooms, that means that Sterling would keep half of that rent, and then the other half would go back to the city of Oxnard. Currently, that's where it is right now.
Okay, and my question also was, does Sterling work with nonprofits at other venues at it?
Yes, we could actually have Lance, Sterling Venue Venture CEO, come up here and speak about that.
Oh, you're Lance.
Hi, my name's Lance Sterling. I operate and own Sterling Venue Ventures. First, my condolences to Mr. Starr. And the other thing that is a salute to my mom, who passed away a little while ago. She said, tearing down another doesn't make you better. So I want to be clear that we are working with the nonprofit. We didn't ask them to leave. We only asked them not to do things to expose the city and me to liability and lawsuits. So I want to make sure that you understand I have no intention, and I think everybody would agree, we didn't say that the nonprofit has to leave. We know that if that nonprofit leaves, I have to have a nonprofit. Just like in the Saban, at the Dolby, at House of Blues, I had the very famous nonprofit called the Foundation. And we always affiliate with a nonprofit so that they can do community work. Because my job is being a businessman, without question. My job is to make money. My job is to make sure you guys get paid $2.5 million or $3 million every 5 years, as opposed to having to fund $7.5 million to keep a nonprofit open. I do not get access to grants or those things. Like during the SVOG, during the COVID, I did not receive any of the SVOG money, and we don't know what the total is, but it was in excess of about $1 million. So these are the things that we work with nonprofits so that someone else. I work to make money to give it to the city so you can decide to do with that money, and not me, because I don't think it's my job to decide to do or know what's best for the community. I think that's your job. My job is to get you between $2 and $3 million so that you can do good things for the city.
Mr. Sterling, if I may just ask a question, but the way I read the staff report, it would be at your discretion whether or not the OPAC operates the ballrooms or the meeting rooms, correct? I mean, because there's nothing written in the contract whether or not they actually can say that. It's really at your discretion.
Right. The current contract says that I will work with them. There's been instances where we've tried to address, issues that we had where we have to follow the laws. So I do this for a living, so yes, I know all the laws for the liquor liability. I know all of everything. So
let me ask you, what would be the cons if we do two separate contracts to allow you to operate the auditorium and allow OPAC to operate the two ballrooms and the 3 meeting rooms?
It probably would affect your revenue a little bit, probably reduce your revenue. But
well, I think Dr. Davis mentioned that he currently is at 90,000. He's willing to up it to 120,000, and he's optimistic.
I'm between 2 and 3 million. So you're right. If you only need me to do 90,000, that's easy. I could do that in a month. So, but I'm a little confused on what you're asking me.
Well, I'm just asking, what would be the cons if we were to consider 2 contracts?
Oh, other than it really isn't 2 contracts, because the liquor license, I would be going over onto their side. I don't have a necessary problem with it if they had offered that us, because up until the last meeting we had with them, they said that they refused to work with us. Today was the first day that they said that they would work with us, and we're fine with it. We didn't ever ask them to leave.
So you would be open to 2 contracts, one for the OPEC, one for yourself? You operate the liquor license?
It would have to be really looked at, and I think time is of the essence, because this was supposed to be addressed 6 months ago. So other than the community events that we were authorized to book, we booked 75 community events. We have not booked any national concerts, so we would have to, know that if you took a month or 2, that means you're not going to have a national concert for another 6 months. And your revenue is not going to be between 2 and 3 million, where every month we go by, it's costing us 50 grand, probably.
I just want to recognize anyone else have any comment? Yes, Councilman Perillo.
Mayor, I'd like to ask you a question. My understanding, you've directed staff to work with both of these groups multiple times. And I want to finish my question to allow you to have
Sure.
enough time to answer it. How many times did you direct them to work, and what were the results? Because it's, beg your pardon. Mayor, I have a question. My understanding is that you have directed staff to work with Sterling to try to come to some sort of agreement, because this has been ongoing for some time.
Yep.
And I understand you've just come into the seat, just newly elected. If you could report to the council, I'm
Sure.
interested, and I want every one of my council members to know, how many times did you direct the meetings? Did they take place, and what were the results? Because I'm hearing some information that doesn't jive with what
Sure.
my understanding is. So if you could share that, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Just to show the historical before myself and Councilwoman Perez, Councilwoman Rodriguez, and Councilmember Starr came on, I saw that the OPEC, this item was actually on the agenda, I think, the week before we were sworn into office. And I know how important this is to me personally, and given that there were 4 new council members coming up here, I asked respectfully, when I had a meeting with the city manager, if he would bring it up to then Mayor Zaragoza to see if he would entertain the idea of tabling this agenda item until we came on, so that we would have an opportunity to weigh on it. Otherwise, it would be essentially the recommendation back then was a 5-year contract, just like it is now. And this council never had an opportunity to opine or at least weigh in on this issue. So I asked, and it was granted, and so now here we are. I had a meeting with Mr. Sterling and with Terrell and Casey to learn more about the operation of the auditorium. And subsequently, we did meet with, staff and I did meet with the OPEC as well. And then I asked for all of us to convene together, essentially myself, staff, Mr. Sterling's group, and OPEC. And so we all came together to essentially have a robust dialogue to figure out if we couldn't come to an equitable solution so that we can work together, just much like it was equity here. We all understand the tremendous benefits that the OPEC contributes. We also understand that we need a professional operator to run the auditorium as well. So we're trying to find a way to have, just if we can come up with something that was agreeable to everyone that we could work with.
Is there a way we can talk about what we talked about in the meeting?
Oh,
Because you were there in the meeting when they said
May
they
I
wouldn't
finish?
work with
May I
us.
finish my question,
Oh,
please?
sorry.
And I beg your pardon. So in other words, you're telling me there's only been 2 meetings you've directed?
Yeah,
Only 2?
well, 3, with Mr. Sterling and staff, with the OPEC and staff, and then OPEC and Sterling's group and staff and I together, so 3.
Okay.
And
And of the
total.
3 that you directed, what were the results?
I think the results, at least the one that I saw, was that we talked about potentially two contracts, but then Mr. Sterling was opposed to that because of the liquor license. And so that was what that you needed the kitchen to be able to have access to the kitchen. That was one of the ballrooms, I think. And so that was a point of contention. as to why he wanted control of the
But if I
of the ballroom.
understood from Gary today that he was okay with accepting those terms because he probably researched the liquor license.
Thank you
Which
for
was
answering
our
my
issue.
question.
Yeah, and just to add further, we also researched if the liquor license was a problem. We talked about, in consult with ABC, cited a clause of potential that could be arguably a second license. We also looked at potentially even getting a separate address, because that's what they needed. But that seemed like too far out and too cumbersome, also given respect that we need to start booking the auditorium and everything else. So that's where we left out, but I think there's been some concessions made. It sounds like the OPAC is agreeable not to seek a liquor license at this time, which I think that's something that they conceded to, that you can operate the liquor license. I think the kitchen, the only thing that the kitchen needs to be utilized for is ice, unless I'm mistaken, right? Because most of the food that comes in is catered.
I mean, you're right.
Right.
As a business person, you can go down the rat hole pretty easily. But to have the liquor license, we need to have the kitchen and the bar and bathrooms. And it sounds like to me we're in agreement, because with what Gary said, I'm totally cool with that. I mean, that's what we were fighting over the whole time, because we couldn't get a second liquor license. But now that we have to share the liquor license, and I'm fine with the liability, I have the insurance for it and everything, and I'll just operate their liquor. So I don't know if it needs a second agreement, but I just wanted to be clear that we don't want, if we get rid of them, we have to get somebody else that's going to do the same thing. Yeah. And I think the nonprofits always will have what's best for the community, and my job is to make money to give to you so that you can do what's best for the community, because I don't think you care what I think is best for the community. And is there a way that I could bring up, because some really terrible misinformation was given during that, or do you guys know what is misinformation and not? I get more concerned with, when people say, we only did 4 events, that absolutely is not true. I mean, we have a slide where we can show you how many events and how many national concerts we did. The reason the cancellation of concerts is since COVID, a lot of the bands will cancel easily, and all you have to do is say the word COVID and everybody cancels.
If I may I ask
Yes,
a few,
yes,
and I apologize, Mr. Sterling.
Oh, that's like, excuse me?
I actually would like some clarifications to some of the things that were said. One of the speakers said you only had 12 concerts.
12 events.
12 events at the venue.
Yes.
Is that true?
We have a slide. Richard, what is the total number of events? Do I have to hit something?
Diego, can you please pull up the slides that Taro provided? There we go.
Well, you probably should know.
If I could just get I appreciate the slide, but a number would be great in order for us to move the conversation
Richard,
along.
do you have a total number of events we've done?
For last year, we did about 28 events.
We did 28 concerts.
We had 28 concerts. What about events? I mean, how much?
Yeah, well, I mean, I have the list here. I can go through it with you, but it's
No, that's
probably
okay.
15
So you
pages
had
long of
28
30
events.
items on a page.
So you had 28 events in a 50.
28 concerts.
28 concerts. How many events?
Let me go through here real quick. I mean, when you say events, do you want the Jehovah's Witness in there?
Yeah, I want the whole thing. I want the concerts, the events. I want to know how many.
126.
Okay, so we had 126. Okay, that your company Sterling's booked.
Yes. Our rent
Okay.
this year will be for the total venue over $500,000.
Okay, so what we heard today that it was 12 was incorrect.
That is incorrect information.
The other thing that we heard today was that the liquor people, employees leave early, they don't show up, they're rude. Can you speak a little bit about that? Is there any truth to that?
I don't believe there would be truth to that, knowing our overall guest comment rating is like 4.5 stars. So I'm assuming that there is anomalies. We are scheduled we're told by the nonprofit when to come in and when to leave. So lots of times the events will go long, and if they ask us to say, we will, because again, we're a for-profit company.
Okay. How many, well, we can ask that question.
The concerts that were canceled
Yes.
probably were 5 this year.
5 concerts, okay.
Because Bones, Thugs, and Harmony, he got into an accident about 4 days before, so he canceled. What are the other big ones that canceled? It's usually because of injury, but it was mostly the bands. We did not cancel shows.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I kind of sound like an attorney right now, but I do have another question. Mr. Sterling, would you say that your relationship with the nonprofit is not a good working relationship?
I was unaware of that until we had meetings. Their board, I think our day-to-day operations, I do believe we get along. I do not think the board likes us, but they think they can make me go away. But the problem is, if I go away, then my $3 million worth of sound, light, video, all that go away also. So to replace that, I don't quite know how to do that.
Okay.
Yes, I have 2 follow-up questions. Thank you, Councilmember Basua, regarding just if we can get clarity regarding the lawsuits and the closure of other venues.
We closed Ojai because we operated Oxnard, and we thought that Oxnard would rather have those 26 events in Oxnard than Ojai. And the problem with Ojai, which I love Ojai, but it's 126 degrees there. And the last 3 concerts, we had people passing out, staff passing out. So we chose to leave, and we submitted a letter showing you that we were not asked to leave. We left them and handed it over to somebody else.
In regards to the lawsuits, can you clarify the information that's out there publicly regarding the lawsuits as well
There
as?
is a lawsuit on us because we pulled a gentleman off beating up his wife. So we did pull him off, and we did detain him, and there is a lawsuit, and we have insurance, and it's covered, and, you know, he said he was struck. I don't think he was injured, but he said he was struck, and we did detain him because we did restrict him from beating up his wife.
My follow-up question in regards to, similar to what Councilmember Basua asked, is regarding the mistreatment of workers and customers. How do you anticipate to remedy those, and what actions have you taken to ensure that it's a healthy and a respectful workplace for not just your employees, but also for the customers coming in from our community?
I think a total of 4 incident reports have been out for the past 5 years. And I know half of that was COVID, but there's been 4 incident reports, and I follow up on them personally. If our security touches anybody, then they are terminated.
One last question. Are your security guards certified?
Yes.
Thank
They're
you.
certified and registered in Oxnard, and we also procured a security company if it goes over our capacity that also is registered in Oxnard.
Did you, Councilman Perillo, anything? Or Mayor Pro Tem? Yes, Councilman Perillo. Oh, your microphone.
I'm grateful that my fellow councilwomen members are asking these questions because from the knowledge that I have on this issue, there's been a tremendous amount of misinformation that's been presented. And I don't hold the people that are repeating that as much accountable as I do hold the staff of the nonprofit. Some various things have happened here, and they have spread that the city of Oxnard is trying to do away with the nonprofit. That's not what's going on. So I'm going to go a little bit backwards, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. I got elected to the council in June of 13. When I got elected to the council, the mayor of Oxnard was brand new because he had been a council member. And there was a seat on something called the PAC. And council member Carmen Ramirez was on it. No other council member wanted to sit, and Tim Flynn put me on it. I didn't look for the job. When I got on the job, various things came very clear very quickly. And part of it was that members of the board, some still in the audience today, hello Gary, were there, and there was an attempt to basically give away the city by providing more and more and more free events. At the time, we had a city manager, and he was getting it that this should at least attempt to break even, and it wasn't happening. And we had a manager that came in from Baltimore, and I want to thank, seriously, Mr. Roger Portier. Thank you for remembering those two people's names. Chelsea Reynolds and Ingrid Hardy. They did their damnedest to make the thing work. I got exposed to a couple of things that I wished I didn't know. And one of them was $20,000 worth of dinner tickets to the Tower Club from previous managers working with the nonprofit that had been there for 26 years. Same nonprofit. Chelsea didn't know why. She asked me. I didn't know why, but they were there. And the only thing that came out that I knew, the individual involved, his last name was Holden. I jumped to the conclusion he was related to the previous mayor. Turned out, no relation. But when I got on the board, he was no longer working there. But it came to my attention, not being the sharpest tack in the box, that when you're not making money and you have members of that nonprofit board wanting to give more free away to various groups because they couldn't afford to pay the ticket prices, because they couldn't afford to pay for the rooms, when they couldn't afford to rent facilities for quinceañeras or weddings and other facilities, couldn't we give them the event, provide all the services also? And I started asking questions and got a lot of hell for it. The issues that struck me at the time was the board did not have the control that they should have, and we had two council members sitting on it, and a city manager that was supposed to be sitting on it, Mr. Nyhoff. Mr. Nyhoff, to my knowledge, sat in on one meeting. The things that came about when the city of Oxnard decided that not only was the PAC going to have to pay the bills that they owed, the PAC was going to start having to pay utilities. And ladies and gentlemen, any of you that rather rent or own a home, I mean, you may pay the mortgage and you may pay the rent, but somebody's going to ask you to pay the water, sewer, and trash. Somebody's going to ask you to do that. And all of a sudden it was like, how in the hell are we ever going to break even? I remember buying thousands of dollars of tickets to give them away to everybody that served on a PAC. I felt it was my obligation. I'm no saint, but I'm a council member and I get paid for being up here, and there's people that volunteer to serve on these PACs. So you buy the tickets. The play was a dog, in my opinion, but it was it. But I also had the privilege of sitting in on sold-out events.
I also have to be that person. I used to do all BB Kings, and as he got older, they would spend their time complaining to me how he couldn't play guitar anymore, and I would tell them that it's still BB King.
That's right. And I was very fortunate to see BB King years ago at Ventura College when he came and did a freebie.
I appreciate it.
The issue, the night of Earth, Wind, and Power, Tower of Power, that was one hell of a night. But it became very obvious this place was not going to fill that PAC up and have people buying tickets. It wasn't going to happen. And then we found out the financial straits that the city of Oxnard was in. And then we had to make a decision. One member of the public addressed $9 million shortfall. It was no joke. It didn't take very long for myself and the other council members that were on there at the time. It's like, what the hell has been going on with the money? And when we started finding out about a sewer plant with what's called deferred maintenance, only it wasn't deferred maintenance, it was called extreme deferred maintenance. Multiple things in the city's utilities, extreme deferred maintenance. In my
think we
opinion,
have about $40,000 in the bar of that extreme deferred maintenance because the health department immediately came and shut us down the day we took operations.
Yep. And so there was an audit for the city, but various things, in my opinion, came to light. They've been robbing Peter to pay Paul and continually giving money to the PAC to operate so we could feel good that we're providing free services, meanwhile not taking care of the infrastructure of the city, basically sewer, water, trash, everything, streets. It came back to bit us and we faced foreclosure. times going on. All of a sudden, the council members are not on the board anymore. City manager's not on the board, and the board is going forward. That was my last dealings with the board. I've had various board members lobby the hell out of me. Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing this? And it all boils down to, you know, we all want nonprofits. It sounds as if people are against, you know, making a profit, but those nonprofits, if I go to McDonald's after this meeting, they're not going to let me in on my good looks. It's not going to happen.
I'm right there with you.
And if I try to take the food, and if I try to steal it, we got an Oxnard Police Department that if it's a complaint, I'm in hot water. The city of Oxnard, I am an elected official. There's multiple parties here. You have Sterling, you have the nonprofit, you have the PAC, which is owned by the city of Oxnard, and the other group that people don't really talk about are the residents and businesses of this city. That's who I'm supposed to represent, all of these parties. But the residents and businesses of these cities, of this city, some of them are speaking here rather vehemently, and it's great. It's been a long time since we've had this lively of a meeting, and it's only not even 11 o'clock yet. But the issue in my mind is we are potentially being asked to start all over again. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's insane.
Well, we're not starting all over. We're going to be behind 3 months. So next year, this year, we did over 500,000. Next year, that's going to be a struggle because every minute we wait, like this weekend, there's nothing. Next weekend, there's nothing. And
I understand that, but what my concern is they're asking, you know, various members of the OPEC are asking me and members of the public, put it out for bid, start all over, we can get somebody. I have a friend that would do this. I know somebody, I got a friend, and I'm like, you want to start all over again after everything this organization?
The thing that I need, because this is what's been brought up to me by multiple people, I have an inventory here of equipment that it would take to operate. And unless you have $3 to $5 million laying around, I don't know where that equipment's coming from. You can lease the equipment like they used to, but they were paying like $15,000 to, you understand, we're not in that high profit margin of a business. We're in 8% margins.
And the equipment that is there now is your equipment.
It's all mine.
And so if you were asked to leave because they didn't want to give you it, that goes with it. And the nonprofit.
So does the lighting, so do the boards, so do the chairs.
Thank you for, because ladies and gentlemen, to jump into a business, and I'm getting some looks that, I mean, if looks could kill, I'm dead doornail here. We have the things, there comes a time you got to face the music.
At least I'm facing you. I don't see what they're doing to my back. But the issue is I know I'm a bad guy. I'm for profit. I make money. But, you know, if you talk to the city of Beverly Hills, the city of Burbank, you talk to all the cities I work with, I do what's best for the city because you guys contracted me to do what I do. And hopefully that's what I'm doing is I'm doing what's best for the city because it's not my job to decide where the money I make goes. It's your job.
You're 100% right. And ladies and gentlemen, it's different. But we have no problem collecting and spending and using the sales tax we get from other businesses in this city. The biggest one at the last recently was Amazon. No problem taking the money. It was owed us and we took it and we have spent it and invested it the best we could. This gentleman, in my opinion, saved this city's butt when he stayed with us through COVID and he's done what he's done. And for us to not understand that, you have not been smelling the roses. You have not been paying attention, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that some people are upset. But ladies and gentlemen, if we turned it over to the nonprofit tomorrow, I contend that in 2 years, 3 at the most, we'd be back the way we were before, and we'd be in deep, you know what. Those are my majority of my comments.
Okay.
But I want to make sure I say this.
Yeah,
I kept hearing how I was forcing the nonprofit out. I don't want them to leave. The next nonprofit's going to do the exact same thing.
Why did you ask for the wording on the contract?
Hold on, Mr. Herrera. Yeah, hold on. Councilwoman Perez, you had a comment?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Mayor. I am just curious. I know we've given Mr. Lance Sterling the opportunity to speak before us. Will the nonprofit have that opportunity as well?
We could. I know that I think Carolyn's back there.
I think they spoke during the open because I wanted to speak, but I only could speak once.
City Attorney, can I get some clarification?
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on. City Attorney, can we get some clarification? Is it possible to, if we have some questions that need to be answered, can we call a representative up to clarify some questions?
If you have specific questions, you can call
If
a member of the
Perez
pack
has-
up to answer them. Yes.
Before I leave, I brought you guys each the industry magazine, which is Polestar, and I'll leave them here for you. So you can understand and know what I do is a science, not a guess.
Lance, the Mayor Pro Tem had a question, and then I think followed by Councilmember Starr. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I do have a question for you, Mr. Sterling, and another question. First, I think that our staff was going to be looking into over the weekend. The contract, I believe, calls for a contribution of gross profit, a percentage of gross profit going towards the city from, I believe, concessions and a few other items that are listed there. And then in the report or the presentation, it referenced net profit. And a question was raised by a member of the public as well as folks from the OPAC about which is it, what has actually been paid to the city. Was it gross or was it net? If it was net.
We accidentally paid gross where we overpaid the city by $14,000, and we have those documents. But in the world of $500,000, you know, the 14,000 was an error because of cost. Okay. Because when you say net profit, you still say the word profit means one thing. Gross profit is the same thing as net profit because gross profit is net profit.
And I'll understand staff.
It's either gross revenue or net profit.
Okay.
Net
I'd like to hear our staff's response.
Are the same thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Peron. It was a miswritten word on staff's part in the original agreement. The agreement should have used the industry standard language for concession payments of gross margin, food and beverage, less cost of sales. This is the amount that Sterling has been paying the city for the current terms of the agreement. And just to let the council know, we are using the same language change to the golf course agreement that's coming to council shortly. After this PRA request was sent to staff, as Mr. Sterling noted, the city reviewed and discovered that Sterling has been paying the city a 15% gross margin for concessions for the whole facility. So that includes the auditorium and the meeting rooms. And what we would recommend to staff, should you follow, or I'm sorry, to the council, should you follow staff's recommendation tonight, is in the agreement before you, we'd recommend modifying section 4.1 for each event in the auditorium and PAC rooms. SVV shall pay 15% of the gross margin, food and beverage less cost of sales. So that is a very high-level summary of what we went through. We can answer any follow-up questions as well.
Okay, just so it's clear and it's on the public record, though, what has been paid by Sterling Venue Ventures to the city is in alignment with what the contract spells out.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And I apologize, Mr. Sterling. I probably should have told you not to leave, but I did have another question.
That's right.
I saw you had a list on one of the slides about what's been booked thus far. How far in advance do you have bookings for 2025?
We were authorized to book all local and nonprofit events. So we have the Jehovah's Witness. We have 75. We have 75 events currently booked for 2025.
Up to what month of 2025? April of 2026. Okay. All right. I'll turn it back over to the mayor then. I'm just going to make note of that for another question that I think will come up after this. But
Sure.
Thank you.
The only comment I want to just ask, I heard Mr. Perello and his comments, and I appreciate them, but I also think it's the responsibility of local government to allocate money to address community needs. Right, that's what government stands for, and I also appreciated what Mr. Herrera mentioned about our need as local government to also deal with the repairs that are needed to uplift the PAC. But I will defer to, at this time, to Councilmember Starr. I think you have some comments or questions.
Yeah, a question for Mr. Sterling and a question for staff. How far in advance do you have, I mean, when it comes to booking these big events, what's your lead time for something like that? If
3 to 6 months. 3
to 6 months, okay. And a kind of a general question for staff, which is, I mean, you got beaten up pretty badly today with everyone saying that you're unfair, and I get that. I just want to know, do you have anything to rebut any of that, or is what they're saying a fair representation?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, we were honest. And throughout the whole time, I would say that we had two different presidents that we met with, Gary and Gary. Sometimes I felt when we brought both groups together, I should be wearing a black and white shirt as if I'm an official in a football game or a basketball game. But we were honest, and what we didn't side with Sterling. We want both groups to be successful. I look and I read what is going on at the nonprofit. I do receive the emails. I would say they've been very successful. Sterling is in business. They are very successful. The doors are open. The community is getting what it needs. And the city is exceeding the revenue projections. And just a clarification, when the city is exceeding its revenue projections, that money is not going back into the general fund. That money is going to much needed repairs at the Performing Arts Center. So the profit does matter because we want to repair the PAC.
Well, I personally want to introduce a motion at this time. I'd like to see if we can do like an 18-month contract, 2 contracts, one for the OPAC, one for Mr. Sterling, and to have like a robust accounting and maybe.
Mr. Mayor, the current version that we're looking at of the nonprofits contract, we have a lot of questions to go back and forth with for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if we have the time this evening to go through with it. The recommendation is a March 1st start date. We just heard this evening new information about the liquor license and the sharing, so staff needs time.
Okay. Well, we can certainly talk about an extension perhaps.
Would we, and yeah, if I can ask that, and this would be a question for staff or possibly anyone who's worked in the contracts side of this. Would we have the ability to do a shorter extension of that to allow staff time to work with both entities who have, on the public record here tonight, both said that they'd be willing to work together on this and look at, and that's why I asked Mr. Sterling how far out in advance he's booked. If he has all the way through April of 2026, it seems to me if we extend the current operating agreement another 6 months, end of the calendar year, as is, to work out this in the next 90 days or so, I feel that that's something that's doable. My biggest thing is not ceasing any operations that are happening there, whether it be the theater side of things or community events that are already booked. So does that seem like something we'd be able to accomplish if we were to do that? Can we do some kind of motion for that tonight to move this forward as a temporary extension while that's worked out, as both parties have said they're willing to do?
Right. That's also have to be agreeable to you, Mr. Sterling. I mean, we're appreciative for what you're doing.
I just think a more apt agreement would be to just omit the center from the existing contract that they wrote and then renegotiate a contract with them, which I don't want to tell you what to do. But if you do 16 or 18 months, then as you probably noticed, Everybody knows, all the William Morris is going to know, CAA, and you're not going to get any national talent to come here ever again because they don't trust it.
So may
Hold on
I,
a second. I want to
may I
recognize
have
Mr.
an
Mr. Perrello.
opportunity?
Yes, Mr. Sterling.
Yes.
You mentioned that you think you understood from Gary, and I'm assuming that's Davis, that he was in agreement.
With what Gary said today up here,
Which is
we would
as
have already
Mr.
been in agreement.
Which
That-
is, Mr.
that's what we
Karan
asked them
is
last
making a
time.
point he wants on a public record, so there's a record of this. Does Mr. Davis have the right to speak for the organization? So,
Yes,
I can't hear
Dr.
you.
Davis, if you can come up, just answer Councilmember Perrello's question.
Yes, I have the right to speak for the organization.
okay, so if there is a negotiation on a contract, do you have to go back to your board to get a vote, or it's up to you to say yes, yay or nay?
I would go back to the board.
Okay.
May
Thank you.
I-
That's my question.
May I make
May I
just a
have my
comment
comments?
or not?
Hold on, Dr. Davis.
Yes.
Councilwoman.
If
Becerra?
Dr. Davis wants to, I'm going to take some time with my comments, and I want to address Councilmember Tehran's and the mayor's comments.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Davis.
Well, once again, I really believe that we are very close to resolution. I don't believe, and I am speaking on behalf of the board of the OPAC nonprofit, that we need months. I think we're very close. Because, as I said in my opening remarks, we have made several concessions. And Mr. Mayor, you were right. We've had 3 meetings, 3 very productive meetings from early December through very recently. All we are asking for, once again, 2 separate agreements. We, the board, and on behalf of the board, have never asked for Sterling to go anywhere. Their specialty is in the theater. We are only asking that we, the OPAC nonprofit board, be given the right to have a separate agreement with the city to manage the 2 ballrooms and 5 meeting rooms. We've conceded on the liquor license. There was some discussion during those early meetings. Maybe we could have a liquor license. It became very complicated, and as the mayor said, maybe that can be revisited sometime in the future. It's not on the table right now. Sterling Venue Ventures has a liquor license. They need access to the kitchen. No problem. They've had access to the kitchen for 5 years. We've tried to remove every obstacle so we can reach resolution. 2 separate agreements. All the nonprofit is asking for is the management rights to the 2 ballrooms and the 5 meeting rooms. Everything else will fall into place.
How about in regards to security personnel? Should you rent one of the ballrooms? Who
and
provides
Mr.
that?
Sterling has been adamant about if there is bar service, then those patrons who had requested the bar service would be obligated to use Sterling's security company.
Absent bar service, who would provide security then?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. say-
If someone rents one of the ballrooms or meeting room and doesn't request alcohol
Yeah.
or bar service, who provides the security?
Then the OPAC Corporation Board would hire local security services for that because there's no liquor involved.
Thank you. I'm sorry, come on up, Lance.
I'm sorry. The ABC is the reason that we couldn't, because if they would give us 2 liquor licenses, I'd let him have his own liquor license, but that's not the way the rules work. So the deal is, I'm in agreement with Gary. We're really close with what he said. I'm okay with. You know, and I know the nonprofits are going to be the nonprofits. They do things I don't do, and I'm okay with them. You know.
So, Mr. Mayor, with what they're agreeing to at the dais in front of you this evening, that's what our original intention was with the meetings that you had us have with the nonprofit. This is the side letter agreement. Now, the reason why staff has recommended operations with Sterling, we clearly couldn't run the facility to its potential. Everything up until 2020 failed. It was a disservice to the facility. We did not invest in it. So we went out and got a professional operator. And what the agreement has been up until March 1st of 2025 is Sterling has overseen the auditorium and the meeting rooms. So all of the successes that the nonprofit has spoke to today has been under that current agreement with Sterling. So our motive and intention is to not have staff have to do 2 contracts and double the time in overseeing that. We want a professional operator leading the facility and moving us forward. We know the old operations models didn't work. This is working, and Terrell and his staff can speak to what is working if you want more insights on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. But I think at least what I'm hearing is that it's not working because if we were to go with this recommendation, it would, with all due respect to Mr. Sterling, it would be at his discretion whether or not to allow the operation or the use of the ballrooms and the meeting rooms. So it would be at his discretion. I think that's what I'm hearing the OPAC arguing, that this is the need for 2 separate contracts to really concretely stipulate who has control of what.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, currently right now, the contract says in coordination with the nonprofit. That is still at Sterling's discretion. So if Sterling decided, you know what, we want to pay the nonprofit $1 a ticket, if we wanted to allow the nonprofit to utilize particular services that Sterling offers. But what Sterling did was they took it to and gave them the matching contract that Sterling had with the city of Oxnard and allowed them to do their own bookings and take 50% of the rent from that. So right now, although they're not under a contract, that's the system that had the nonprofit has been under to this very day.
Dr. Davis, do you want to answer Terrell's comment?
May I?
Yes, Councilwoman.
May I
So-
just kind of take this conversation somewhere else? I'm really disheartened what's going on here. I really am. Councilmember Perella and myself were the only ones on this council back in 2020 when we had a lot more people than this. I think we had to open up another area across the street because we were full at capacity and we were looking to close down the OPAC. We were getting ready to we couldn't afford it. Staff came up with this idea of coming back, and to me it was an experiment because I think that's what my words were back then. We're going to try this out. We're going to see how this works. We're new to this. We're still kind of new to this in many ways. And we directed staff to have Sterling work with the nonprofit. One thing that the council before and the council now, I'm going to say, and please forgive me if I am putting words in your mouth, is that I believe the OPAC does great in our community. They have done programs, and we want them to stay. We want them to be successful. Mr. Sterling is in the industry of booking out a year and a half. Doing a disservice as a business, we would be doing a disservice to him and his organization if we were not to approve at least a 3 to 4 year extension. I'm not asking the council to do 5. Maybe we can cut it down to 3, 4. I don't know, Mr. Sterling. And then make sure that, I would love 5, in order to give staff the opportunity, and I think this is what really needs to happen, is come year 2 of this agreement, we really need to go back out for an RFP and allow at least a 1 year notice that we are terminating and we are going with somebody new. I have to say that I did have a conversation with Mr. Sterling and his group, and never in any of those conversations did he say anything negative about the nonprofit. So I have to say that. It was all about his operations and what he could do for the city. It was never, ever, he never, at least to me, said anything bad, nor I don't even think he mentioned the nonprofit. I think that based on the staff report that came out, I think it's apparent that there's been some tension, and and there has been, roadblocks, that the nonprofit and city staff had to address. And when I spoke to Carolyn, I asked her, to let's take baby steps to repair that relationship. That relationship must be rebuilt. And it must be rebuilt for the good of the community. We had some speakers today say that we as the council have a perfect opportunity to do what's right for the community. What is that? And I've been asking myself this through all this, listening to everybody. The right thing to do is to make sure that we are not, as a council, adding money to the OPAC and having it be successful. That is what the right thing to do for the community and not put a burden on them. We cannot allocate money. We've already realized we could do this without allocating resources, and they can do it successfully now. How are we going to get through this? Today was the first time that I heard the OPAC board said, okay, we are willing to work. I had not heard that from all my interactions, even up to yesterday. I had not heard that. I had heard we want a separate contract, we want this, we want that. And my indication was, well, hold on. I think it's evident to me that we can't coexist in the same place. Okay, that's just what I feel, So I have a suggestion, and it might be way out there. Okay, we have a beautiful center in the South Oxnard. What if the nonprofit takes that over? So, staff, if you could please tell us what the South Oxnard community room, and the reason is because that can be, we need arts in South Oxnard. Okay, I don't know, but if you can speak of this location, because I would really love for you guys to come over, and see what that would look like. Will they be able to generate what they generate now and be able to be sustainable?
Councilwoman Basua, I would like to invite Assistant Director Renee Rakestraw up to speak about the South Oxnard Center. And she can kind of give you an overview of what the city hosts down there, and we can continue the conversation from there.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Assistant Director for Cultural and Community Services. So the South Oxnard campus, let's look at it in that sense. We have the library on one section of the facility. We have a partner or an agreement with a preschool program also in another portion of that facility. And we have some programming Monday through Friday. 9 to 2, senior services programs as a senior center for the South Oxnard Center. From 3 to 6, a youth center is programmed currently. Within that, we have arts programs that come in and out of both of those programs. We also operate currently the after-school program. Some of the staff work out of that facility. It's a great facility in the sense that I can see the recommendation. It has multiple rooms. It has a computer lab. I walked into the South Oxnard Senior Center last week and sent a text to staff that it was a bustling senior center. I walked in, we had Wii bowling, we had it was a heavy competition of Wii bowling. We had Braille Institute giving some low vision support groups. We had a full room of AARP tax prep also going down there. So there's the need, there's the community need to program in that facility. Could there be coexistence between city staff potentially and OPAC, we can look at and entertain possibly any of these ideas that are being presented.
Is there classrooms for them to rent out? Is there, because I know there's a good community room where we hold meetings in there. Do they have the ability for profit?
So there is a rental space. We do have a multi-purpose room that is used everything from
Is there a kitchen?
So that kitchen is not accessible currently to rentals.
Because?
It's used under the preschool program, but we can look at that.
Can they get a liquor license at that location?
We can look into that.
How many classrooms would be available to them?
So we have the multi-purpose room, which can be sectioned off into 3 spaces. We have the main senior center, youth center, community center, that has 1 large room with 3 outbreak rooms plus an office.
Let me ask you this, and maybe this is just a lot of questions right now, but my hope was for them to take over the whole thing. Maybe, I'm not sure about the preschool, but would they be able to take over the programming?
We could look into that.
I've got Councilwoman Perez.
Yes, I just wanted to circle back on the initial conversation as well, not to deviate to what you're saying, Councilmember Basua, but I know that it's evident that the 2 parties are interested in working together. Is it possible for us to just amend the language to ensure and put it in writing that this collaboration will happen, to ensure that the nonprofit is not, in there being removed, to ensure, through that language that it's consistent in that way?
Yeah. And may I ask one more thing? In order just to table this, whether even, if Carolyn can just come, or maybe the board member, Davis, is that even something you guys would even consider? Because then we can just drop this.
I'm a deer in headlights, did not see this coming. I'm one person. We have a board of directors. This is big. We have a board meeting tomorrow. We're the Oxnard Performing Arts Center Corporation. It's our home to be at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. I think that's a very big conversation to have. And I think we are very cognizant about not stepping on anyone's toes. We need to work in cooperation and complement one another. And I'm not fully aware of the breadth of what recreation does out of that center, but it sounds like they already have pretty robust programming. So those are my comments on that. But thank you for thinking outside the box. I do applaud that.
I just want to make sure that, we're thinking, I want the nonprofit to be successful, and if that, I would love to see what you guys could do there. You've been successful, but being your own and not having to respond to anybody else. And I'm not sure that it's just, the liquor license is the thing. You would have to be sharing spaces, and that's been the whole thing, right? The sharing of the space. Carolyn, it's been an issue. We know it's been an issue. So I'm trying to help and figure out how we can continue to have a great working relationship. And I have faith that you guys can do it.
I'm sure we could. But that's not the point, right? I do think,
I know it was
It's so left field. I mean, OPAC is poised for growth big time, but we need a firm, stable foundation, and that's what the Performing Arts Center does for us. You've heard from so many people throughout this community, right? We're working with the Channel Islands Harbor, we're working in schools, we're all over the place, and that momentum is not going to stop, but we need a secure foundation. I don't know this other venue as well as I know OPAC, but we have this down. We are a well-oiled machine. We've been doing this for 27 years. And yes. And what I didn't see in the staff report was credit for all of our rental revenue that we have been bringing in.
Right, and I think you can understand that the reason that was because our contract with Sterling.
Sure, I get
right,
that.
so that's what I'm trying to accomplish. I honestly don't see, and I've been extremely transparent with you, along with your board members that I've spoken to, along with the general public that I've spoken to. I see problems, and I want to avoid those problems. I want you to be successful. I want the city to continue to operate and be successful in what they're doing. And this is really broken relationship. We spoke about that. We spoke at length about that. And I'm just, thinking outside the box. I'm going to be looking at city staff. I don't know. I just know that we need to make a decision because I'm not willing to allocate general money to the PAC. I know that was something that was spoken. We understand. We don't have to. And Carolyn, I think you would agree with that.
Yeah.
We don't have to do that. And like I said, this is, it's heartbreaking to be here. I hear you about the liquor. I get it.
I think what Gary Davis has suggested is workable, right? I mean, if there's two separate contracts and there's clean lines and we've made our concessions, and even Lance was saying, on a daily basis, operations are okay. Like we are working through that. Jose, our rental coordinator, is on site every single weekend, navigating all of those events. Obviously, Sterling's doing the alcohol. So I don't think that's an issue. I think this is that step in the direction to rebuild trust between all the parties. It would be healthy for us. There's accountability. I know it's a little more work for staff, apologies. But I think this is the right next step.
Yeah. Let me recognize Mayor Pro Tem Teran. He's got some follow-up questions, and I think to clarify what.
Just regarding Councilwoman Perez's question, is it possible, and I guess it's a follow-up to my question earlier, with the existing contract language as is today, when we have written in there that Sterling will work in coordination with the PAC, and I saw in their statements to the public, they took issue, among other things, mainly the changing of that language to at their sole discretion. Can we temporarily extend what's existing now so that we can work out? And I'm looking at the staff report, and in the alternatives for the future of PAC operations, alternative option 3, establish a separate agreement with the OPAC. While this is an option, it's not feasible for sustainable operations of the facility. Theater operations also require access to the kitchen facilities located in the meeting rooms to maintain their alcohol license. Additionally, the theater operator needs the flexibility to book conventions and other events that require using the meeting rooms as breakout areas. It sounds to me if those were barriers to separate contracts. I heard both entities, specifically OPAC's board president tonight, say that's a barrier that they're willing to remove. So my ask is it possible for us to continue with operations on a temporary extension on where we are with what we have today, and in the meantime, look at the separate contracts now that we know those barriers have been removed as listed in the staff report? Does that sound like something that staff's able to do if that were the direction tonight?
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, if that's what the council's desire is, we can do that. We can look at contracts for two separate contracts. How long that would actually take to get something worked out, we're going to need some time. to go ahead and do that.
And
I can appreciate that.
Mayor
and-
Pro Temp, if I may say something.
Well, if I can finish
Well,
my
I just-
thought, because
well,
I will forget it,
okay, go
Councilwoman,
ahead.
so it's pretty late for
Yeah, I
me.
know.
So, thank you for that. Along those lines, Mr. Harrison, whatever the time window is that staff needs to look at the two separate agreements as potential, if that's the decision made here tonight. Number one, the agreement expires. This is the last meeting. Like, we don't get another shot at this to say, well, let's see what happens and come back. We have to make a decision tonight in order to maintain operations. I already made it clear that I have zero interest in ceasing operations or having any discontinuance of operations because of what's already been booked for folks. Number two, because those barriers stated and there have been stated that they're willing to work through those, I look at separate agreements as a potential positive for both entities here, because both entities have an opportunity for success individually and working together. At the same time, both entities have opportunity for failure here. And I hope that doesn't happen for anyone, but we'll be able, through these separate agreements, to be able to see what's happening, who's doing what, hold accountability because of the contract language for each, and be able to have them coexist with each other. That I feel like that could be written into each contract as well. So just my view on that, and I'm willing to send it back to Councilwoman Basua and anyone else who has something to share, but I'm willing to make a motion when the time comes to see if we have the ability to extend what's existing now so we can have staff have time to look at the separate agreements as both entities have agreed to looking at as well. It's not a motion just yet. I'm saying I'm intending to make that motion, but open to other discussion first.
Thank you, and I apologize, and I just realized why I was trying to do something different, and thank you for that, Mayor Pro Temp. But to our attorneys, we went out for an RFP for Sterling. If we were to go into a contract, I don't think we can just give them a contract without going out for an RFP. That's just my legal, like, if I had a nonprofit and I was be like, wait. So that's where I was going. That's where my head was at with trying to get this resolved. If I put my city staff hat on, I'm thinking legally, can the city be in legal issues if we were just to authorize today to separate those contracts?
I would be happy to address that. If you look at the existing contract, section 2.1, it indicates that Sterling will operate the Art Center room with the nonprofit. So there's an existing relationship. There was not a need to go out to an RFP for another nonprofit because they are not a party to it, but they're mentioned in it, and there is the indication that they would be working together. So we have that ability to, in addition as well, under section 2.2 of the existing contract, it allows for an extension of additional 5 years by mutual agreement. So there's no need to go out for another RFP for another 5 years, or But
if we're giving a contract separate to the nonprofit and taking them out of this contract.
I hear you, but once again, the position that I'm taking is that given that the OPAC is actually a party to it, and this is for the art rooms, that's what they're proposed to, the two Ventura and Oxnard rooms, I believe, and the other rooms, that is what is anticipated there would be coordination with right now.
Okay, so we would just rewrite the contract, so we would be good.
It is not something that can be done overnight. There are issues. Clearly, the OPAC would need to get insurance. There's indemnification. We'll have to work out the liquor license issues. I know that there was discussion. They can make it work, but we need to
they're going to make it work.
So, but those are issues that we need to be certain that the OPAC has the ability to get that insurance, to stand in there and be able to stand behind what their obligations would be.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. And I appreciate your question because I totally spaced on that, but that answers it.
Thank you. And I'm prepared to make a motion, but before I do that, I'm going to pass it over to Councilman Starr, and I think then Councilmember Pearl had a comment as well.
So I'm finding myself persuaded by staff's position mostly. It just seems to me that there should be, I think there should be a contract with just one entity, but I think there should also be some understanding that there is an agreement between the entity that we're working with and OPAC. So what I'm wondering is the feasibility of adopting this staff's recommendation today with the understanding that within a certain period of time that there is going to be a side agreement between Sterling and OPAC. And I'm sorry to drag you into it because I know it hasn't been fun, but I suspect that after a few more meetings, it sounds like they're close anyway, that an agreement can be reached. So this way we can keep forward momentum. It allows Sterling to keep doing what they do so they can build for the future and they can, book events long in advance. But we'd still have the ability to make, in effect, a modification by having this side agreement that works with OPAC. So they could be, am I completely off my rocker here, or is it something that could work?
So, Councilman Starr, no, I don't believe you are. And actually, I believe it was Manny Herrera called in and was talking about that there was no side letter agreement. I had both groups come together, and it took 2 meetings, and we got a side letter agreement. So that is possible. We can bring them together as a side letter agreement, explore the future, and approve what we have right now moving forward.
Okay, so I guess based on that, Mayor, I would want to move staff's recommendation with the understanding that they're going to come back and help put together this side agreement. That's what my motion would be. I think that there's a way that we can get everybody to work together. I think this way we've got all the existing work that went into this contract so that we can just go forward with it. And still, let's build a relationship with OPAC. So anyway, that's my motion, if someone would want to second that.
Mr. Perrell, I'd like to hear from you. Your thoughts?
I appreciate the conversation. I keep thinking to myself of the issues that we've had with soccer fields. And I know we have some council members that are heavily involved in soccer fields. At one time, we had individuals grabbing all the dates for soccer fields and icing everybody out. I want to make sure that that doesn't happen with whatever we're doing here. But I want to compliment all of you for pitching in. And I would second Mr. Starr's motion.
And just so I'm clear, at some point, and I forget your name, I'm sorry.
Katie Casey.
Katie, I'm sorry. I'm not 100% today. I hope you understand. You were saying that there was something else that you wanted to modify in the agreement here, or is that already reflected in here? So my motion would include your modification if there was one.
Yes, so that was relating to the concessions.
Okay.
And let me pull that up right here. So in the recommendation to council in section 4.1, we want to modify to say for each event in the auditorium and PAC rooms, SVV shall pay 15% of the gross margin, food and beverage less cost of sales for concessions. And then the continuation of excluding taxes and gratuities on concessions. So that makes it clear there's no gray area moving forward.
Okay, so that is incorporated into this motion.
Yes, thank you.
And I agree with that. I'll second that also.
Can I follow up as a part of, I want to understand the process of ensuring that there's still language or writing that ensures that it's not at the sole, I know that was an issue that was at hand, the language around at the sole discretion, and I really want to ensure that motion that you're proposing, Councilmember Starr, reflects that they have to work in collaboration, and I want to ensure that the nonprofit, that they work collaboratively.
I've heard that they're already very close, right? So that they're very close to, at least that's what I've heard here today, that they're close to an agreement.
I'd like to, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a comment?
Yes, just so it's clear on the record and everyone who's still here listening can hear, and correct me if I'm missing this, Councilmember Starr. you're moving staff's recommendation. The recommendation is that the city council authorize the mayor to execute the facility management agreement between the city and Sterling Venue Ventures for, one, a 5-year amendment extension of the operation, maintenance, and management of the Oxford Performing Arts and Convention Center auditorium and meeting rooms.
As further modified by staff during this meeting.
As per the modifications that they just stated on the record for the gross. Correct?
Now, but I do have a question, though.
Go ahead. Okay, ahead of that, though, part of the recommended action, though, speaks in contrast to what I said earlier, that from what I heard from the OPAC, what I've seen stated publicly from them, is that one of the items in there does change from coordination with the OPAC to at sole discretion of Sterling for that. And I know Mr. Sterling has stated, well, I'm going to work with them no matter what. I have no issue with them. I don't want to have them leave. I would like, and I see Dr. Davis is here now, hearing Councilmember Starr's motion for the staff recommendation and hearing all the conversation, having all this information, are you fine with what he's saying, or is that still a sticking point?
I'd like to add to what has been suggested. What is not sustainable from the point of view of the OPAC Corporation Board, what is not sustainable in the agreement before you that you're about to vote on is this statement. Sterling Venue Ventures may, in its sole discretion, operate the meeting rooms in coordination with the Nonprofit Corporation Board. That is not sustainable from our point of view. We must have a greater assurance than may in its sole discretion. That is not acceptable to our board. I will put that before you.
Yeah, just a quick clarification question for you, Mayor Pro Tem. What was this a 1-year extension? Is that what we're looking at?
5 years.
Or 5 years?
It's a 5-year. That's what the motion has been made and has a second. I see Mr. Harrison has a input on that.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, would it help if we went back to this language originally in coordination with, and that's it, not at the sole discretion?
Well, I still see that as very ambiguous. What is coordination with? Because at one point, we can make the argument that we're not coordinating, we're not agreeing to anything. Then you're putting on your black and white shirt again, right, trying to arbitrate between both parties. So I think we need to be very concrete in our language. That's why initially I think that my initial thoughts were potentially an 18, maybe even a 24-month contract, and then at that point, maybe 2 contracts, and at that point, look for an RFP, for example, and if Sterling is the best suited to operate, then in 2 years, then so be it. And if not, then we could look at other alternatives as to who can offer some operation activity here. Those are my thoughts.
Mr. Mayor, I have a compromise that could work. So I think it'd be a combination of the existing language in section 2.1 and the proposed language. So going with the existing language about how it's in coordination, but indicate that the parties must enter into a side letter within 3 months or 6 months. That would basically put the parties in breach and allow the city to terminate the contract if a deal was not made. So that would be a strong incentive to get the parties to work together in good faith.
Can we ask Dr. Davis's thoughts on that as the board president?
May I just ask also as he comes up, why wouldn't the coordination work for the rooms?
Well, the issue before was that they didn't coordinate for a long, long time. They were not able to reach a deal. So,
but now I'm wondering, why it is that they wouldn't be able to.
I think the issue is more that I'm very pleased. I'm very happy that we look like we're close. But until you reach a deal, an agreement to agree is not an agreement.
Right. Dr. Davis?
Yes, certainly, excuse me. Certainly the OPAC board feels very strongly about the phrase that I explained to you before, that Sterling Venue Ventures may in its sole discretion operate the meeting rooms. Once again, We felt that we were very close to harmony, to resolution. 2 separate agreements is what I said probably 5 hours ago. Suggested that. 2 separate agreements. Sterling Venue Venture pursues its expertise of managing, operating the theater for the benefit of the theater, for the city, and we would operate the 2 ballrooms and the 2 meeting rooms. Financially, there's no downside to the city. It is what it is now, the 50% of the rentals, et cetera, et cetera. We've covered all of that. We cannot work under the sole discretion of Sterling Venue Ventures.
With that, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
I know that there's a motion and a second, and we have the motion on the floor. I would like to introduce another motion on top of that, as I stated earlier, to ask staff to, if we can vote tonight to temporarily extend the existing agreement while the parties come back together and we have staff look at separate agreements as has been requested and those barriers have been removed. Councilmember Perello asked me to place a timeline on that. I would ask staff, I don't know if I'm going to get a second on that, but if I were, what would a timeline be that you think we would need to get that laid out with both parties and get 2 contracts going?
But Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I know that you have the cheat sheet in front of you about how to do this. You got a motion on the table and you want to make another one?
Yes, I
at
do.
the same time?
Yes, I do.
So how are you going to decide whose counts most?
If I get a second, then we will
If you get a
debate that.
second, we got 2 hot motions at the same time.
We will vote on mine. If it's voted down, we will go back to the original motion.
So you're,
How do you get in front of the motion Mr. Starr made? I mean, where do you get off getting in front of Mr. Starr's motion?
We can hear from the parliamentarian if we'd like.
We can, no, we ask the city attorney. I mean, you're looking at.
I can
Wait a
help.
minute,
I can
Mayor,
help.
this kind of stuff, we're supposed to not do this, even if it's midnight.
Excuse me. Yes, we will have, the city attorney can weigh on the parliamentary procedure on this.
City Attorney, can you clarify, please?
So first of all, did Councilman Starr's motion get a second?
Yes.
You seconded it?
Yes.
So are you proposing an amendment to the motion?
Yes. Well, no, I'm introducing another motion.
Well, no.
Can I amend the
no.
motion?
It'd be out of order. You can do an amendment where you can say, I'm going to replace Starr's motion. That you could do, and if you had more votes, then that would become the main motion on the floor.
Does that sound right, Mr. City Attorney?
That is the proper format, is to amend the motion that is before the council.
My apologies on the language. I would like to amend the motion then to reflect what I had just said.
Can you restate what your motion is?
Let me get some input from staff on my question to them on what do you think a timeline would look like for this?
So I want to be perfectly clear. We're talking about timeline for a side letter agreement or timeline for a whole separate deal?
2 separate contracts.
For 2 separate contracts, I would say 24 to 36 months.
Excuse me.
No, hold on, guys. Tara, we're just looking to see if we can consider an extension and then to consider 2 separate contracts.
So if we're considering an extension, Mr. Mayor, that's fine. We can consider extension. If it's for 2 separate contracts, there's insurances, there's programming, there's all kinds of things that we need to consider, and I need to understand what's going on from the nonprofit side as well as the Sterling Venue Venture side, because with a separate agreement, they would be breaking themselves apart. Also, with the negotiations of the kitchen, when would they have access to it? There's a lot of things. I have negotiated with both groups, and it's not an easy thing. So I would need the time just to get it right and to transition over. So I would appreciate 24 to 36 months. Thank you.
City Attorney, can I just ask for some clarification from the City Attorney's office? Is that
clarification as to
clarification? Is it whether or not we can do it much sooner than 2 years?
So that's less a legal question and more a logistical question. You have within your discretion to extend this existing agreement under the terms of the existing agreement up to 5 years. So up to, so anywhere from 2 weeks to 5 years.
So if I may, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So hearing that, and I appreciate you being straightforward on that and being realistic about all of the logistics involved in this level of contracting. So if I were to amend this motion then that's on the table, the motion is for what the staff recommendation is. I would like to amend to extend the contract as stated. It sounds like Dr. Davis has made it clear what the board's position and the nonprofit's position is on having control of the meeting rooms. So my hope would be that if we move forward with this, as Mr. Rozelle mentioned, we have language added that says that a side letter must be established with terms agreed upon by both entities within X amount of time. And in the meantime, over the 24 to 36 months which are going to pass anyways, we explore with the nonprofit what the feasibility of a separate contract would look like while this is in play, this agreement that's on the table tonight. So my amendment that I'm moving on is adding language that says that a side letter agreement must be achieved within the next,
I'd recommend
I'll say
6 months or 12 months, whichever.
6 months. Seems like we're close enough that I feel like we could be less than that, but I'll go with our city attorney's contract language there. 6 months. And concurrent to that or parallel to that, we explore with the nonprofit what a more long-term individual contract would look like. That's my amendment.
I just want to make sure I understand it.
Please do.
So is your proposal to basically still adopt the 5-year extension, but within 6 months have a commitment to have a side agreement, and what else? Or is that everything? Was it, or plus, I'm sorry, what? And the other part was,
and
I'm sorry.
Parallel to that, explore the separate agreement with the nonprofit over the ensuing.
So I guess what I don't understand is how that would work, because you've got an agreement for 5 years with the whole entire facility, and then that's a contract. Are you suggesting that what happens? What are you exploring in the next year or two? Because they've got this agreement for 5 years.
I'm giving direction to staff to do that moving forward. So the direction here, the decision of the council is, are we doing the extension of the 5-year agreement with the modified language as mentioned by Mr. Rozelle? And at the same time, staff, please work with the nonprofit to explore a side letter, or excuse me, a second contract with them, a separate contract with them beyond that. Am I missing something?
So
I think so.
So I understand. So then once that is done, and there's an agreement, then will we have to amend Sterling's agreement?
Exactly. But the problem is that he's got an agreement at that point. So what if he doesn't want to do that?
Can I propose a possibility?
Please.
The possibility would be a 5-year extension with a 6-month requirement of a side letter between the parties, and then that would be the modification to the contract, and then separately, kind of a will of the council to indicate that staff will open up discussions about possibly agreements with both the nonprofit and with Sterling to split that apart. But that is something that is not required, but it's a starting that process to consider it.
Is that clear?
Well, the only issue I have with that is the extension of the 5-year contract. I would look more to do maybe a 2-year contract and then follow what Mayor Pro Tem's. I'm sorry.
We have one amendment at a time, so.
I'm sorry, hold on. The city manager has.
Yeah, if I can try to help clarify, because everyone that's in the room here is in the room making the sausage, including Mr. Sterling. So based on what the council is proposing at the moment, Mr. Sterling knows what it is. So if he agrees to sign the contract, then he would understand that that aspect of it would be under review over the next couple of years. So it's up to him to sign the contract.
Right.
Understanding and making sure he understands what the Mayor Pro Tem is proposing. So what I'm hearing is do the 5-year extension for the purposes of the business side of the auditorium. Direct that the two organizations come up with a side letter within 6 months to work together. And parallel or concurrently, we explore a independent contract with the nonprofit. If that were to happen, then it would necessarily change the fact that Mr. Sterling has control of the entire facility. So he knows that, if that's the direction of the council. He would have to agree to sign that contract.
So I would have a question about that, because what I'm not understanding yet is the 2 to 5 year thing. So it's either a 5-year contract or it's a 2-year contract. If it's a 5-year contract, then Mr. Sterling can make bookings that are far in advance. If it's a 2-year contract, I think we're SOL. I don't think that's going to work. So it would seem to me that if you have the 5-year agreement, if you have the requirement for the side letter agreement, and certainly you could explore if there's some sort of mutual agreement to change it, that would be fine, but it would have to be mutual agreement at that point. This guy needs to be able to plan. He's running a business. I can tell you that in my company, I couldn't say, oh, we're going to build a new machine tomorrow. No, you got to design the machine. You got to get the materials. You got to get the labor. Things take a lot of time.
So would it help you, Councilmember Starr, if my amendment said 2 years instead of 5? Is that?
No, because then that's the problem. The problem is that at that point, he's not going to be able to do his business. So I think that if you can, I think 5 years makes sense. I think that a side agreement makes sense. I think you can explore all you want, but at that point, he needs some certainty in order to move forward with as a business.
Okay. Well, I'll just point out that I think Mr. Rozelle was going to add something else, and I haven't received a second. So if we can hear from him, and if I don't get a second, then my motion dies, or my amendment dies.
As I was proposing, the 5 years would be the contract, and that is the binding agreement between the parties. The possibility of splitting apart that contract is something which can be discussed, but there's no obligation to accomplish that.
And that's exactly how I thought it would work.
Yeah, let me just recognize Councilwoman Perez. Go ahead.
Thank you. And this question's for you, Mayor Pro Tem. Would you be willing to also, as a part of your motion, include revisions of the language regarding the discretion portion of the contract?
Yes, I think we already mentioned that. Yeah, I have head nods, yes. Yeah. Thank you.
But if I heard you correctly, then even if we explore a separate contract, there's no obligation to agree to that, correct?
As the motion currently stands, although there's not a second yet, I believe that is correct.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilwoman Perez. Yeah, you second. But can you clarify the language, Mayor Pro Tem, on your motion to? So we can put a time bar on it?
Can we get the chatter?
Yeah, let's, listen, we can just keep the chatter to a minimum, please. We're just trying to clarify the language here to what the motion is that's on the table by Mayor Pro Tem.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to, I've been taking notes, so I'd be happy to do this. So this would be
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, this would be the substitute motion to Mr. Starr's. So it would be the 5-year extension with a 6-month requirement of a side letter between the parties, and then that would be the contract, and then separate apart, and understanding that the parties would explore the possibility to divide that contract into two, but it would not be a contractual obligation to do so.
That's perfect.
And I see Mr. Sterling's come up here, and Dr. Davis.
We decided to come up together so that we're together and we're not arguing.
I saw you skipping up here, both of you.
So I'm waiting with bated breath to hear what the two of them have to say.
Before I ask my question, then, it seems like there's something you both have to share.
But I would like
I
to
know
say,
the mayor's
this is going much better than the Ukraine-Russia peace accords. So we appreciate both of you being here.
That's positive.
As I own my company and he's a board member, I'm okay with working and I'm okay with extending this out. And then within 6 months, we'll agree to do 2 separate agreements if it's okay with the city, because that resolves my liability issues and it solves his issues. So we just have to work that part out. Is the city okay with, if we have 2 separate agreements, he has his, mine is just the auditorium. I'm okay with that, and so I'll sign this agreement saying within 6 months, we will separate and have, and not explore, but actually come up with a
Well,
contract.
wonderful. Then I would like to amend the motion by Mayor Pro Tem.
I think there are some logistical
We're
Okay.
just
points on
going
this.
back and forth with the logistics of splitting up the facility in 6 months. That's our only challenge.
So, okay.
9 months?
So,
9 months?
so if I may, I think it's important, as everything I've heard, for the certainty for Mr. Sterling to have the 5-year contract. The city, it's up to the council to decide, of course, but from staff standpoint, we're fine with that being split apart if we can reach the deal, but we do want there to be this certainty of a 5-year contract. And if they can reach a deal to split apart, that's great, we support, but let's go ahead and extend this out so there can be certainty that we're gonna have an operator for both parts of the pack.
But if I'm just hearing you correctly, the certainty we just have to make sure that within 6 months, that we do 2 separate contracts.
Well, no, if I may.
Because that's what they're agreeing to.
Well, but once again, that has to be negotiated, and there's all these logistical issues. So the certainty would be the 5-year extension with the requirement of a side agreement within 6 months. If they can reach the deal that's acceptable to the city, then the agreement could be split into 2.
Mayor, may I suggest another, it's going to be the same thing, but we're not going to South Oxnard, I get it. But, okay, so if we do the 5-year agreement, and I'm looking at both Mr. Sterling and Mr. Davis, we do the 5-year agreement with the understanding that staff will come back to us to separate the agreement, but allow staff the opportunity to get it done. In the meantime, the OPAC will hold city accountable, and if you feel it's dragging, that's what we're here for. You know, because I think I understand staff. It is, and I can vouch, it takes a while to get all this stuff done. And I think putting a limit on it, I think I think it's agreed, separate, and then make sure that, you know, the nonprofit is communicating with the city. If there's anything happening, we're all here, that you can come to us and say, city's stalling or whatever. But just, you know, allow staff that opportunity and the nonprofit to work together to come with an agreement. Is that something that's...
You've had the 2 parties come together right here before you saying, we agree now on 2 separate agreements at a point in time, respecting city staff and the legalese that goes into this.
Okay.
Maybe it's the end of the calendar year, whatever it is, go ahead and set a time limit on that. But Sterling Venue Ventures and the OPAC board, tonight, we're agreeing to 2 separate contracts, right, sir?
Okay.
Okay.
So if we can amend...
And I'm
Isn't
okay
love
with it being
grand?
up to a year, if that gives you guys enough.
So I just don't want to, I want to make sure staff and the board have the time to get insurances and everything else together that they need.
So, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, having negotiated and been in the room with both groups, the more time you can give us, the better. But if there's a deadline that is set like a year, then if both parties are willing to meet until this gets done, I don't have a problem with that. And I will, if I have the ability to come back to council and tell you if there's any points that they ever get stuck on, I would appreciate that. But we could actually move this forward if both groups are willing to, over the next 12 months.
So I would make, and I know we have a lot of motions, but I would make the motion to go ahead and extend the 5-year agreement with the understanding that within a year, we will have separate contracts and ask staff for a 6-month update on where we're at. Well, we're going to have separate contracts.
So I'm losing track of motion because we're too many deep, and plus.
Sure.
So it seems to me that we need to first dispose of the Mayor Pro Tem's motion as amendment. Once that's taken care of, then we can consider any others after that. But we need to take care of one of them first.
And Mr. Fisher, Mr. Rizal, what's the easiest way is it easy if I withdraw my motion and then Councilwoman Basua, we can do a third inception level of motions if we want. I think you can.
If there's no objection by the body, if there's no objection from the body, you can withdraw your motion. Is that what you want to do?
I'm asking, what's the easiest way to do this? To get to what Councilwoman Basua just brought up.
You're willing to withdraw your motion?
Is it significantly different from yours, Councilwoman Basua?
So the only thing that's different is that we are giving them a year instead of the 6 months for staff to come back, and within 6 months, we will get an update on where they're at with negotiations. If they can accomplish this sooner, great, awesome. But we're giving them a deadline.
Mr. Rizal, can I just modify my language to match what Councilwoman Basua has brought up?
You can't. The body owns the motion now.
Okay.
A substitute motion.
Okay. No, I'm.
No.
We have a professional registered parliamentarian in the room. Alicia, would you please come up and help us through this?
No. Hold on a second. Let's bring order back into the courtroom. Back into the council chambers here. I know, my policing days courtroom. City Attorney, can you just read back the substituted motion that was made to see if we can get some clarity to see what we're voting on?
Which one, Mayor?
So the current motion that is before the council is Mayor Pro Tem's motion that has received a second, which was an amendment to Councilman Starr's motion that had received a second. So unpacking that first, if you call for a vote on that and it gets
If it gets a majority, they will become the main motion at that point. At that point, we can vote again.
You want to restate what, I think we just lost what, you want to just restate what motion we're?
Yeah, I need to hear the motion again.
Let's just restate the motion if we can.
We're not even through the agenda. This is the first item.
So
Mr. Rizal,
I'm happy to restate
with your
the
notes,
motion.
please.
So this is an extension of the contract for 5 years with the modification and language in section 2.1 to indicate it's in coordination with instead of at the sole discretion of. And based on the current motion made by the Mayor Pro Tem with the requirement of a side agreement between the parties within 6 months. So that's restating your motion.
Yes, thank you. And Councilwoman Perez had seconded it.
Mayor, may I call the question?
Yes.
If we recognize for that. I'd like to call the question on the amendment.
City Attorney, can we get some clarification on?
Mayor, that would require a vote.
Okay.
So Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
No.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
No.
I'm sorry? Okay. That motion carries 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, bear with me for one quick minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. That motion carries 4-2 in favor.
Okay, so this is the main motion on the floor. So we have to vote on it again.
Okay,
Unless
so
there-
it's
unless
calling
there's
the
a new
question.
amendment.
So the question is called.
So at this point, I'd like to call the question on the main motion. Is there a second to call the question?
Got a second?
So,
Madam Clerk, can we state for the record what we're all voting on? Just so the public's clear on that?
I believe the motion from Councilmember Starr is that the City Council authorize the mayor to execute the facility management agreement between the city and Sterling Ventures, and a 5-year amendment extension to the operation, maintenance, and management of the Performing Arts Center and Convention Auditorium and Meeting Rooms, and then further modifications by staff in Section 4.1.
There was some wording change, too. There was a wording change.
That was the original motion?
we voted to basically amend it so it's now the Mayor Pro Tem's motion is the main motion on the floor. So the question is, at this point, hearing there's no other debate that people want to do for this, can we come to a vote on the motion as amended by the Mayor Pro Tem?
We're all clear on that? Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So if there's no objection, let's have a roll call for that.
And that's on Mayor Pro Tem's motion
His-
with five-year side letter within 6 months.
That is correct. That is the Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
Great.
Did that
So
motion
that's,
include
and that's a
two-year
side
contract
letter,
at the end
but
of the
not
year?
to come back and split the contracts.
I'm sorry, did that motion include two separate contract at the end of the first year? Is that motion?
No, it did not.
No, it did not
That
include
was,
that.
That was mine. So we have to vote on Mayor Pro Tem's first.
okay. Can we get a roll call or vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Before we get to that, you all have direction on this. It sounds like it's pretty clear, right? On what's being asked of staff to do after this.
In terms of your motion?
Yes, my motion.
Yes.
Because it was just stated, work with them on the separation, and then they agreed, we're going to work on a separation.
Correct.
Well,
Okay.
I thought
And that's
you-
not part of it now, but it's been stated here that that's what's going to happen. Okay.
Right, but if your motion passes, that's a different path, slightly.
Yeah, so
We need to.
so we just need to vote on your motion, which states that 5-year contract with the side letter within 6 months. Then I came up with another motion, so we need to vote on yours first, and if that passes, then that's what it is.
Okay, so I get it. All right. Well, I'm
Can
good.
you just withdraw it and it would just go to hers?
Can.
No.
As opposed to taking a vote?
I'm getting head shakes no.
Okay.
It's done,
So-
yes.
So the Mayor Pro
Right,
Tem's
so-
motion is the main motion on
Hold
the.
on, guys.
The Mayor Pro Tem's motion is the motion on the floor. We could get another amendment from Councilmember Basu if she wants. Is that what she wants to do?
Okay,
Make an amendment?
yes, I
Make
will.
amendment to what, his motion is the main motion now. Do you want to amend that main motion?
Okay, so my amendment, and let me know if we need to take that vote, because I think it'd be easier to take that vote, because I'm no longer going with the side letter. I'm going within a year, come back and split the contract.
Yeah, I'm done.
So, and then
So then I want to do a,
so the side letter is, they will continue to work together until we split the contracts. And they have a year, staff has a year to do that.
just 1 second. Is that,
That's my motion.
is there a second on her motion?
Can I just say?
Can I, yes.
Okay, so now,
But I believe what Councilwoman Basu is proposing the amendment now is exactly what Vladimir and Vladimir proposed.
That's right.
So can you two come up and to clarify? Because I think that's what they proposed.
Let's see if they agreed, and if they do, I'll second your motion.
Lance, go ahead.
What I understood and agreed to was a 5-year extension. Within a year, we will negotiate separate agreements, and within 6 months, you will give an update. That's what I understood.
No side letter?
Yes.
Within
Doesn't
6
need a
months?
side letter. We have an existing deal which we're working through, where he and I believe will come very quickly to come up with a deal.
Dr. Davis, is that?
So 5-year agreement.
Okay.
1 year to split it into 2, 6-month update throughout.
If that's
Right.
Mrs. Basua's
Yes.
motion, then I will second that motion.
Yes.
Dr. Davis,
So
is that agree with
so I
you?
will make,
Yes,
I
Thank
will
you.
make that
that's
motion.
what I understand.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we get a vote?
Yes. Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the
So
motion
now that's the
carries.
main motion on the floor. You have to vote one more time.
We'll get the main
Ready?
motion on the floor. We'll get another vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
And the motion carries 6-0.
And we are officially done with the first item of business for this evening.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just before we get folks moving around here, just real quickly, if I may. Thank you. I just want to thank everybody for coming out in the community to speak on this. This is your right, your constitutional right. Appreciate you doing it. But I didn't get a chance earlier to thank staff for all their work on this. I know you've gone above and beyond in working with these entities, and I'm glad we were able to land on something that's going to work for the community, not just entities, but the community. So thank you to staff, all of you.
Hey, Lance, thank you. Thank you for being agreeable to work with the OPAC. Lance? Mr. Sterling, thank you. Thank you very much for being agreeable to work with the OPAC staff.
Thank you.
Thank you for your flexibility there. Thank you.
And I'll see you in 5 years.
All right. What do we do here for the next one? I don't think anybody's got the energy.
Let's do a recess for 10 minutes. Yeah, because we have to take the next item.
You got a flame or
When we come back from recess, we're going to staff.
Mayor, are we taking a
Yeah,
recess?
we're gonna, if there's no objection, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. M6, is that the, M5, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so hold on.
Good morning, everyone. I want to call, want to call the meeting back to order for. Happy Wednesday. Right, I know, I'm still saying, well, we're still on the February 18th, 2015 council meeting. And we are going to go to the next item in the agenda, which is item M5. But
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we begin, I'd like to, I'm going to need some input from staff on this. But after this item of business, I would like to adjourn the meeting to a date later this week. My understanding is that we're not available Thursday because the Planning Commission uses that. So it's either Wednesday, which I think is too soon because we'll be tired, or Friday. I'm wondering, is there any issue with staff with our continuing the meeting to Friday after this item of business is complete?
So we didn't look at a meeting that soon. We looked at a meeting based on your council agenda, and we have 5 items that you could move that don't have external deadlines or wouldn't impact contracts. I don't know exactly how much time they'll save you by moving. 3 of them are on the info consent agenda. That would be item K1, which is simply your minutes. Item K5, which is related to on-call engineering agreements. K6, multiple agreements for on-call architectural design. Under reports, item M3, which is the mid-year budget review, and item M4, which is the MOU with the Oxnard Public Safety Managers Association. Those are the 4 that do not have external deadlines or implications prior to your next council meeting. To get into that level of detail of a Friday of council available, staff members available for that item, the outside consultants that may be necessary to move that, we didn't go into that level.
Thank you. Well, those are pretty considerable items we can remove from this agenda. So why don't we just proceed? If no one has any objection, we'll just proceed. The next item, we'll just see where we're at. So next item on the agenda is item M5. Subject matter is the implementation of the specific provisions of the Court of Appeals decision regarding the city treasurer. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the first reading by title only and waive further reading of an ordinance titled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending specific provisions of the Oxnard City Code to transfer the duties relating to the collection of fees and taxes from the city treasurer to the police chief and modify the procedure for the payment of demands, warrants, and checks so that certain duties held by the city treasurer are transferred to the assistant city treasurer, or alternatively, although not recommended by city staff, direct staff to return the necessary proposed ordinance and resolution to reorganize and reinstate the duties of the city treasurer, so the person in that position will serve as the administrative head of staff now associated with a separate division of billing and licensing and as a department head. Any council members have any questions of staff on this item? I know Council Member Starr, you mentioned you had a series of questions, but any other council member have any questions? We'll recognize you, Councilmember Starr.
So Mayor, my computer just died, like the battery just ran out and all my notes were on there. So I'm trying to see if I can gather something from an email to myself. And so if you can recognize somebody else first, and then I'll try and. I didn't bring the cord with me that would work for this. It's not the issue. The issue is I need power, and it's got the particular setup. So I'm sunk. So I'm going to do my best. There's some questions I definitely wanted to ask, and unfortunately I'm going to miss some of them, I'm sure, because I don't have them anymore. So
Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I can certainly start with questions, but I will offer to Councilmember Starr, if your laptop uses a USB-C to charge, I have one here that you can utilize with this power bank.
I don't think I've got what you've got.
Okay. I'll just start with asking if our staff, and I see the city attorney's office is listed here as a lead staff on this, if you wouldn't mind just sharing with the public here a summary of this item, what we have in front of us, why we're here, just in case anyone couldn't on their own time watch the pre-recorded presentation for this.
I would be happy to give a brief overview. So the mayor has already gone over what the proposed ordinance would accomplish. Of course, transferring the city treasurer's collector's duty to the chief of police, and also to modify the procedure for the payment of demands, warrants, and checks. Those would be transferred to the assistant city treasurer. It's important to note that these recommended actions are specifically authorized by a judgment and writ of mandate that became effective just on January 29th. And that was in the lawsuit between the city and Mr. Molina. And these transfers are also authorized by state law. So we could actually stop our discussion right now because you have the authority to do that. But as elected officials, I know that you're going to say why. And I think why is the big question. And it's laid out in the staff report, but I think it's important for the public to also understand why staff is recommending that you go ahead and adopt that ordinance. So we're going to go back to November 2016 when Mr. Molina was elected treasurer. On December 12th, 2016, and this is attachment 1 to your staff report. And so as we go through this, I'm going to give the Bates stamp number on the page, so if you want to follow along, you just have to look at the numbers. So this is page 926. It's a letter from then City Manager Greg Nyhoff to Mr. Molina, which lays out the duties he was agreeing to take on, which includes administrative duties. And he got substantially more money because he chose to take those duties on. And then I'll just read the line from the letter, once again, page 926. It says that the expectation of this department head position is to support the city manager's office as well as to be the on-site managing the operations and staff and to adhere to all city policies. And we go to the next page, page 927. Mr. Molina signed that and said, I hereby acknowledge and accept the administrative responsibilities of the city treasurer as outlined in this letter, and it's dated December 12th, 2016. But unfortunately, Mr. Molina did not do that. He did not follow those policies. After multiple interactions with city management, because of his proper actions, Mr. Molina received a letter of reprimand on December 4th, 2018, and that is on page 928. That's a letter from City Manager Nguyen to Mr. Molina outlining how he had violated the city's code of conduct as well as email violations. So after this occurred, there were employee complaints against Mr. Molina for harassment and bullying. What followed was a 5-month investigation by an independent investigator, and that investigation started on September 2019 and ended with a 83-page report. So following along again, that's page 935 of your staff report. And that, the report had multiple adverse findings against Mr. Molina. So you've been getting a lot of emails from Mr. Molina. You also got a letter from his lawyer yesterday. And that letter would have you believe that what's outlined in this 83-page documents are minor, and at worst, it would have justified a counseling memo for Mr. Molina. I'll have to say that grossly understates the detailed findings of that report, which included interviews with 41 witnesses over 5 months. And you can see a summary of the findings on page 2 of the report, and that is for the base stamp numbering, that's page 937 and 938. These are not minor. These are things which are very troubling. So if you want more information regarding this report, Assistant City Attorney Jenny Kelly right here is available to discuss this more in detail. But moving forward, given the late hour, Based upon this report, the city manager temporarily removed Mr. Molina's administrative duties in March of 2020. And then in May of 2020, the city council formalized this decision through the adoption of an ordinance and resolutions. So that same month, Mr. Molina sued the city, and that litigation went on for 4 years. So in keeping score, the city won the trial court level, a 32-page decision in the city's favor with Judge Burrell. Mr. Molina appealed. He won at the appellate court. The Supreme Court denied review, and the case was remanded back to the trial court. Now, the appellate decision was from August 7th of last year, but it took, because back and forth with disputes about what the judgment should say, the final judgment and writ of mandate were not issued until January 29th. So that particular document is in the staff report on page 1066. So that is the judgment. So, and just briefly, the judgment and the writ of mandate overturned one city ordinance. That's ordinance number 2977. Two city resolutions. Resolution numbers 15324 and 1535, and one city code section. That's Oxnard City Code Section 2-44C. That judgment and writ also ordered that the city restore specific statutory duties to Mr. Molina pursuant to Government Code Section 41001 through 41005. However, as we said at the beginning, that same judgment, writ of mandate, and appellate opinion also specifically authorized the transfer of specific duties from the city treasurer to the chief of police and the city treasurer. And so let's just briefly turn to that. If you look on page 1068 of the judgment, under C and E, it talks about, so for C, it talks about the statutory duty of paying money on warrants signed by legally designated persons, but then it says the city may in its discretion establish its own procedure for the payment of warrants to the extent allowed by law, and it cites Government Code Section 53910. And then under E, about the collector duties for collecting city taxes and license fees, it said the city may in its discretion transfer those duties as authorized by law. In the appellate decision, it gives that citation as Government Code Section 41607, that is transferring those duties to the chief of police. So in closing, I want to highlight one statement that was made by former Assistant City Treasurer Eden Alamiri that was signed under penalty of perjury on October 26, 2022, and that was included in the city's pleadings filed in this litigation. Ms. Alamiri was the highest ranking employee in billing and licensing, and she reported directly to Mr. Molina for more than 3 years. So here's from Ms. Alamiri's declaration. I'm just going to read it. Quote, once he, Molina, became the city treasurer, petitioner commented on my hair, dress, shoes, and overall appearance every work day. His comments were always very specific and not very flattering. I recall that on one occasion, he even commented disparagingly on the type of fabric on the bottom of my dress. Even though I didn't find this behavior appropriate, I tried to ignore his comments and continue to carry out my duties as necessary. End of quote. This is not something that should be taken lightly. While Ms. Alamiri chose not to file a lawsuit against the city.
Is that in our packet, by the way, what you just read?
That is not, but we are happy to get a copy.
When was it executed?
It was executed. It is executed on October 26, 2022. This was attached in the city's opposition to the petition for writ of mandate. That was not included in the packet. This was additional information that in our preparation for tonight, we went through a number of papers, but this was because there was some emails from Mr. Molina saying, gee, people have withdrawn some of the statements in the investigator's report, which is not correct. This was something signed under penalty of perjury, where she made this statement. And then, so Ms. Alamiri chose not to file a lawsuit against the city, but no person, and especially a city employee, should not be forced to endure such behavior from a supervisor in a workplace. So based on this declaration, which as I already said was under penalty of perjury, Mr. Molina's inappropriate behavior occurred over a 3-year period, more than 3 years, from when he assumed his role as treasurer until when his administrative duties were removed on March 20th. And the investigator's report goes on and on and on about Mr. Molina's actions, which are simply not acceptable behavior for a manager with the city of Oxnard. Mr. Molina should not have the right to manage a staff of 19 people at City Hall, as we laid out clearly in the staff report and in the investigator's report and in that declaration. It's clearly something that he should not have the ability to do. So staff is available to answer questions. We have a number of people here who are available to answer your questions.
I'll have some questions, but if you want to go first,
Sure.
be my guest.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions for staff?
Not at this time. I appreciate the summary on that. I'll send it back to the mayor, and we
Sure.
can go through my colleagues for additional questions.
Sounds good. Before we call on Councilmember Starr, anybody on this side have any questions? Councilmember Perello or Councilwoman Perez? No? Any additional questions for you, Councilwoman Basua? Okay.
All right, I've got some questions. Some of them are going to be from memory, from notes. My computer died, and this is just one more thing to die this week. Sorry. I'd like to know, first of all, if we were to adopt staff's recommendation, what duties would Phil Molina continue to possess?
Absolutely. In fact, that was laid out in the staff report. So, well, first, while I'm turning to that document, he would have the preparation of the monthly report. That was something in the litigation you filed against the city regarding the fact that it has to be filed monthly. So he has that duty. That's something that Judge Burrell, in this opinion, based on the appellate court's decision, said Mr. Molina has that duty. He also would retain I apologize. He would also retain the ability for the bank, the banking accounts. So that documentation. And then at the same time, and I am turning now. Sorry, just 1 second, please. So on the, okay, so here we go. This is page 924. This is the staff report. So where we lay out about the restoration of the statutory duties, and I'll go through A, B, C, D, and E. So that lays out the statutory duties that are left. So under Government Code Section 41001, which is receive and safely keep all money the treasurer receives. So technically the city treasurer would still have the statutory duty, but assuming the council adopts this ordinance tonight, he would not be collecting that money, so the money would not go to him, but he still technically retains that duties.
But let me ask you a question. If that were to be the case, doesn't the chief of police then need to turn the money over to the treasurer at that point? Isn't he just kind of a go-between at that point?
Well, in this case, this was a law that was, as laid out in the staff report, was first adopted in 1883. The law that this current version was adopted in the 1940s. But basically, the city treasurer is the collector, and I note that the chief of police would be in charge of that process, but there would, of course, be professional staff that would do the day-to-day work, just like with Mr. Molina. When he became the city treasurer in November 2016, he had a professional staff led by the number two, Eden Alamiri, that actually handled the collector duties. Mr. Molina was not at the window collecting dollar bills and change and other things. There was a professional staff to do that work. So, and also going down the list, so for B, as far as deposit and secure public funds, et cetera, but, you know, once again, and also handle trust funds in his possession, once again, he has that duty, but because the collector duties would be transferred, he would not be getting those funds. And then at the same time, paying out money on warrants signed by legally designated persons, that is a duty that is there, but that is a ministerial duty his obligations to pay that out. But as laid out there, if the council adopts this ordinance, and along with the city council's prior adoption of resolution number 15784, then the city would establish an alternative procedure for the payment of those warrants. And then as to the issues regarding the monthly report, we already discussed that. That is something that is available now. Now we have every month our CFO prepares that report. It's transmitted to Mr. Molina and to the city clerk. There has been some disputes between Mr. Molina and the city staff about the formatting, but the city staff is preparing it in the manner that was indicated in your lawsuit, or Moving Oxnard Forward's lawsuit against the city on that point. So we are comfortable that that is something which is legally acceptable.
I guess my issue is that the way the law is written, it's the treasurer that does it. So I'm not really quite clear how you can have someone else do it and somehow the treasurer says, I disagree, but you're going to submit it anyway. As I read 41004, it reads, regularly at least once each month, the city treasurer shall submit to the city clerk a written report and accounting of all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances. The city treasurer shall file a copy with the legislative body. So for him to do that, he has to be the one that files it. Well, he needs to be the one that submits it. If you're submitting something on his behalf because you said, well, we got an okay from the court, but if the treasurer disagrees, what do you do with that?
Well, unfortunately, because of the lawsuit against the city filed by Moving Oxnard Forward, we are in a catch-22 because basically we were filing what we felt was in lieu of. Moving Oxnard Forward filed a lawsuit. We lost that litigation, and we have a court order that every month we must file that report. So we are going to ensure, please let me finish real quickly, we're going to ensure that that monthly report is filed. So we are going to prepare a report, make sure that's available so we're not in violation of the judgment in the Moving Oxnard Forward case against the city. So we're going to file that. We're happy to work with Mr. Molina. We're providing that report to him. He also has the ability to format the report in the manner he wants using various resources which are available.
Right. I'm familiar with my case. I don't have the judgment in front of me. Unfortunately, I had it in my computer, but my computer is not available at the moment. But definitely there was a requirement for a report and an accounting. And as I recall, the language said saying I had to provide a summary of the It basically described what was in the underlying accounting in a way that we'd be able to understand it. What I had seen from staff, and by the way, I haven't seen one of these reports since I've been elected, so I'm not sure what's happening to the monthly filing of this. But
it's filed and it's actually posted on the city's website.
At a city council meeting? I have not seen this. Did I miss that completely? Was the 41004 report submitted to the city council at the meetings like the court requires each month? I haven't seen that since.
It's been provided to the treasurer to present to the council, but he has not done so.
But the treasurer disagrees with it, right? So he's
So
saying
he has been given the data with which to make the report if he does not agree with how staff has prepared the report in conformity with the judgment in Moving Oxnard Forward case.
Well, let me just ask some questions. I'll do my best here. I don't have all of them, but I have some of them. So in 2020, did staff propose to the city council any response to Mr. Molina's alleged actions short of depriving him of all of his duties, staff, and budget? Did staff propose that to council?
And I apologize. So you're saying in 2020?
Yep.
So 2020, we took the actions, as you know, ordinance number 2977, resolution 15324, 15325, to transfer those statutory and administrative duties away from Mr. Molina. So that was how we took that action.
Sure. Okay, so did staff consider any response to Mr. Molina's alleged actions short of depriving him of all of his duties, staff, and budget? Did staff consider that in 2020?
I'm sorry? Yes, we took away the administrative duties, which we believe that is the right to do so. And there was also, as, in the end, the appellate court indicated that we did not have the ability to transfer the collector rights from Mr. Molina to the assistant city treasurer, but that was something that we believed we could. Clearly, the court said no, but the court and Mr. Molina both indicated that it would be appropriate to transfer those collector duties to the chief of police, something which is allowed under the law.
So how is your proposal to assign the duties related to the payment of warrants and checks away from the elected city treasurer to the assistant city treasurer a necessary response to the allegations in the investigative report?
There are multiple things. So first, as laid out at length in the report, well, actually, let's start with one which was quite compelling. During COVID, and let me find. Do you have the April 7th email from him?
I can discuss the email. So what happened, council members, and good morning, it's nice to see you all, was that after the city manager took away Mr. Molina's administrative duties as a result of the findings of the report of investigation, within days of the city manager taking that action, Mr. Molina wrote an email to city staff, including the city manager, saying that basically, if you don't give me back the ability to audit various check warrants and payments, that I'm going to refuse to put my signature on any warrants or bills that are going to be paid, including staff paychecks. So in following Mr. Molina's email, his attorney, Andrew Kovner, sent a similar letter essentially demanding that we give Mr. Molina back this audit function, which, by the way, Mr. Molina never had the ability to audit the check runs. That was a duty delegated to the finance director under ordinance number 801 in 1962. So his desire to perform this auditing function was one he gave to himself, contrary to the city ordinances that were in play. But as a result of him threatening essentially to not pay, that the city could not use his signature to pay bills, at that point, the city took steps to ensure that we would have the assistant city treasurer in conjunction with either the finance director or the assistant finance director, that their signatures would be enough and could for signing any outgoing checks or warrants. So.
Councilmember Starr, there's a three-prong power strip under the desk. There's one. There's one underneath the desk. If I'm willing to crawl under there if we need someone to.
Yeah, there is a three-prong underneath the desk. Yeah, there's a three-prong right here.
Right. I got three-prong here.
Yeah.
You are awesome. Thank you very much. It will take a while for this to move back up, but I'm going to do my best.
Sure.
Under the circumstances.
While he's doing that, is there any other questions from
I do have another question.
I did have one question.
Just real quickly.
Sure, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Kelly, would you like to reiterate any part of what you had just mentioned there? I know that, we had some motion up here and looking for the power outlet, but just so that Councilmember Starr can have his question answered, that would just, meant there. Maybe if you can start at some point, just if there's any main points you'd like to reiterate on that.
The issue was Mr. Molina's refusal and his threat to not have his signature applied to outgoing checks and warrants if he was not given the right to audit the various checks that were going to be paid, that were going to run through the AP process in the finance department. And he never had that authority. That authority was given to the finance director in 1962. It was an authority he gave himself. And in doing so, he often stopped the AP check runs by demanding backup documentation, and this caused a delay in payments of various bills. But aside from that, when he and his attorney wrote a letter demanding that he be returned this particular auditing function, unless, he said, if it wasn't returned to him, he would not allow his signature to be used on any outgoing checks or bills or payments. So that precipitated the need to do something immediately to ensure that the city could continue paying its bills. And that is why one of the initial ordinances was to basically change the signatories from the treasurer and the finance director to the assistant city treasurer and the finance director or the assistant finance director.
Thank you for your willingness to reiterate those points.
You're welcome.
But is there any problem with him still reviewing all these disbursements? I mean, what keeps him, what I understood was that there were times where city staff tried to spend money that wasn't authorized by the budget that was adopted by this council. And he was simply trying to make sure that the city upheld the decisions that this council made. So isn't that something that was going on?
What time period are we talking about? And maybe we can get the CFO to talk about the processes it takes to actually get a check made. Because I think there may be a narrative out there that I sit behind my desk and write checks. I don't. I have no access to them, but maybe we can clarify that.
And didn't we have issues where, for example, there were contracts that were expired and Mr. Molina said, hey, we can't pay for this. We don't have the legal authority to do this. We need the contract. And then my understanding is that that was corrected after that. So it seemed like he was providing an important function there that the staff was just ignoring.
Councilman Starr, yes, there were occasions where he did apparently find some issues with the payments, but there were very few of those. Mostly, he was usurping the function of the finance director by performing this auditing function when he had no authority to do so, and he was holding up the payment of bills to our city vendors, our city contractors, and threatening not to pay our city employees.
Okay, but when we had our huge audit, way back when we had all these findings, I mean, one of the things the auditor pointed out specifically was that the treasurer, and it was the previous treasurer at that point, was not examining the underlying documents before making payments. That was the criticism. And then Molina came in and said, okay, well, this is required of me, so I'm going to start doing this. And then later on, staff didn't like that, and it seemed like they got the auditing firm to change that opinion at that point, which that's a completely different issue with the auditor.
Well, I think one other point, and the CFO knows this much better than I do, but there was also older software in place when Mr. Molina assumed office in 2016. We now have new software. And Javier, could you kind of go over how the checks and balances that is now built into our new software?
But my point was that this was a function that he was doing, and it was required by the outside auditors were thinking it was necessary, and it seemed like the city decided because they didn't like the city treasurer that they were going to yank this from him. And I get it. Maybe it comes across as a pill sometimes. I've been told that I do too. But
Mrs. Starr, it's not about that at all. Please, it's not about that at all. If we can have the CFO talk about the checks and balances in the system.
Good morning, City Council. Since I cannot speak for what happened a year and a half ago, since I wasn't here at the city, but since I've been with the city had already implemented back in October 22 the financial model of a new ERP, And the implementation of that financial model that includes the disbursement through the accounts payable section is based on the city ordinance, policies, and resolutions, all along with the budget, are built in the system. So there's automatic controls, there's segregation of duties, and there's also different limitation of access based on roles that different people have in the system. For example, contracts, they all follow a process based on the type of contract. There's different controls and review. Departments enter the contract, then it's reviewed through different workflows depending on the type of contract. And then finally, the purchasing department is the one entering the contract. Okay. And it includes the dollar threshold based on the procurement ordinance, if it's a public work contract versus not a public work contract. And this is also matching that to enter that contract in the system is also checking that the budget exists for that specific contract for all the different account assignments that are assigned to that contract. Then the next step, once we have a contract, is we're going to have probably an invoice for services or products that have been related to that contract. That also is going to have is going to follow a workflow segregation of duties. So the department that received that invoice is going to enter that invoice in the system. The department that is responsible for that product and service is going to review that, and then depending also on the dollar amount of the invoice and following again city ordinance, resolutions, and policies, is going to have different type of workflows for review and approval.
Okay, but you're missing the most fundamental thing here, though. Is we have an elected city treasurer, and it seems to me that based on what you want us to adopt today, I mean, doesn't the mayor, the city council, and the voting public lose the benefit of the independent review intended by an elected city treasurer? If you take the duty away for dispersing city funds, you assign it to somebody who's an appointed manager under the direct control of the appointed city manager, well, you have no independent review anymore. Why do you even have an elected city treasurer? It seems to me that that is the whole point under state law, to create that so there's somebody outside of just city staff who gets to look at stuff, because it's not going to be us council members doing it. We don't have the time to do that. But the city treasurer, that's his job.
This is not the city treasurer's job. As I said 3 times now, that was the finance director's job. And Eden Alamary, the former assistant treasurer, said that she worked here since 2006. She said no previous treasurer undertook the auditing function, and that in her experience for the past 30 years, no city treasurer undertook the auditing function. This was a function that Mr. Molina usurped and then abused when he threatened to not pay the city's bills, which is the point I think perhaps you're not quite grasping. And he did that at the beginning of COVID, when people were very uncertain about their futures and what was going on. And frankly, it was a really reprehensible thing for him to do. So, and the issue here really is not the financial controls, because we have financial controls. The issue was his behavior in the workplace towards
let's talk about that.
Employees.
So let's talk about that. Was there an original investigation that was done before this one? Was there on January 11th, 2019, an interview of Phil Molina by an attorney, Abraham Escareno of Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Root, and Romo?
There had been exactly 5 investigations because of Mr. Molina since 2016. I can go through each one of them with you, Mr. Starr.
So did Phil Molina's attorney request what the disposition was of that January 11th, 2019 investigation?
That investigation was a result of 3 employees from a particular division complaining that he was harassing them, that he was telling them what to do when he was not their supervisor, and that he was making inappropriate contact with them, standing too close to them.
So was this a report that was provided to his attorney or to
No,
Mr.
that
Molina?
report is not at issue because we called in an independent investigator who interviewed everybody and concluded that Mr. Molina's behavior, though troublesome, did not violate any city personnel policies.
Okay.
Generally, we do not release reports of investigation. In the employment world context, they are confidential. I don't know if Mr. Molina ever asked for that report, but generally we would not release it. We don't release any investigation reports, with the exception of the second one in this case after Mr. Molina talked about it publicly.
So another question I have is, was the assistant HR director, I think her name is Lisa Yoshimura, was she told on August 16th, 2019 by Mr. Molina that he was being harassed by the city manager?
Mr. Molina did make a complaint against the city manager, Mr. Nguyen. He also made a complaint within weeks of starting his job against city manager Greg Nyhoff, which was another incident in which we brought in an outside investigator who concluded after interviewing everybody that Mr. Nyhoff did nothing wrong. So Mr. Molina did make a subsequent complaint against Mr. Nguyen. However, he was complaining that Mr. Nguyen used the term abacus in front of him, and that somehow that was mounted to age discrimination and retaliation. And when he met with both the Human Resource Director, Mr. Naveau, and Ms. Yoshimura, they interviewed him about it. They asked him questions about it. He refused to give them any names of employees who were helpful who could potentially support his claims. As a matter of fact, he said, "These are my witnesses," and he refused to turn them over. So as a result of that, Mr. Naveau closed the investigation. But notably, even before that happened, Councilman Starr, when Mr. Molina talked about the abacus comment to the city manager in April of 2018 or 19, I'm not sure of the exact date, Mr. Nguyen immediately apologized and said, "I am sorry, I did not mean this in any way to suggest that I said that because of your age," and he apologized. And Mr. Molina subsequently wrote him an email and said, "Fine, thank you, I accept your apology, let's move on." But then, months later, he was making a complaint, the same complaint, to the Human Resources Department against Mr. Nguyen.
I found it very uncomfortable that 11 days after he made his complaint, that a new investigation was started against him. The optics are just horrible. It seems like retaliation.
It was not retaliation, Councilman Starr. What happens, we do not control when employees complain or make complaints against any supervisor, manager, or other employee. What happened in this case is that in August 2019, several employees, including the assistant CFO, as well as the public works director, made complaints that Mr. Molina was bullying them through his email, and another employee made a complaint that he was bullying her by accusing her of theft. That came in August of 2019. We moved forward with contacting an outside investigator to get that investigation started. On September 10th of that year, 2019, we sent Mr. Molina a letter notifying him of that investigation. That was a completely separate matter from his complaint his alleged complaint against Mr. Nguyen earlier that summer, which he had previously accepted Mr. Nguyen's apology for using the word abacus.
So for the allegations that were made against Mr. Molina, were any of them, first of all, was his attorney ever given the names of anybody who complained, or was it just completely redacted on this report?
Mr. Councilman Starr, I've been an employment attorney for 25 years, and I've been an attorney for 30 years. When employees, they make complaints against supervisors, managers, they typically are very afraid of retaliation. And as a result of that, we do not disclose their names. And that's every single investigation
So here's
pertaining to every single person.
So here's my concern, and once again, I apologize, I'm not at 100% here today. I'm just got a lot going on in my head. But it seems to me that none of these statements were made under penalty of perjury, right?
They are never made under penalty of perjury.
Understand, let me continue.
Except Mr. Roselle just read to you a statement by Eden Alamary made under penalty of perjury.
In no case have there ever been any cross-examination of any of these people by the
Employees who make complaints are not cross-examined. They make their complaints, they meet with the investigator, they share their experience. The investigator takes in whatever it is they said. The investigator listens to what everybody else said, looks at whatever evidence he has, whether or she has, whether it be emails, whether it be other items, and renders his factual findings.
Was this report accepted into evidence at the court? Did the court accept this as being true?
The court's issue, the issue before the trial court in which the city prevailed, the issue was the legality of the ordinance and 2 resolutions that were passed. And I believe you sat in that courtroom and listened to him, the judge. As a result, legislative intent, which is the question of why a legislative body passes whatever legislation they are passing, their reasons for making legislation are not an issue. So, which I had been arguing very strenuously with Mr. Molina's attorney about. And just so the council knows, I was the lead counsel on the trial court litigation. So the trial court was very firm that we don't need to look at the reasons why. We need to look at the legislation solely to look at its legality. So even though we offered the report, the trial court did not consider it and did not allow it, which frankly was consistent with the law on that particular issue.
So they never accepted it. You just basically said that you're making these changes to the ordinance, but we still have an elected city treasurer. And at the end of the day, the appellate court says that you pretty much unelected him by doing what we've done. And that's just, that really, really troubles me.
Councilmember Starr, I understand your point, but also in that same opinion, as well as in the judgment and writ of mandate, the court made very clear the steps that the council is authorized to take as it relates to the collector duties and as it relates to warrants and checks. So they said, yes, under this process, you can't transfer the collector duties to the assistant city treasurer, but it is okay, it is proper for you to transfer those same duties to the chief of police. And then it also indicated that the city has the right to change the way in which it handles warrants and checks. So yes, they took away with one hand, but with the other hand, they said you can do that. And the only thing that we're proposing to the city council now this morning are the 2 items which explicitly the Court of Appeal and the judgment and writ of mandate say that this council can do. So it is, we did not go any further. We did not expand from there. It is literally directly from what they said this council can do.
So I have some questions of, frankly, also the city treasurer and also his counsel, if they could come up. Maybe I'll start off with the city treasurer.
Before we do that, Councilmember Starr, I think there is a couple other questions our fellow council members have of staff. Councilmember Pearl, I saw you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah. Mr. Starr, you're asking some really good questions. But there was a determination made, and there's, I don't know if somebody from the unions are going to read it. There's a letter that you've got, a copy of the employees and what's going on. There's a letter from another attorney talking about Mr. Molina's issues with when he was fired by previous city manager, then he was reprimanded by Mr. Nyhoff, then he ran into trouble. It's like a pattern. But that's not the issue. In my mind, the issue is his actions, and his actions including sending emails out, disparaging people's work. I'm surprised there has been no repercussions for the things that he said, and that's not the point of this here. The point is what the city's doing. I look at it, the city is doing something, I look at it this way. This city of Oxnard is extremely lucky none of these people sued the city of Oxnard for the actions that he was doing. Really lucky. You have been now privileged to be in closed session, and you see what happens in closed session. We're very lucky as a city that that did not happen. And with the actions that he continued to do and continues to do up to this present time, various people, and his rationale, including, and I'm sorry, I wasn't going to do this, and I'm sorry you lost your father.
Yes.
But when he decided to make your wife the deputy city treasurer to sign things, I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on? Mr. Molina, come on. His judgment or whatever we are doing on this action, I can see your point. You know, they didn't cross-examine, they didn't do this. I was brought up on charges one time. I didn't get a chance to bring up
By the way,
cross-examine.
regarding my wife, I think the treasurer was just trying to make a
The point of order, Councilor, or Mayor, we have,
I'm
the
sorry.
Councilor
I'm
Perrell
just-
has
I'm
the floor.
he was just trying to make a point that he could appoint whoever he wants. I don't think my wife actually wants to be deputy city treasurer.
No disparaging, but it's like, you know, someone could potentially ask if you even have a right to sit on the case because potentially what he tried to do. And I don't even know if your wife knew about it, but when he sent the emails out to the world knew about it.
Right.
I respect you asking the questions you're asking, but the point of this thing here, do we protect the city of Oxnard? Do we protect the people that work for the city of Oxnard? I understand he won an election. I understand he's not going to change. I'm very concerned about that. And I understand now that we've got a heads up warning when he does something and carries it out in the future, we have opened us up to get our ass sued from Kingdom Come On. And I don't want to do that to my city. I don't want to be back in closed session.
So I have a few questions for the city treasurer.
That's my comments now. Thank you.
Hold on, Councilmember Starr. Councilwoman Perez, did you have anything? Any questions of staff? Okay. All right, back to you, Councilmember Starr.
So, Mr. City Treasurer, since the judgment was entered on January 29th, has the city done anything to restore your duties?
No, sir, they have not.
Since the judgment was entered on January 29th, have you been able to perform your duties?
No, sir, I have not.
What is it that you need so that you can fully perform your duties as the elected city treasurer?
Can I make a presentation that will get to the answer, or do you want me to just answer directly?
I don't mind a presentation.
All right. I'd like to make a couple of statements that the city attorney apparently has forgotten. First of all, and I guess for the record, I need to say I'm Philip Molina, the elected city treasurer. I've been elected 3 times to this position, twice, twice after the city issued its so-called investigative report. I am a licensed certified public accountant, licensed and a member of the California CPA Society, the Illinois CPA Society, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. I worked for finance in the various cities in California for over 29 years. In 2020, at the urging of the city manager and city attorney, the then city council passed ordinances removing all of the elected city treasurer's statutory and administrative duties. To protect the integrity of the city, the treasurer position, and to fulfill my responsibilities to the Oxnard citizens who elected me, I was forced to file a lawsuit to strike down these ordinances. In ruling in my favor, in spite of what you've heard, here is what the Court of Appeals said about the plan concocted by the city manager and the city attorney. Quote, the government code calls for an elected treasurer. Molina was duly elected. The ordinance as a whole have the intent and effect of removing Molina from his office. For this reason, we reverse. All of the challenged ordinances are void and Molina's duties as treasurer are restored. That's the end quote. After that, why would this council allow the city manager and the city attorney, the losers in the case, to take the lead in responding to the court's judgment? Has that ever been the case in your experience? After that, why is the city manager and city attorney asking this council to take the same actions and more that it unlawfully convinced the prior council to take? Why are they asking you to move the duties of the elected city treasurer to an appointed so-called assistant city treasurer who works at the will of the city manager and the police chief, despite the will of the voters? The Court of Appeal, in completely rejecting the city attorney's legal plan, wrote this scathing remark in its decision, quote, "The city may not, through legerdemain, unelect the office of the city treasurer and defeat the choice of the voters." Now, I was born in France. I was drafted before I became an official American citizen, so let me interpret the word legerdemain for you. This means that the city attorney played sleight of hand with the law to twist it to suit what he and the city manager wanted and not what the law actually says. So don't allow them to do this again. The Court of Appeal ordered this, quote, "Molina's duty as treasurer are restored," end quote. That's an order. Now, to do that, I'm getting to your answer, Councilman Starr. To do that, the appropriate action is for council to direct staff to return with an item restoring the elected treasurer, the staff, the budget, and access that I had prior to the actions of the preceding council in 2020. Or in the alternative, Mr. Mayor, I wish I'd come up with this like 4 hours ago, your council could establish a committee of the mayor and 2 council members to immediately meet with me and to establish how the elected treasurer's duties will be restored. And at a minimum, I would need the following items. 1, I would need access to the invoices. And by the way, something the city attorney and the city manager forgot, there weren't tons of invoices that I was stopping. There was one in particular for Hathaway, Berkshire Hathaway, because they continued to sign invoices in the amount of $20,000 to $30,000 a month on that contract that had expired years earlier. And I came to them and I said, you know, the contract is not active. You need to activate it. Now, I was hoping the response would be, oh gosh, thanks. We'll get it to the council right away. We'll get it fixed. Instead, everything else started falling apart. So I would need to have access to invoices for payment of all information. And again, I don't wear this lightly. I like the city of Oxnard. I love the people here. I just want to make sure that staff is doing what you've said you want them to do. So I would need access to timesheets. Some of you have received timesheets from people who have requested Public Records Act requests, showing that the employees are not signing the timesheets. The supervisors are not signing the timesheets when there's overtime. Come on. You know, that's standard. If you're getting paid, you sign off, you initial it, you put your code in identifying it's you. And if you work overtime and you're getting paid overtime, then your supervisor says, yeah, I approve the overtime. I need access to finance division managers for the ability to produce the information and documentation necessary to prepare the monthly financial reports, not in opposition to finance, but in working with the finance. And in my 29 years, I've enjoyed working with the city treasurer. I've enjoyed working as the city treasurer. We don't fight each other. We're in agreement. We're working towards the same solution. I need access to the cash safety counting room and the staff to ensure that the operations are being done properly.
I'm sorry, the cash, what'd you say?
Yeah, well, there's a back room where all the money is ultimately put in a safe, and then once a day they'll pull the money out, they'll count it, they'll bag it, and clip it with electronic clips, a security clip to provide to the armored truck that comes over and pick it up. Obviously, we need to have an independent review to make sure that they're counting it properly. And believe it or not, there is a proper procedure to count money. You don't just count, well, let's do 10s, 15s, let's do 20s. So we want to go through a process, and there's a reason for that. I need access to the authority over the finance staff and the treasurer's staff to prepare the daily cash report. They're giving me a daily cash report. and it's a nice cash report. But it's lacking in the information it needs to have in it, okay? I need access to and the authority to review the work of city-approved brokers who make daily investments of millions of our dollars. Now, when I was doing the investing, which was the administrative duty, thank God I didn't lose a single dollar of the city's money. I grew the investments from a portfolio of about 30 million to now over 400 million. And earlier this year, then this fiscal year, that was turned over to our new CFO. But when I was doing it, I had to go through a process, and I was glad, to identify who was a qualified broker that we deal with. Now they're not doing that. They're using whatever broker they want, and, you know, it's just, you know, we need to go through the process and doing things properly. So I would need to have the staff restored, the budget restored. I would need to have access to prior actions by the preceding council took away in 2020 to accomplish these tasks. Now, and I apologize, but I'm a little upset over the stuff that's being issued. And then I think Mr. Starr mentioned a good point. You know, I could say, Michaela, you're 10 foot tall and weigh 2,000 pounds. End of story, I'm out of here. And you would say, well, no, that's not true. Well, I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to give you a chance to refute that statement. That's just a statement I'm making. When I was asking to have some people and considering having some of these people deposed, one of the employees came to me begging me not to depose her sister because her sister did not want to have to be under oath and answer questions. But all these people need to be brought under oath to find out what did you say and what did you mean. Because I'll tell you what those employees told me during the so-called investigation was it was not an investigation, it was an interrogation. Mr. Luna continually tried to say, weren't you harassed? Weren't you touched? Weren't you? And they kept saying, no, no, and they got upset over the fact that he was trying to put words into their mouths. So when I got the redacted report, I took a look for words like harass. I took a look at harassment, sexual. And I found, for example, the word harass is not anywhere in that document, at least the one that was given to me. The word harassment is listed 26 times. And of that, none of those came from the people who worked for me. I'm the one that used it twice, and they were alleged but never explained once. The writer himself used the word 5 times. He referred to code, law, and policy 16 times, and he came to the conclusion twice. For a total of 26 times the word is heard. You got to start figuring there's something wrong here. So then I look, well, all right, how much sexual? Because I'm this terrible sexual person. That word is used 30 times in the redacted report that your city attorney gave me, my attorneys. I said it 3 times. The writer himself said it 7 times. He refers to codes, laws, and policies 18 times. He comes to the conclusion using it twice for a total of 30 times. And you have to start saying, wait a minute, that Luna report, there's something wrong with it. And then what's interesting to me, when we did talk to the city manager and city attorney, we had to tell them that Luna's report said I was doing my job when I was looking at time cards to make sure that proper signatures were on the time cards. They didn't know it. And I had to remind them that the Luna report said I was doing my job as elected treasurer when I was looking at source documents before processing payments. Their own report said that. So you got to sit back and say, wait a minute, your own report, Luna, which we're hiring to make Molina look like he's a piece of garbage, says he's doing his job? Then why are you trying to stop him from doing his job? I want to take a few more minutes if I can. You may want to look at the appellate court statement when it says, a report on city finances by a treasurer who is directly answerable to the voters is not the same as a report by the finance director who is answerable to other city officials. Well, it's interesting, Mr. Nguyen may not remember, but I don't dress, well, my wife wouldn't let me dress like this, but I don't dress formally when I come into work every day. I dress clean. One day I was coming out and Mr. Nguyen said, you need to start wearing, proper form, proper suit. And I had to remind Mr. Nguyen, I don't work for you. You work for the elected council, and as an appointed official, you should be wearing suits. And that was when he was casual, by the way. And I can come anywhere I want as long as the voters say they want me to be their treasurer. So, those are some of the things that I could go longer, but maybe should stop and see if I can answer some specific questions.
So let's talk about section 41004, the monthly reports of receipts and disbursements and fund balances. Staff is saying that, well, we've given you this information and you should be able to present it to us. Are you able to present that to us? Do you have the resources to do that? Are the reports in accordance with what you would actually present to us?
No, and no. And I don't recall ever receiving an email or a message of any kind from the finance director to me saying, here are the monthly financial reports. Please show it to me, or city manager or city attorney. I don't remember. What I do remember getting is simply a statement that says, well, look in the agenda in this Oxnard.org and you'll see something saying interactive financial reports. Well, you go in there, and unless you're a nerdy accountant or bookkeeper who loves looking at tons of detail, all you're getting is what we used to refer to as a ledger dump. And I would challenge any of you to go through that ledger dump and answer any of the questions that the city treasurer is supposed to provide you. Total receipts, total disbursements, and fund balance. And figure out, what does it mean? Because I can't do it. And it's referenced that, well, this is a new computer. It does. The old computer, we were able to program it so that every month, for the years that I worked for the city of Oxnard before I had to sue them and win $875,000 for illegal firing, which almost landed the city attorney, Gary Gilligan, jailed because he knowingly submitted falsified documents as evidence in the federal court, and that's according to Judge Christina Schneider. The information that I was providing on a monthly basis was showing the major revenue types by fund, the expenditures by department, showing the budget for the year and how much had been spent and the percentage, so that we could give that to you every month and you could say, hey, why is the finance director spending 50% of their budget and it's only 1/4 of the year gone?
So bottom line, though, is that the report that you've seen some reports under the 41004 that were prepared by the finance director, those would not meet your approval.
No, they would not.
And you would want to present us with something that's maybe more informative?
Yes, sir.
And what do you need in order to do that?
Well, what I needed when we did it initially is I would need to work in cooperation with finance staff and the IT, the software people. I would want to set up a taxonomy of the chart of accounts so we can have the funds identified by general fund, enterprise funds, and so on, the departments, and then the objects, and then the revenues, and then I would want them formatted so we look like a financial statement. We have the revenues up top, the major fund types. Underneath, we have the departments by expenditures, and then we have the fund balance at the end, beginning and ending fund balance. And every month, we pop that out. So again, the city manager, the council can say, hey, finance, you're right on. It's 50% of the year gone. 50% of the budget spent, you're on. Or you've spent too much or you haven't spent enough. Those are the things I think you want to see. How do you know?
So based on what's proposed by staff.
Wait, I have a quick clarifying question. If I'm understanding this correctly, you are getting access to the cash positions, or it's raw data that you're getting?
Yeah.
But you want packaged reports?
Well, you want packaged. What I'm supposed to do for you is give you a report.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding what my colleague is asking is, you are getting access to data. It's just not formatted. You would need to work closely with the finance director to get that package, or is that
what's the format of the data?
The duty that you would perform to make that packaged information for us?
There's a combination of both.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I just ask?
Do you care to elaborate, combination of both?
I have some accounting material I'd be glad to give
Okay.
you, and I'm not being facetious, but I think Javier realizes that it's not something that we can take 20 minutes for, but I have sent you, I think, a copy of.
I know
what-
I've seen like just the
Yeah.
format of your ideal of,
Right,
you know.
exactly, and where the dollars were, I didn't put any dollar amounts in.
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah. It was
obviously
just
there
like a
were.
blank template.
Exactly.
Right, but my question though is.
Council members, I just want to get a gauge for how much more time do you need for your questions, also considering we've got about 45 minutes worth of public speakers.
Right. I'll try and keep it brief. I do want to hear from your attorney as well, because I want to get his point of view. But the question I want to ask you right now is, given the proposal by staff right now, is there any way that you could actually prepare a report in accordance with Government Code 41004?
No.
Right. That's what
Can I ask a follow-up to that? If you were to say low, medium, high, what would you say your proficiency is with let's say Excel, in order to form a table and put this in a format and then be able to print it into a PDF and send it to us?
I don't know, I do it multiple times a day, do taxes with it, why?
So low, medium, high proficiency with Excel.
I don't want to say high, I would probably say medium high.
Okay, great. We have a lot to talk about after the meeting. But I'm just wondering, because based on other documentation I've seen, it seems that staff from previously the treasurer's office / billing and licensing division, as well as administrative staff, have prepared presentations, tables, documents on your behalf. Is that how things were structured before?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Did staff
on that?
prepare reports for you, or did you hand do them yourself on a computer with
a
Excel or
combination.
Word or other office software?
It's a combination of both. Again, I work with the staff, not
Okay.
opposed to them.
What percentage was you doing that?
Well, initially, to set up the taxonomy and the programming with the, I think it was HDL programmers, probably 100% for the first 2 or 3 months. But then as it gets formatted properly and we're working together, then I can move away from it and it gets generated.
It gets generated, so it
Well, staff generates
self-populates?
it,
Is
yeah.
that what you're saying? You just kind of plug in numbers and then it does the work for you? Is that? I'm just trying to gauge here, what is your level of actual input into this versus staff's support to you in this work?
I depend upon staff. I cannot get anything done without staff. Don't assume that I'm sitting there as a IBM machine that sucks up everything and spits it out. The staff is needed, and that's why I'm saying, and what I need the staff to help me get the reports done, and I need to work cooperatively with finance staff so we work together. We want to be able to see the same thing.
So how have the reports been done, any reports to this point? I've been on the council since February 2021. You do quarterly updates for us to council. Now we have these monthly items that are going to be coming to us. Like, how has that been happening?
It hasn't that I know of.
The quarterly reports we get, how do those happen? Who makes the PowerPoint? Who brings all the data together?
Well,
Are we talking about the quarterly investment reports, or are you talking about something else?
yeah, is that?
Yeah, I was just asking about these reports you have to generate. I mean,
So the monthly.
you've done it without staff. I'm just curious, what's your level of like actual, not to be flip, but what is it that you do here?
Well, right now, not very much.
Okay.
And that's the point.
So regarding reports, though, I just wanted to get.
So just so we're clear, the monthly reports weren't being done. That's what I sued the city over, was so that they could start doing the monthly reports, because they weren't doing it.
When we talk about reports, though, when we talk
But they're
about
not-
things that are sent to us,
I'm sending you cash reports, and there's a reason the daily cash reports. I'm accepting the format, but I'm sending it to you because I want you to be aware that you're also responsible for the fact that I'm not being allowed, consistent with government code, to look at the source documents to make sure that payroll has been properly signed by employees, that invoices to Berkshire Hathaway have in fact good contracts that you've approved. And you're not letting me do that.
well,
And-
I'll speak to it later, but I don't get emails from you anymore for whatever reason, but I have that in my notes, so
Well-
I'm not getting a daily cash report, but.
A daily cash report?
Well, you said you're emailing all of us, and I'm not receiving those. But
Oh.
I'll speak to that later. That's in my notes, so that's a side note. But
But
I'll
remember-
turn it back. My apologies. I know we have Councilwoman Basua. The mayor has stated we have a number of speakers. Being respectful of our speakers who were here at 1:40 in the morning as well, and I see
No, and
our finance
I've
director.
been here as well, and my attorney is here, and I understand. But once again, the treasurer is independent and can provide a check on other city officials, including the city council, which initially said the city attorney, but the city attorney said, no, let's make it the city council, and a CE or a CI to an SE. So that's right. So including the city council and the director of finance. Come on, this is what you guys want. I mean, that's that third, the third party, the third group in our government structure. You have the legislative, you do have an executive branch, but you also want the branch that looks at it and says, hey, everything's going the way you want it. Okay? That's why they set it up the way they did. And by the way, the collection process, the way it was explained at the California League of Cities meeting years ago, I don't know if they still, we nerdy bookkeeping types, okay? Well, shades or whatever. You're late on your property tax bill, okay? I'm gonna go out there with my reporter. You pay me that $10,000 right now, and you say, or what? So we ask the police chief, who has tools that we don't have. He goes out there and he says, you need to pay this $10,000 bill, and you need to pay it now. I'm gonna pay the bill. And the law also says, and I'll get you the code unless I already sent it to you, it specifically says that the money and all monies that the police chief and the police department collect must be immediately turned over to the city treasurer, not in 2 hours, not in 10 days, immediately. Because they're the people we use and work cooperatively with to bring the money into the city. Now that's the older days. Nowadays, we have all electronic versions of doing it, and so we don't depend upon that, muscle-bound police officer to go out and do the collections. But that's what the purpose of that law was for, if that helps you. And I apologize. If there's any other questions I can answer?
Thank you, Mr. Morley. I just want to recognize Javier. He had a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify a couple of inaccuracies on the treasurer's statement regarding the monthly reports. After the court ruling in October, the finance department stopped providing that monthly report to council and start submitting copy of the same report, including a copy of the staff report that the staff prepared to Mr. Molina, so he could provide that information to City Council. But he has chosen not to do so because of his idea of how that information should be presented. In line of his comments, the finance department, when we send that information to him, we're also providing him with the link to the transparency portal that the city has available to all the residents, where the information is presented in multiple formats by month, where you can see the trends. You can compare year-to-date actuals compared to the budget. You can look independent the department. So there's all that information is available out there. I have shared that information with the city treasurer, so he can piggyback from that tool to prepare the reports as with the format that he's asking. So I just want to clarify that. So we've been sending the information to him, and we're copying the city clerk when we send him the information. So there's a record that the information has been provided and is available to be submitted to City Council.
And if I may correct the city finance director, those are not financial reports. Those are pretty pictures. They don't provide people with the financial format that they can use month after month. And it's not consistent with Government Accounting Standards Board for financial reporting. It's not consistent with any of the government accounting or any of the general accounting formats for financial reporting. So it's kind of like, I could build a 3-winged airplane, but, that's not consistent with how airplanes are built. So I would disagree.
Councilman Perrello?
Yes, a question for our Chief Financial Officer. Javier, the city treasurer made a statement. He alluded to the fact, and this is a quote, whatever broker they want, implying that there were just some jackass brokers. These are certified brokers of any investment that you've gone. I need that for my information, every councilman up here, any member that heard that accusation.
I did
Can you
not
share-
say jackass.
I didn't say you
Councilman
said
Perillo.
jackass.
I did not.
I didn't say you said, Mr. Molina. I
I'm
hope you
sorry?
clean your- So, Mr.
Hold on, Mr. Molina.
Javier, can
Thank-
you
thank you.
clarify the brokers that you use?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilman Perello. The brokers that the city is currently using to make investments are the same brokers that Mr. Molina was using when he was in charge of the investments. So we're not using any different brokers, are the same that he's been using. There's based on the list of authorized brokers that are currently in the investment policy.
Thank you very much.
Well, there was one broker that you used that was not on the list, and I'll get it for you.
That was the clearing house for the broker. That was not the broker.
Well, that's-
Councilwoman Basua, did you have a question? I know you stepped out.
No, I just would like to hear the speaker speak, if we can
I have
move
one
along.
other
Go ahead.
technical question, and maybe it's redundant, but based on the recommendation by the staff and the attorneys, I'm asking the attorneys specifically, are we still within the bounds of what the law is requiring of us and abiding by the court ruling, the appellate court?
Yes, when we drafted this ordinance, we were very careful to only make changes as the judgment in the case and the writ of mandate said we could make. So that's the only thing that is being done. It is the direct permission of the trial court that prepared and signed off on the judgment. So it's word for word. You can change these two areas. What's before you would change those two areas, nothing less, nothing more.
Okay, thank you. Just layman's terms, thank you.
Yes.
And may I add, there are a lot of things you can do. You could make the treasurer the city manager. But do you really want to do that? So you need to sit back and say, all right, we can do that, but we lose the independence that we've been talking about. And why would we want to do that? You know, my lawyer is here, and he'd be glad to, and I'd like to ask you to let him make a short presentation.
I'd like to hear from him.
Sure, before we do that, city attorneys, deferring the tax collection to a police chief just sounds like such an antiquated system that may be in the books from years ago. We've just never updated it. Is there any other city that we know of that actually defers that responsibility to a police chief?
At this, once again, I am not aware of any other city that does that, but Mr. Molina conceded in his papers. The appellate court said that is someone that it could be transferred to. I mean, it's rather ironic because the original action, which was overturned by the court, was it would be transferred to the assistant city treasurer, which is someone who is very similar to the city treasurer, but the court says, no, but you can transfer it to the chief of police. As we talked about before, very briefly to bring the point home, just like Mr. Molina oversaw someone who oversaw the collection, the police chief would oversee someone who's going to oversee the collection. So there is no actual difference between the way the process was before and what the process we're proposing now. Is that just like the police chief does not write parking tickets, he has people that does that. And so in that same situation, someone would report to him who would oversee that staff. That's what a good manager does. They manage people who do the actual work.
And
Thank you.
if I can tell you a short story, I used to enjoy doing this. I've worked for a number of cities in California. And I used to, when I'd come in, I would say that the city treasurer, who usually would be standing here next to me, I'd be the finance director. The city treasurer is the person responsible for collecting. But you could assign it to the police chief. And I did it on purpose because the police chief would get up and say, I've got enough on my plate, I don't need anything more. But if our police chief wants to, legally he can, but again, it's not something I would recommend. And this is not a Phil Molina thing. Long after I'm gone, you're going to be living with it. Maybe you want that independent person, man or woman, to say, wait a minute, if you're signing an invoice on a Hathaway Berkshire contract that expired 2 years ago and should have been brought back to the council, maybe you need this independent guy to come and say, oh, come on, guys, get it back to the council so we can process it. The reason I said to take my signature off the checks wasn't do it or I'm going to have a tantrum. I said, look, if you don't let me look at the invoices to verify that they've been received, properly signed, and documented, then I haven't done my job. And you cannot use my name on the checks for millions of dollars claiming that I did. And they can assign it. They could have assigned it to another city official. Our lawyers and the court said that. Any other city official with the same character as the treasurer, in that regard, you can assign it to it. And who is that? And they specifically identify it's the council member, it's the mayor, okay? It's the treasurer, it's the police chief, it's the city clerk. And most of the time, we would have the city treasurer and the city clerk's signature on the checks because of that purpose. And that may be what you want to consider. Hey, she's a city official we're a general law city, by state law, and it would be great. And that way you have the city clerk, city treasurer's signature saying, hey, everything in here is copacetic, is proper. I'm sorry to take so much of your time. I'd like you to ask my attorney to make a presentation.
Yes.
Ms. Explainer, it's late. But I don't think, at least I am not questioning, the need of the elected city treasurer, what he needs in order to do his job. I'm questioning the behavior and the ability of him to be able to interact with city staff, which we are responsible for. So even though I appreciate you telling us everything that you need to do your job, the question here before us tonight is whether or not your behavior is something that we want, and we want you to have a staff or not. And we're looking at, how your behavior is going to affect the employees that we need to protect. And I understand everything you said. I understand what you need to do your job. But the question before us tonight is whether or not this council believes that your behavior is appropriate of that of a department head.
And I appreciate that. And let me say that in all the cities that I worked for and in the state of Illinois Insurance Department, I worked with men and women, and I've never received any negative comment. In fact, the city of Hollister, the city I worked for before this, all of the city employees, all of the managers, and the entire city council signed a certificate on the quality of my behavior and the work that I did. I'm sorry, I was not aware of Eden Alamary's so-called statement. I'd like to get it, and I'd like to have my lawyer.
It's in the pleadings that were filed in the underlying litigation, Mr. Molina. Okay. You have access to it.
I appreciate it. I'm not a lawyer, but I will. And that's kind of the reason why I'd like to have a situation where we can bring people here and cross-examine them under oath. Let's see if they're willing to stand up to make those same accusations under oath. That seems to me to be my right. You are accepting evidence. You are condemning me without my opportunity to say, wait a minute, what's happening here? Why was that statement made? Was it actually made? And we get other people under oath and say, hey, is this what you really said? The last thing that is and I shouldn't, but the last thing is, in their report, in the Luna report, none of the people who worked for me in that report said, we went through it, said I harassed them, touched them, or did anything improper. The so-called two people in that report that claimed that I did are in the 300 building. I used to work in the 214 building. All right, so why would you move this harasser out of the building where no one ever claimed any improper and move him into the building where you claim two women made these accusations? Does that make sense to anybody? You move him out of the safe place and move him into the place where he's supposedly harassing people? And that's why, for my integrity, I need to be able to have the authority to put all of these people under oath, have my attorney cross-examine them, and say, what are the facts here? I appreciate it. I apologize.
Can I respond to your question, Councilwoman Besua? I would appreciate it. First of all, we do not bring employees in and cross-examine them under oath. That is done in a lawsuit. So, and that if we were to do something like that, it would basically make employees afraid to ever come forward and make any complaints of wrongdoing in the workplace. Second, Mr. Molina's statements are highly inaccurate as to what his own staff said. If you look at the report of investigation on page 956, it specifically said that basically, Mr. Molina made comments regarding female employees' appearance, attire, stereotypical female roles, and sexual innuendo. Of those 19 individuals, 17, including Mr. Molina, confirmed that he made such comments repeatedly. So his statement that there were two employees that weren't even in his department who made these comments is highly inaccurate.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I have to disclose that I, in my capacity as city council, met with city employees and Mr. Molina. They don't want to work with you. They're afraid of you for harassment, and I don't need an answer. I don't need you to say anything. I have to disclose that. I want to disclose that because maybe the narrative that you have of yourself isn't the narrative of what others have, and I want to make sure that we protect our staff.
No, I understand. I don't have a problem with that. But what's interesting is that the office that I worked in was a glass office. It's total glass. I'm being concerned because I'm going to look at it again. Because again, when I looked at, they listed TOE 1, TOE 2, Treasurer's Office Employee 1 through Treasurer's Office Employee 19. You look for those words. They're not mentioned by any of those people. But what Luna did was when a young lady came to me and said, I bought this dress, what do you think? Come on. It was a very nice dress, very pretty dress. Oh, that statement, improperly used, could be a sexual statement. How do you like my new shoes, Mr. Molina? They're beautiful, they're pretty. Oh, out of context, that could be, come on, use a little common sense. Figure out what is it that's behind this. Again, if none of the employees in that report said I improperly touched them, I said anything improper, or I disrespected them, or I harassed them, then you have to question and again, at least let's get Mr. Luna in here, put him under oath.
And just like you're asking us to use some common sense,
I know.
you know.
But it just seems to me you need to start asking yourself those questions. Don't just accept what staff is giving you. They're giving you the side of the story they want you to swallow. It's not the fact, and it's not what's really happening.
And again, I'm going to repeat what I just said.
No, I understand.
It wasn't staff. I spoke to employees that said this. It wasn't staff, and I want to make sure that I'm clear. And I also want you to know that I'm up here, I'm saying it out loud. You asked me for some common sense. Also, please give me the courtesy to understand that I am telling you the truth.
I believe you. But I also know that sometimes if I go into the finance department and someone is, the people in the finance department, when I was able to go in there, used to talk to me. And they had many concerns. One of the many concerns was they didn't know why we even have a budget because the city staff doesn't even follow the budget even once it's been approved. Well, that's upsetting. And so now you say, well, I don't want you to have access to these people. I don't want you to go there. And I'm the treasurer, and I'm saying, I work with the people. They want the city to work properly.
It's 2 in the morning.
Manny, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Mr. Herrera. Listen, Councilmember Basua, were you?
I
Are
apologize.
you done with it? Okay. Because we
Councilwoman
really do want to get to our public speakers as well.
Okay.
And I want to hear from them too, but
I do want to make one
first want to
comment.
hear from his attorney because I want to get his perspective.
Well, if I don't make my comment now, I will forget
yeah.
it.
Go ahead, Jen. Go ahead, Jenny.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to be clear, in our Personnel Rules, Chapter 3, it specifically said that sexual harassment includes verbal conduct, including making derogatory comments, explicit jokes, slurs, sexual innuendo, in comments about an individual's body or dress. You cannot, as a supervisor, comment on what someone is wearing, how they're wearing it, the clothes, their shoes, their hair. You cannot do that in the modern world. Further, the law specifically says that if a supervisor engages in this type of behavior, the employer is strictly liable for their conduct. So we essentially have no defense. Further, in our personnel rules, it specifically says that supervisors, managers are responsible for modeling appropriate behavior, taking all steps necessary to prevent harassment from occurring. Mr. Molina did not do that. And frankly, if you were taking notes of what he said today, he refuses to this day to accept any responsibility for what he did. He refers to the report of the independent investigator as a so-called investigative report. He claims the report was a plan concocted by city manager and city attorney. These complaints were from city employees. We have a legal obligation to investigate them. We did. The investigator was an independent fact finder. He made factual findings. That's his job. So,
If I may, I believe all of the council received from the city clerk a letter from Mr. Molina's attorney dated February 17, 2025. I believe I would love to prioritize our members of the public over the attorney who's already communicated with us in writing. And then afterwards, if we would like to hear from him, we can do so. But members of the public have stayed here to 2 a.m. We have staff staying here for items following this. I would much rather move on to the members of the public who live in this community and are here to speak their piece as is allowed for them. And then we can go to the attorney after if the council
I guess
would like to do that.
I'm open to that, but let me ask one question then. Mr. Walker, how much time do you need to present to us?
In light of everything I heard, I'll try to keep my comments within the limit you have for a typical public speaker, which I've already put in my card, so I'll get those three or four minutes.
Here's a card for you. Oh,
all right.
Yeah, I've been here just like you guys, so
Okay.
we'll keep it streamlined.
All right.
Sounds good. Then before we go into further discussion, we'll take the public comments, and we'll start with Michael Walker. Look at that.
Finally, something went smoothly tonight, huh? Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Councilmember Starr, my condolences for your loss. My name is Michael Walker. I'm the legal counsel for Philip Molina in his capacity as the elected city treasurer for the city of Oxnard. The one comment I will make before I get to this is I didn't come here, I guess it would now be last night, expecting to relitigate the lawsuit. I'm not so surprised, however, that that's what the city attorney and the city staff is doing. I would just point out that we've already litigated that case. I've been in court on that case. The city lost, Mr. Molina won, so I'm not going to spend time relitigating it. I will emphasize as well that everything that's being discussed tonight is at least 6 years old in terms of conduct. So what you're being asked to respond to today are allegations that are 6 years old or more. And also with respect to one answer from city attorney that Mr. Starr asked, he asked, why is it necessary, based on this investigative report, for your council to take away or to remove the city treasurer from the warrant process? And the answer you received had nothing to do with the investigative report. It was focused on something he did after that. And so you have to keep those things in mind. It's understandable, as I'll talk about in a minute, that there could have been some sort of counseling of Mr. Molina based on the allegations back in 2018 and 2019. That's what would have happened. I'm an experienced employment lawyer as well. That's what would have happened if this same sort of conduct was alleged against one of your employees. So with that, I'll go into the remarks that I want to, that I prepared ahead of time that I still think are really appropriate. Before returning to private practice a few years ago, I served as the county counsel, the chief legal officer for the county of Ventura. So I'm very familiar with the dynamics between an elected board or an elected council and other elected officials. And sometimes those dynamics go smoothly, sometimes they do not. The state legislature, however, in structuring both the county government system as well as the system for general law cities such as Oxnard, was well aware that that's what could happen. Am I going to get a little bit more time? The legislature, and I'm serious, this is only a couple minutes. The legislature recognized that that could happen, and the legislature decided the way that that should be addressed is by the voters. The voters are the ones who address clashes between elected city officials. The legislature did not allow an elected official or a body of elected officials to directly or indirectly remove another elected city official from office. The legislature certainly did not allow unelected staff to take that step. The legislature left it to the voters to decide how to address that when people came up for re-election. And as you know, Mr. Molina has been elected 3 times as city treasurer. 2 of those times, in 2020 and just last November, he's been re-elected after this report became public. So the voters have voiced their view as to how this should be addressed. And it is that Mr. Molina should be doing the duties of the city treasurer for which the people have elected him. The people do not expect and do not want an assistant city treasurer who reports to the city manager to be doing the city treasurer's duties. The people do not want the police chief, who probably truthfully doesn't want it either, to be doing the city treasurer's duties. The people have said twice, again, since this report came out, we want the city treasurer to be doing those duties. That's how the legislature set it up for a clash between elected city officials to be addressed. Notably, the state legislature has given your council the ability to directly put what I just said to the test as far as what the people want. California Government Code Section 36508 provides at any municipal election or at a special election held for that purpose, the city council may submit to the electors, the voters, the question of whether the elective officers, or any of them, other than council members, shall be appointed by the city council. That's another way to address a clash between, in this specific case, the city council and the city treasurer. So if your council thinks a clash still exists between your council and the elected city treasurer, that is the way to address it. You put it to the voters. But I don't believe a clash exists between this council and the elected city treasurer, because as I think is clear tonight, if a clash still exists 5 years later, it's one-sided, it's on the part of city staff.
Mr. Walker, we gave you Philip Molina's time.
Okay, just
Because
one more minute if I can, because I'd at least tell you what we expect.
With that objection, we'll give you 1 more minute. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. If that clash still exists, I think it's between the city staff on its side because, and to put it benign, in the most benign terms, it just is tired of dealing with Mr. Molina. But I have to say, from my experience as county council, that's just part of the job. And so what we ask is that your council reject the uninvited recommendation from staff and instead have the staff come back at your next meeting and restore to Mr. Molina his budget, his staff, the resources and access for him to do his job as the elected city treasurer. Thank you for the additional time.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Molina, we ceded your time to Mr. Walker. We'll go to Ray Blatel. Hi, Ray.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman Starr, I don't know if you understood the answer to your question, but as far as I'm concerned, as I understood it, the elected city treasurer is responsible for the funds, doesn't receive the funds, may not even see it, may not touch it. I don't understand how that works. I wouldn't want to be responsible. I don't get it. In the data packet, there's a description of Mr. Molina improperly investigating the apparent perceived shortfall of money obtained from parking fees at a Dallas Cowboys training camp in 2019. This packet goes into extreme detail how the police were notified and a decision was made that Mr. Molina improperly intruded into an investigation which properly fell under the cognizance of the police department. Let's consider the harassment allegations made against Mr. Molina. Wouldn't this issue fall under the cognizance of the City Human Resources Office, specifically the city's personnel rules and regulations, section 3, blank, that was mentioned earlier? This is their issue to tackle. What's the city manager and the city attorney getting involved for? Are they not intruding in something it's a human resources issue? Also in the agenda packet, there is a reference to an investigation into Mr. Molina prior to the 10 February 2020 investigation, with the latter being agonizingly detailed in this packet. I read almost the whole packet. Good thing, good fun. I can't help but wonder why all of the interrogations, responses, details, and conclusions from this earlier investigation were not captured in this agenda packet to the same matter as the 10 February 2020 investigation. Why weren't these included in its entirety? And if indeed there was an earlier investigation by the same firm, why was a second investigation necessary? I don't understand why. It seems to me that there's information missing. How can one make an intelligent decision when some of the information or data is missing? Can a movie critic make an intelligent assessment of a movie when all he or she sees is half the final part of the movie plus some credits at the end? I guess you could, but what's the value of the assessment if that's all you see? The entire picture must be considered. Situation is the same here. All information, the complete package must be digested prior to making an informed decision. For this reason, my suggestion to the council is to vote to accept the alternate option listed in the agenda packet. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lorenzo Castillo, followed by Manuel Herrera.
Good morning. I don't think I've been late since I used to drink 20 years ago.
Thank you.
But I'm here, and you know what? All I got to say is this. I'm a voter. I voted for Mr. Molina. And I think, we're wasting a lot of time. You're wasting a lot of time. But I stayed here because this seems to be important to me. What I see here, even the court has awarded him his job back. There's a few individuals here that for whatever reason, they don't want him to do his job. Because we as voters elected him, and it's been said by his attorney 3 times. All these things about sexual harassment and all that, those should have been taken care of the way the attorney said it. Not taking his job away, which the citizens of this city voted for him. Now, they're asking you to take the right not of him, but also of the voters. They're telling 7 individuals here, all these voters are stupid. They don't know what they're doing. Here, we're gonna decide for them what we should do. I think that's totally wrong, and it's a waste of time. And I'm telling you this, it is a waste of time. And the same questions being asked and asked and asked again. Same thing with the previous item on the agenda. This is truly ridiculous. And I'm sorry to say that, and I respect every single one of you. But I think there's a lot of time being wasted. I mean, look at the money. I mean, are we gonna have to face another lawsuit and spend more money? We're trying to save money, but then at the same time, we have the power to spend as much money as we can. Why are we doing this? I mean, this is totally inappropriate. He was elected by the residents of this city. he should have the right to do his job. Not 2 people or 3 people taking away his job by the elected people of this city. And I'm sorry, I said it before, I've been here many, many, many years. And I hardly ever came to talk, but I guess as I'm getting older, I'm getting more concerned with my grandkids. You know, and I think this is something that really needs to be looked at. You know, it really needs to be looked at because I think there's other people that should not be here, not the elected official. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Mr. Herrera, and then Manuel Herrera is going to be followed by Doug Portello.
Well, actually, speaking of the 30 seconds, you gave this gentleman extra time, so if I need extra time, I trust that you will do the same for me.
We gave him 1
So,
minute, yeah.
First of all, I think it's appalling that Aaron Starr is allowed, as a city council member, to act as the attorney for Phil Molina. It's pretty obvious that the people voted him to represent the people, not to sit here and act as an attorney for Philip Molina. That's pretty pathetic. And it's obvious that the two got together and coordinated all this. I mean, it's obvious. It's very obvious. So speaking of pathetic, I think it's rather pathetic that we continue to deal with the issues pertaining to Treasurer Phil Molina. He is the perfect example of why the position of city treasurer needs to be an appointed position and not elected position. Even after an independent investigator confirmed that 1, Molina violated the city's sexual harassment and anti-bullying policies by making inappropriate and impermissible comments regarding female employees' appearance, attire, and role within the workplace. 2, he sent misleading emails to the public to bully city employees and enhance his image at the expense of employees and accused employees of misconduct with no basis in fact. 4, interfered with the investigation by sending emails to staff about ongoing investigation and inappropriately discussing it with staff members. Even after all this, he couldn't be fired. Why? Because you can't fire an elected official. Otherwise, he would have been fired. Yet, Molina decided to sue the city, not because he wanted to clear his name, but because he wanted his duties reinstated. In other words, even though it was his employees who issued the complaints against him, he still wants to oversee them. Talk about arrogance. He has publicly stated that some of his accusers have recanted their statement. So in an effort to get to the truth, I looked into this. I did a records request for information pertaining to any employees recanting their stories. There was none. So either Molina is lying or he's lying. And if I'm wrong, then have him step up to the podium and correct me. This nonsense has to stop. So hopefully your actions tonight will be the start of finally putting Molina in his place. Let's not forget, it's the responsibility of the city to protect its employees, even if it means protecting them from our own city treasurer. I also want to remind everyone, including the last speaker, that all this drama is a direct result of Molina's action. He has no one to blame but himself. So I urge everyone to read the independent investigator's report, which deals in facts, rather than to rely on Molina's version of the truth. So if I'm wrong, have him come up here and prove me wrong.
Thanks, Mr. Herrera. Doug Portello, followed by Alicia Parcell.
Good morning, Council. Aaron, my condolences for the loss of your father. The city may not, through legerdemain trickery, unelect the office of city treasurer and defeat the choice of the voters. Page 3, the final disposition of the 2nd District Court of Appeals, which the state Supreme Court refused to overrule. The treasurer is independent and can provide a check on the other city officials, including the city council and director of finance, page 9. Section 41004 Government Code places the duty to provide a written report and accounting on the city treasurer, not the director of finances, page 9. The government code calls for an elected treasurer. Molina was duly elected. The ordinances as a whole have the intent and effect of removing Molina from his office. For this reason, we reverse. The city attorney and city manager are attempting to take duties away from Oxnard's duly elected city treasurer with this agenda item. They are doubling down on an illegal act. So says the Second District Court of Appeals in a 3-0 decision. Judge Burrell, who first heard the case, was later overruled. In his final disposition, gave the city latitude in choosing to who some duties could be given, and not the city treasurer. But no changes to the duties of the city treasurer are warranted, and in the best interest of the residents and the voters. If the city council votes the recommendations of the city attorney, a grave injustice to the voters will have occurred. Phil Molina won the legal battle to preserve the office of city treasurer and to do the work of the people as their city treasurer and the will of the voters. Phil Molina won. Remember that. In no way was the Second Court ambiguous about restoring the office of city treasurer. Unelecting our city treasurer was an illegal act and defeats the choice of the voters. Will our elected city council disregard the choice of the voters? The same voters that gave them their seats on the dais. Will they bend to the will of the city attorney and city manager who initiated this illegal to begin with? What say you, residents and voters of Oxnard? Does your vote matter, or can it be cast aside by city staff? What part of our democracy does the right to vote and select our government representatives place in priority with you? Does having checks and balances to power matter, and can have power be concentrated with those that were never elected themselves? You only have the power of being a citizen if you exercise your power and speak up against injustices and abuses of power. Are you willing to stand up and be counted, or just passively relinquish your right to vote? Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Thomas Jefferson, the Declaration of Independence, 1776. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Portello. Alicia, followed by Mr. Greg Runyon.
You're being asked to presume that untested allegations are true and act on that basis. We've all heard the term kangaroo court for depriving a target of due process, a system that's designed to reach a predetermined conclusion. What if you were put on trial and the jury only got to hear the prosecution's accusations, but no real defense was allowed? You were given a report paid for by the prosecution. You, as the pseudo-jury, didn't hear the witnesses testify, and they weren't under oath. There were no certified transcripts of the interviews to assess whether the statements are accurately characterized or whether they were out of context. Phil was also accused of harassment for rightfully warning the city about the IUF and the failure to rotate the auditor firm. He was accused of impropriety for attempting to do what the auditor said was his job, of reviewing source documents before issuing payments. Little by little, Phil was being kept from doing his job before accusations arose. I suspect that only tonight were you told that on August 16th, 2019, Mr. Molina made a complaint to HR that Mr. Nguyen had been making disparaging references to his age in front of other people. The report in front of you began 11 days later. A reasonable person would question whether this investigation was retaliation. Innocuous comments can easily be twisted to sound like harassment. The report alleges he made stereotypical comments, such as suggesting to female employees that they go home and cook dinner for their husbands or children. Gasp, oh, the horror. Telling an employee that a task isn't urgent enough for them to stay late to finish and they should go home to their family instead is not a reason to keep a treasurer from doing his job. Being considerate is not harassment. Guess what? I cook for my husband too. And trust me, you would rather eat my cooking than his. That's why I do the job, and it's not sexist. The appellate court emphasized that an independent treasurer has the ability to provide a check on the other parts of government. If the council restructures his job so that's not possible, or he has other people dictating to him what reports he will present to the council, and he has no idea of the basis for those reports, you have once again unelected the independent treasurer. So let's stop the games. Let's restore the city treasurer's job to what it was before 2020. And let's give the residents the independent treasurer that they voted for. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Greg Runyon, followed by Lauren Bueling.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
By the way, you can't cook. She made some soup one time here, and it was tremendous. I remember that, so it was really good. I think everybody's missed everything, personally. I have talked with Mr. Molina a lot. I don't believe for a second that he made comments that he believed to be a certain way. Now, if people perceive him that way, then we have a different issue, because what I saw today concerned me in many ways, because all of you are siloed. None of you were listening. Mr. Molina is so upset that the man I know, when he heard that he had offended someone, would have said he was sorry. What he said, I didn't offend anybody. What I hear some of you saying is, even though he may be saying something in a way that you don't like, are we trying to figure this out, or are we just trying to figure out what's convenient? People are mad at Alex, so they're going to figure out a way to get him. People are mad at Aaron, so they're going to figure out a way to get him. People don't like Bert, so they're going to figure out a way to get him. Nobody's listening. And at the end of the day, y'all got to figure out what is best for the residents. It's not what's best for you. And it's not what's convenient for you. And I am scared to death that if something happens that somebody doesn't like, they're going to go sue somebody instead of figuring out how to get along. And if you want to know why we live in a litigious society, it's because that's what everybody, I don't like the result, I'll sue. I don't like you're doing that, I'll sue. We just watched, for God's sake, sorry, Lord, till 12:30 in the morning. Because you guys were busy doing your thing. 3 people sat there and solved it. And even then, it took you an hour. Figure out what needs to get done. Get it done for everybody's good, for yours. I said this when you first started. People are watching you. This wasn't a good night procedurally. Now that I settled, but I want to say this. It got solved. You got a contract. You got things going. But build on some of the momentum. And whatever decision you make tonight, please remember it involves people. It doesn't just involve Phil, and it doesn't just involve you. It involves the victims too. I'm going to stop because I hear the buzzer.
Thanks, Greg. Lauren Bueling.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm here on behalf of the Oxnard Urban Managers Association, and I just wanted to bring to the attention the written comment that was submitted jointly between Oxnard Urban Managers Association and SCIU, which represents about 1/3 of your staff employees here, to let you know that we do have a large concern of Mr. Molina returning to supervising staff, and those members are still coming up to us concerned of behaviors continuing and being subjected to those comments and his rhetoric that he proposed then and still continues. While some may not agree with it or may not believe it occurred, there are staff and employees and members who have changed their behaviors. If they see him coming down a hall, they duck into an office just to try to avoid any type of interaction, and that is not a conducive workplace for members to come to and employees to do productive work on the citizens' behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Madam Clerk, are there any virtual speakers on this item?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have, we have Larry Stein. So, Mr. Stein, if you can unmute, press *6, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Mr. Stein? Mr. Stein, you have 3 minutes starting now. If you can do *6 to unmute, and you can start now.
I don't know how many of you can recall previous city treasurer and their financial capabilities. They had over 100 findings by the previous city treasurer. They had over 17 accounts that had negative cash balances at the end of the year. Where do we stand now? We're a heck of a lot better, but we still have problems with the auditor. How long has the auditor been here? 10 years plus. That violates law. Who cares about the law in the city of Oxnard, right? You're not going to have a police chief who doesn't answer phone calls, does not return phone calls, respond to emails, can be charged of some of the duties responsible by the city treasurer. We have over 80 accounts, bank accounts and trust accounts that need to be reconciled each month. We have a city financial system that does not work. I asked for balance sheets several years ago. We could not get balance sheets. We have reporting systems that don't work. Our reporting system is based upon the accounts code transactions, not based upon our general ledger transactions. I cannot see transactions that have taken place manually. Only transactions that run against accounts payable. And you have to see funds, the wastewater funds, our cost between potable water and non-potable water users. What are my costs? Potable water, what are my costs for non-potable water? How much debt service are we paying? And how much we're paying for water that we're not getting? Again, we have issues with the city treasurer. These activities took place that city suits for and changed duties 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Water in the bridge. We have somebody who's an agreed, certified accountant. They're doing this for over 20 years. You know, somebody we can trust. And we can trust elected officials. I cannot trust city staff who lies to us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next speaker.
Mayor, that actually concludes all of our speakers virtually and in person for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, City Manager.
If I can just make a quick comment before council continues deliberations. You know, Mr. Molina said something interesting tonight at the podium. He said that this isn't about Phil Molina. The problem with that statement is it's actually the opposite. This is not about the city of Oxnard having an elected city treasurer. This is about Mr. Molina. Now, Mr. Molina's lawyer expounded upon the state legislature setting up this system. What they didn't do was set it up so that it also addresses this unique situation where in 2016, one of my predecessors provided for Mr. Molina, in addition to his statutory elected duties, administrative duties. city attorney read a portion of that letter to you outlining that if Mr. Molina were to accept the administrative duties, he would get significantly more pay, and he signed that letter. Again, this is not about whether or not Oxnard should have or deserves a city treasurer. I've worked with city treasurers in the past. The issue isn't about the city treasurer's office or the office of the city treasurer. This is about Mr. Molina. Now, he continues to belittle the investigation that was conducted and now insinuating and having other people insinuate that that was just my retaliation. And it dismisses the number of employees that made the complaints and the number of employees that sat for interviews. And also to try to compare that to a trial before a court where the employees are cross-examined and so on. That's not how the system works. So, again, this is not about whether or not Oxnard deserves an elected city treasurer. This is unfortunately about the individual and his actions. The bottom line is, and I understand it's a conundrum, but the bottom line is very clear. There is no way that I could recommend anything to you that would put Mr. Molina back into the role of a department head or management or manager, supervisor of city staff. To me, that's very simple. If we do this, think of the message that would send to the entire organization about the value of our HR complaint system and the message it would send to our entire organization about who here is above the rules. So I want to say one more time, this is not about Oxnard having a city treasurer. This is about Mr. Molina. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we can start deliberations and discussion. Councilmember Star, you want to make a comment?
Let me ask a question first. How much money have we spent on litigation so far on our side in this, roughly?
Because the trial court level, about 3 years of litigation was handled by the two of us, it didn't cost anything extra because we were working weekends and nights. We did hire appellate counsel. Based on the last bills I reviewed, it's about $50,000.
Okay. And one question I have is, I guess I have to ask this question of opposing counsel in this case. So if the elected city treasurer is not satisfied with the city's response to the judgment, what is the next step in the legal process?
So right now, I believe March 3rd is the date for the return on the writ. And what that means is by March 3rd, the city needs to file something with the court saying either it has complied with the writ, that is complied with what the judgment said, or something that says it hasn't, but here's what it's doing. If it files a return on the writ saying it has complied with the city's, with the court's order, and Mr. Molina disagrees with that, then he will have the opportunity to file objections, and then there would be a hearing or more in front of the judge on that issue.
How much have your legal bills been so far?
They're inching closer to $250,000, and probably after tonight, we probably hit that.
Great.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you. I first want to thank the folks who spoke. I also want to thank the staff I see sitting over here who are patiently awaiting the rest of the regular business we have to do tonight. It's not lost on me, so thank you. Looking at this, there's been questions about the report. The report predates me, but I am very familiar with the report because I believe it was Mr. Molina who made it public, and I actually created a video about it and then had a follow-up interview with him in my extra time that I used to do when I made videos about the city of Oxnard as a private resident. Oddly enough, from the report, I created a video that summarized a lot of what the report findings were. I've had very few videos taken down from YouTube. It's not a monetized channel. It's meant just for public information. The few videos I have had taken down, they were taken down because of copyright reasons, because of background music I used. But that happened in those cases because those videos were reported. One was on a previous ballot measure from 2020. The other, or one of the other ones, was Mr. Molina's video of the summary of all his report. I don't get to see from YouTube who reports it. I just know that they were taken down because of claims around copyright. But okay. But I bring up the report because it's been called out, well, why are we looking at this report? The report is inaccurate. It's from 6 years ago. And I'm going to speak outside of the report because I've been on the council since February of 2021. And I have plenty of instances that I can call out here that are outside of the report, but we're not looking at exactly what the report says in my case here. I'm looking for a consistent, demonstrated pattern of behavior. And six-year-old allegations or not, if they weren't repeated, that'd be one thing. But when we see a demonstrated, repeated pattern of behavior, that's something else. Before I say that, to the city attorneys, are all elected officials required to take or complete the anti-harassment training that the council members do?
Yes.
So the treasurer and the clerk would also be required to take that training?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. So first, there's certainly a bullying definition and a harassment definition that are part of that. In general, I'll just say that in the state of California, in the workplace, if you're made to feel uncomfortable by a coworker, a colleague, a superior, you can lodge a complaint with Human Resources or whatever that protocol is to state that something was done or something was said that made me feel uncomfortable. And it's their job to investigate that and remediate it or address it in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't have to be me telling someone, I would like to sleep with you, or you're very attractive, or saying derogatory, obscene things. If I just say something or do something that makes somebody uncomfortable, that can lead to a complaint, which leads to an investigation. Regardless of my feelings or my definition of what I did or what my intent was, the receiver of that is what matters in that equation. But I'd like to point out 3 instances that I have here. So on August 13th, 2021, I was only a few months into the council, and I was blind copied on an email from the treasurer, and it was an email regarding another email chain from the HR director, Mr. Naveau. And I'll just a few sentences here. In it, Mr. Molina says, Steve, from your comment this morning, it is obvious you don't read the court decisions against Oxnard, and you and your female friend don't know the difference between blind loyalty to keep your jobs and integrity. So to edify you and your friend, please share this, which shows you and other executive staff have lost your way. First, the Ventura County Superior Court judge has to tell you this, and then he quotes the portion of the ruling from the IUF lawsuit. He closes by saying, and second, here's the definition of integrity. And he gives a definition of integrity. I immediately forwarded that, well, I shouldn't say immediately, I had to do it on a work break, but I forwarded that to city management and the city attorney's office, and I will quote myself here. I said, hello all, I am on a break from work, so I will be brief. Regarding an email that came from the city treasurer today, I would like to refer to the city's policy on bullying, which reads as follows, and I'm only going to read the emphasis. Every employee and other individuals have the right to be treated with respect. Bullying is the use of aggression with the intention of harming another individual. It can include any intentional written, visual, verbal, or physical act when the act physically harms the individual or damages his or her property, has the effect of interfering with the employee's ability to work, is severe or pervasive, and creates an intimidating or threatening environment. Bullying comes in many shapes and sizes and can take many forms, including, but not limited to, taunting, abusive comments, pushing, shoving, etc. There's name-calling, sarcasm, teasing, and such conduct can also occur via use of electronic or telephonic communications such as email. And I forwarded that to them because I said, it says any employee who's reported to be a perpetrator will be provided due process, etc. I stated, I found the email sent this morning by the city treasurer to be demeaning and belittling of Mr. Naveau. I also interpreted the method of BCCing multiple other staff and at minimum city council members, because remember, all I could see is the BCC. I don't see who else received it, to be potentially an act of intimidation on the part of Mr. Molina. I have added emphasis to the parts of Mr. Molina's email found below, the one I just read you all, and I believe this to be problematic. I'm sending this message to voice and document this concern and how it relates to my interpretation of the city's policy. That's one instance. In July 2024, this wasn't even something I found. This was something that occurred that a member of the public brought to my attention, and I recall it happening, but essentially in July of 2024, someone parked in Mr. Molina's parking spot. And Mr. Molina, through an email chain, I suppose, brought this up, went as far as to ask the police to come and investigate. The police later responded and said the car was gone by the time that they had arrived. Mr. Molina had, through a chain of emails, said that he looked up the license plate number on the car and found that it was a Hertz rental car, and that he can ask, with the, I believe it was the police chief's cooperation, that we can get the information from the rental company to see who the renter was to, I guess, retaliate, to ticket them, I don't know. But all over a parking space. Finally, staff person did say, ask him to move on. The car was gone. It's done. That was just the amount of staff time spent on that because somebody had parked in his spot. Lastly is October 11th, 2024, just this past year. And again, I'm giving exact dates because folks are welcome to do public records requests on this. This is an email exchange between myself and Mr. Molina. That email exchange started on September 16th and ended October 11th. But on September 16th, Mr. Molina said, members of the public told me that I need to send this to the mayor and council for their edification. And he goes on to explain the appropriation of government money, very standard information. My response to him was, can you share with me the communication method that members of the public used in order to make this request of you? His response was, well, to answer your question, without revealing names of people who have not given me approval to do so, some spoke to me verbally, others sent me emails saying I need to inform the mayor and council, others used words to describe the council that I don't want to repeat. And I'm just reading excerpts here. Know that there's more to this if you want to request the emails. My reply to him, thanks for confirming that one of the methods of communication from said members of the public was via email. I went on to request of him, can you please provide me these emails as they are part of the public record? His response was, those emails are to my private email address and had little to do with city projects or items on current agenda. They were in response to the email I sent you defining the purpose of an appropriation. What legal purpose or what city business is improved or even impacted by your desire to see the email sent to me, suggesting simply that I share an email with you? To paraphrase what I said, I let him know that it doesn't matter my reasoning for wanting to see a letter or an email communication on the public record. Is it part of the public record, yes or no? If the answer is yes, I would like to see it. Mr. Molina goes on to dig his heels in and essentially refuse to comply with the Public Records Act. And I said, if this is what you're willing to do, I will just go through the city attorney's office and do a formal public records request instead of coming directly to you. I also made it clear that his private email address has his signature as elected Oxnard city treasurer. He does city business in the content of those emails from those private email addresses, and I count at least 6 emails. I'm sure there are more that are controlled by him and done for city business. The point of it being that there's case law saying that if you're using private emails for the public's business, those are part of the public record. His refusal to follow the Public Records Act, and then his needing to hear from the city attorney's office and finally acquiesce to that, revealed on October 11th that the public records request I placed said, the city of Oxnard has reviewed his files and has determined there are no responsive documents to your request, and the request has been closed. Essentially, no such emails existed. If Mr. Molina wanted to say, I want to send this to the council for your edification, I think this is important, great, send it. But to factually misrepresent, to essentially lie and say members of the public said to send this to you, and when asked about that, dig your heels in and say, well, no, I don't want to give you those emails because no such emails existed. That's also an example of problematic behavior here. And I've given you examples of bullying and belittling based on the definition of what our city says, but also what California law says. I've given you an example of, I'm sorry for the word, but it's late and I can't think of another word, of pettiness for someone just parking in a parking spot that is a public parking lot. And then an example of mistruths or misrepresentations by Mr. Molina. And again, messages sent out to the public. These behaviors, it makes it difficult for me with a straight face and in good faith to say, yes, I believe he is fit to oversee and supervise staff, let alone the harassment issues and things we've already talked about. And lastly, he said earlier that he had not seen Ms. Alameri's declaration to the Superior Court, but I looked up on the Superior Court's website the register of that case, and on November the 3rd of 2022, he filed an objection to the declaration of Eden Alameri and all of the other declarations that were filed. And so maybe he didn't see them, maybe his lawyer didn't tell him he was doing that. I would hope he would be directing his attorney, if it was this one or a previous one, on what he was supposed to be doing, but it's in the court's records that somebody reviewed it and somebody objected to it. So I'm just throwing that out there too to say that he hasn't seen that. So that stood out to me. Those are my comments, Mayor. I appreciate the extended time on this, especially after I thank staff for being here, and I spent more of their time with them listening to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll move over to the left. Councilwoman Perez, did you have something? No. Councilmember Perlo?
Yes, I didn't save the emails, but I can verify not the specific emails that Councilmember Turan is talking about, but inundated. It's not as much as it used to be, but used to be inundated with emails coming from various email accounts, and specifically to address the various email accounts. He has been in a jam because he's conducting business on email accounts that are not on the city's, jeopardizing the integrity of the city's email stuff. That's one. Number two, I want to thank the representative for the union that came and spoke. I know it's a late hour and you guys got to get up and go to work like everybody else, but I wish more of your members would be here, and I wish they would have read it, because I'm going to read it. This is what was given to the council members as public document. People can find it. It's from the SEIU and the Oxnard Mid-Managers Association, February 7th, regarding Phil Molina return to city treasurer as city treasurer. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. The Service Employees International Union Local 721 SEIU and the Oxnard Mid-Managers Association share our joint concern with the city of Oxnard regarding Philip Molina returning to his full duties as city treasurer. Specifically, we ask that Molina not be allowed to supervise city staff. On or about August 27, 2019, the city opened an investigation into allegations against Molina, the city treasurer, after several complaints made by various individuals and departments. The report's findings were troubling. It found that Molina made inappropriate comments concerning female employees' appearance, attire, stereotypical female roles, and sexual innuendo in a workplace which violated the city's sexual harassment policy contained in its personal rules and regulations. Moreover, the investigation found Molina interfered with the investigation. That's significant to me. Moreover, it found that Molina interfered with the investigation. You go after the employees that you think are complaining against you. I've worked in situations like that. That's called putting the fear of God in somebody. That's not in this letter, but I added that. The report's findings were clear. Molina's conduct violated the city's personnel rules and regulations. As a result of the investigation, the city removed Molina from many of his duties and left him with minimal tasks. SEIU and the association are extremely concerned about the city permitting Molina to return to certain non-statutory duties required as the treasurer. We are jointly concerned about the substantiated allegations found in the investigative report regarding overall employee safety and work environment. We believe Molina's past behavior will continue and create an unacceptable work environment for all staff if Molina returns to his full duties. The SEIU and the association believe it is in the best interest of the city and the staff not to allow Molina to return to any of his duties previously held prior to the city's removal and non-statutory required. Specifically, we ask that Molina be restricted from supervising any of our represented employees and not be assigned any responsibility that is not required by law. Thank you in advance for your prompt attention to the matter. Respectfully, I can also tell you that I know of individuals that work for the city of Oxnard that if they see Mr. Molina coming, they stay in their car or they look for a way to ditch it so that there's no interaction direct. I can also tell you that I received other emails from attorneys, and the attorneys made a very good point about the jeopardy that we put ourselves in. Oxnard City Attorney, not City Attorney, Barbara Macri-Ortiz. She's talking about what happens, the past with Mr. Molina, the various times that he's had interactions with issues, but she's also talking about what happens now that we've been put on notice and we put him back in a situation, the jeopardy for our city, if these employees now decide to file a harassment, workers' comp. We have another comment from an individual, an attorney, that this is the business that they're in, and the comment is, I'd like to read this. I agree with Attorney Macri-Ortiz about the potential liability exposure to the city for allowing a hostile work environment to exist and continue. Each of the affected employees can file for workers' compensation benefits. While Mr. Molina and his counsel urge this city to consider the escalation of attorney's fees before deciding whether to follow your city attorney's recommended action, I urge you to consider the costs associated with workers' compensation claims, benefits, treatments, permanent disability, and the increased cost of workers' compensation insurance premiums, excuse me, as a consequence for increased numbers and types of claims. And then there is the non-monetary cost. That to your remaining employees. You did not have their back. It's from another attorney. I urge your staff to support. I urge your support. My looking at this and what I know, and Mr. Molina has some very good assets, but this particular thing, the emails, the attitude, he has done things that when I get the emails, I'm going, Jesus, sorry, apologize there. You are saying things that I believe you're slandering people's credibility, their work product. These are professionals. I am very concerned that in the past, some extremely good people that work for the city of Oxnard, because of that, decided to look for work in other places. That's my opinion. I believe I can't stop him with the emails. I can't stop what he says. But the comment that was made with respect to the brokers, and I asked, and Mr. Molina again, The term jackass, I put that in there. But your comment about the brokers, I believe implies to the integrity of our chief financial officer. That's wrong. It's not right. And I know you know better. I cannot support putting Mr. Molina back in charge of employees. I can't do that. Number one, and Mr. Starr, number one, if I'm back in closed session and you and I are in closed session with the rest of the 5 council members and we're given the choice, the lawsuit's going to cost us this much or we can settle for this much. It's a lot more than $1,000. It could be 6 figures. It could be 7 figures. I don't want to put the residents in this city in that spot because I got other uses, as I'm sure the other 6 council members here have other uses for the monies, the limited monies the city has. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Perillo. Any further comments before Councilmember Starr?
So and thank you, Councilmember Perillo. I understand your position. I understand staff's position. They're taking the position that what they want to do is to protect the city. And I get that.
And I'm sorry, but it is not. Microphone. It is not in my position, in my opinion, 2 employees that this council hires, they got a hard-on for Mr. Molina. They're trying to protect the city.
Let me, oh, kind of lost my thought there. Hold on a second. So I understand staff's position. I'm sure that they want to do this because they think that this protects the city. I know you want to protect this city as well. You don't want to put the voters at risk. Here's the problem I have. Even if every single thing about this is true, if everything is true, Phil Molina is not a city employee. He is an elected official. And it's not us that's decided to take on this risk of harassment charges that could make the city liable. Candidly, the voters have decided to take that risk when they put him in twice since this report came in. So there's just no way in heck, there's just no way that I would not give him back his duties because I think the voters made that choice for me. So, and I do want to remind you that, and then you know this from the courses that we've all taken these courses on sexual harassment, that we are personally liable for our own harassment that we do to others. It's not just the city. And candidly, if the unions here feel that he's such a threat, then candidly, I think they could pay for some attorneys to go after him and go for him personally for that. And that would be okay. But as long as he's an elected official, I don't think I have the ability to remove him from office, which is what I think this proposal by staff does. But I think it circumvents the court. I think it puts us in contempt. I don't think that we could ever do this. At least I could never vote for something like that. So, I'm losing my train of thought. I'm sorry. It's just a tough day. I would say this. I don't think we have a choice but to return Bob. I mean, let me put it this way. If harassment was for enough reason to take someone out of office, half the legislature would be out of office. You know what the reputations are up there in Sacramento. But we don't remove them from office because of that. They deal with it. There's lawsuits, and that's how it works, unfortunately. But it's the voters that made the choice to put Phil here. It was the voters that made the choice to, I guess, expose us, if you will, to a potential liability. And as long as the voters made that choice, I'm going to honor that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion, and you don't have to second it, or you don't even have to vote for it, but I'm going to make the motion just so it's on the record at least, and I hope someone will second it. I'm going to move that staff return with an item restoring to the elected city treasurer the staff, budget, and access he had prior to the actions by the predecessor council in 2020. That is my motion.
If I can just make a comment, one of the things I'm struggling with, I completely hear, like Jenny and city staff, the presentation is very compelling. But as I sit here, my God, we have a president sitting up there with sustained allegations of sexual misconduct, and yet he was elected president. And can he be unelected? And that's what I struggle with. Can we unelect someone who was elected to that role? And coming from the policing background, you have a decision from a judge, and so we comply with it immediately from my policing experience. So this is what I struggle with, but at the same time, I hear it, we have a responsibility to protect city employees, so that is the bind that we're in. Those are my comments here. Yeah, Mayor Pro
Can I
Tem.
just ask a quick question for Councilmember Starr? In your motion, in restoring the duties, does that include restoring the supervision of 13 staff members, the physical relocation back to the service center on C Street? Is that included in your motion?
I want to restore him to the position he was at before this whole started. And I don't necessarily like this motion. I just feel like we have to make this motion.
Just so I'm clear, does that mean restoring his supervisory duties of his dozen or so staff?
If that's what he believes he needs to do his job?
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
That is my motion, because the reality is that, our city manager doesn't do all the work. He does it through other people. And city treasurer is sort of in the same position. He can't do it all himself. He has to work with people to make it happen. I don't see any other way around that.
Given the items that have been discussed.
The work I do at work, do you think I'm entering accounts payable entries? I've got people that answer to me, and they're doing that.
I know that human resources isn't what you do, but if there were a problematic supervisor, you would advocate for that person to continue to oversee staff?
If this was an employee, I'd be all with you. I'd be with you all day. But because this is not an employee, because this is an elected official, the voters have made that decision for us. I don't think that we have the legitimate power here to effectively remove somebody from office.
Is it okay if I ask a quick question of the city attorneys on that? Does the appellate court's decision, does that include, does the statute state that the treasurer needs to have staff and supervisory duties? Is that part of his statutory duties, is to do that?
That's a very good question, Councilman Tehran. No, there is nothing in the statutory duties of the elected city treasurer that requires him to supervise staff. And I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding that's going on here. Mr. Molina had administrative duties which were assigned by the city manager. He signed that document in 2016 acknowledging that. His job was to support the city manager. Those duties are completely separate from the statutory duties. So it was only through these administrative duties that he supervised staff. So we can take away his administrative duties, his ability to supervise staff, and not infringe on his statutory duties.
Does that change anything for you, Councilmember Starr?
No, because the reality is the only way he can do his 41004 report is to work with people. There's just no way he's going to be able to do that report unless he's got access to the data, he's got to have access to people. It's just, it's one thing to say theoretically, yeah, you know what? Sure, you have freedom of the press, but you're not allowed to own one.
It doesn't sound to me that
it's not meaningful. It's not meaningful to say that you have the right to do something, and yet you don't give them the resources to do it.
Yeah.
And I'll stop that. Thank you.
Let me just acknowledge really quick, Councilwoman Basua, go ahead, and then we'll move to.
Thank you. It's early morning, and we're tired. But I got this back and forth did wake me up a bit. One of the things, Mayor, that you said was that you're struggling with the fact that we have a president that has been convicted, and do we take his rights away? We also have a president that, as soon as he took office, he retaliated against those that prosecuted him, fired them. He also pardoned everybody from the well, not everybody, because I'm sure there was more. He allowed the people that took over the Capitol. And as a police officer, I mean, if I was a police officer, I'd be like, okay, the fact that they did stuff to law enforcement didn't count. It didn't matter. To me, it is doing the right thing is probably the less popular thing, but what is right? I was elected also, just like all of us were elected, and we make decisions up here that I respect your thought process, Mr. Starr, but I have a need to protect. I have a need to protect the community, whether it's immigration or whatever it is, I have a need to protect. I feel a need, maybe it's my motherly instinct, I feel a need to protect the residents. I am not saying that Mr. Molina will no longer be the treasurer. You know, he was elected. The duties is what's at question, and I believe that he can still be our treasurer and not expose staff to being victims. We're either going to get sued by Mr. Molina, or we're going to get sued by staff. Either way, it's a lose-lose situation. Whatever you choose, I choose to protect staff. And, you know, I thank you for, you know, talking about the president, because that was kind of, you know, eye-opening for me when you said that. And it's like, I personally don't agree with his decisions. Retaliation against people that went against him, is that what we're going to see? You know? So, and I will be quiet now.
Thank you. I just wanted to also offer my insight, especially as somebody who, and this is just my own opinion, has run campaigns, understands how campaigns operate when it comes to funding, who's likely to run for a particular seat, who has experience to run for a particular seat. And not only that, as I understand that the people are the ones who elected me to represent the district that I'm in, I know that there's a pattern of conversation around setting an example, setting the tone, not just for our children, our grandchildren that are looking to us as representatives to maintain that trust and to protect the safety of our community, whether it's our employees, whether it's our constituents. And I know that it's a late night, but there are going to be young people that are going to be watching this video tomorrow and looking at me as an example of what I've done to ensure that we protect the safety and well-being of our community and its employees. And I know that sometimes, you know, there's data out there that pinpoints that there's a high percentage of people that don't report for various reasons. And I just wanted to point that out and follow up on a clarifying question that I feel like was a pattern throughout tonight regarding this decision. As a result of this decision being a removal of the treasurer from his position. And so I wanted to get clarity from our staff here that this, you know, to clarify that this decision doesn't mean that he would be removed from his position itself.
That is correct. Mr. Molina, if you adopt this ordinance tonight, Mr. Molina will still be the treasurer. As I previously indicated, the ordinance before you tonight only takes away the two duties which the judgment and writ of mandate said the city could take away if they followed the process, and we have followed that process in the ordinance. But once again, Mr. Blaney would still be the city treasurer and have some duties remain.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Keller, if I understand you correctly, then the administrative duties that he had were that signed agreement he signed with the city manager, correct? Is that what?
Yes, Mayor. The administrative duties are set forth in resolution. It's at Exhibit 9 of the staff report. It's 10,820, Exhibit B. It sets forth the administrative duties, and it actually says, well, it says, first of all, they are signed by the city manager, so they're separate from statutory duties. And the very first thing it says, the first administrative duty is to plan, coordinate, and direct activities of personnel assigned to the city treasurer department and supervise, train, develop, evaluate, and select all such personnel. So that's complete administrative duties. Mr. Molina conceded that during the underlying litigation, that this is not a statutory duty, so it can be removed.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Well, there was a motion on the table, and there should have been a second before we debate back and forth. It's 3:15, so I will either second that motion, or if we want to entertain a different motion. If we second that motion, then that's what we would be voting on.
Sure.
And just keep the meeting
So you have a
moving.
second? You have
I'll second that motion. Then.
Okay.
So the motion was that I move that staff return with an item restoring to the elected city treasurer at the staff budget. Thank you. My motion is I move that staff return with an item restoring to the elected city treasurer the staff budget and access he had prior to the actions by the predecessor council in 2020.
Madam Clerk, can we get, oh, yes.
I'd like to make a statement. Mr. Starr, I think
And you've seconded, right?
Oh, yeah, I'll second. And then,
You already seconded.
well, now we could debate pros and cons so that
This
folks
is
can use
just
their vote.
Discussion. Mr. Starr, I think that there's quite a few people, several in the audience, that have been waiting for a fight between me and you because of history. I got to tell you, it's not bad disagreeing with you up here, and we're pretty civil about it. So I got to admit that to you. But I cannot support your motion.
And by the way, just as being personal, I'm actually quite fond of you, believe it or not.
Thank you.
I did ask that you forgive me for this evening for any faux pas I made, and maybe I just made one.
Okay, so we got a call. Is there anything in favor for his motion or any new information we want to discuss up here? If not, call for a vote. Yep. No, we have nothing further to discuss. Just call for a vote.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
No.
Councilwoman Basua?
No.
Mayor MacArthur?
No.
Councilmember Perallo?
No.
Councilwoman Perez?
No.
Okay, the motion dies. It's
I will-
1-6.
Okay.
I will
Is there
move
a
the
new motion?
recommend, I will move the motion that we adopt staff's recommendation.
I will second that motion.
Is there any discussion?
So something in favor of the motion that I'd just like to point out, about 2.5 hours ago, I asked and received confirmation that this would still fit within the judgment that we received from the appellate courts and within the bounds of the court, and with the information that has been provided to us, especially from the various union representatives, different attorneys and such, I support the motion at hand.
Thank you.
Any cons?
No,
Any new information? Go ahead.
just wanted to share as part of this discussion that, no, it's not. This is my reasoning on this. I just really, there were a number of speakers tonight who mentioned that we're disrespecting the voters. And you may have seen, I always mention I don't have my phone out. I had it here because I had to look on Nextdoor, because I recall some of these folks saying things like, well, the voters need to wise up and to stop electing these people again and again, which seemed disrespectful to the voters to me. But I wanted to find quotes, but I couldn't. But I wanted to point out that that's been said publicly, followed by the questioning of the validity of those who've made difficult statements as part of this investigation on this. It's not easy to speak out against a supervisor or a colleague or a harasser or whatever the case is. That is not easy to do, and I've been in this position as a professional. And I will say that those questioning the validity of those who made those difficult statements, they're also some of the same folks who called out Councilmember Perello because he forwarded an email in which a state agency had a whistleblower's name that was non-redacted or whatever the case was, just in plain English. And we're saying, oh, look at this council member who's calling out a whistleblower here and who's going to want to report anything ever again. Well, if we're talking about cross-examining people who are stepping forward to report abuse or bad behavior in a professional environment, are we doing something similar? I mean, just really invalidating what they're doing. My last thing, I said I would say this and I didn't. After the October 11th email exchange between myself and Mr. Molina, he stopped emailing me daily. And I don't know if it was intentional that he didn't want to send, he wanted to be more selective about what he sends to me. Or maybe I just magically fell off his BCC list because I was receiving emails like everyone else. And after that exchange, they stopped. And I put my neck out there because now I'm probably going to end up back on the BCC list, but that's all right too because we'll continue those conversations. But I wanted to point that out too. So this is my support for this motion. I appreciate it being placed on the table.
Yes, Mr. Perlow.
May I ask a question of the city attorney? In the investigations and everything, how many blind copy emails was Mr. Molina sending out when he was sending out his bombs? 10, 20, 200, 1,000? I believe we were tracking that, weren't we?
It depends on the time, because at one point, anybody with a city email account could do a reply all, or not reply all, but a send to all the city emails, and he would frequently do that to every email account in the city. So
there's over 1,000 people that work for the city.
Over 1,000 email accounts, because not every city employee has an email account. But just the time, it was a resource suck, because everybody that received these emails has to take some city time, taxpayer time, to look at that email, review it sufficiently to determine it has nothing to do with their job, and then accordingly delete it. Or some people complained about it. It's like, why am I getting these emails? That happened repeatedly. And even after the IT system changed the management of the city email accounts to prevent anybody from sending to all accounts, he has lists, massive lists. And employees that were stuck on those lists, even after asking to be taken off the list, would then complain, why am I getting these emails?
Thank you very much.
Any other cons, pros on this one? My comment to this is, would Mr. Molina still be able to adequately do his job? I get that he's not going to be able to supervise, but would he still have access to the needed information to be able to do his job efficiently as an independent city treasurer that he was voted to do his job for?
It is our position that he will.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Starr.
Speaking against the motion, that I think the city treasurer has made it pretty clear that he won't be able to. That there's just not going to be any way he's going to be able to comply with 41004. So if you do adopt this, you need to find a way for him to be able to do this, because if he doesn't have resources, I mean, you might as well say that I should write a book, but don't give me a typewriter. You know, it's just you got to have resources and people to get things done.
Yeah. Is there any new information before we call for a vote? No? Okay. Madam Clerk, can we get a vote?
Councilwoman Basua.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Councilwoman Perez.
Yes.
Councilman Starr.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo. The motion carries 6-1.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
it's pretty late. If it's appropriate, I'd like to move that we adjourn the meeting until Friday at 6 p.m., where we will continue with the agenda. It's actually technically an adjournment because we're adjourning to a specific time to come back.
I just don't know how that works out with the council members' time here. Do we have any pressing issues that cannot wait until the next?
Until Friday?
We have a few items that we would like to take care of tonight. At this hour, it's not about a late night, it's about an early morning. Let's just review a few items that are timely, and then the council can make a choice.
Okay.
The list that I had, I actually did it in the reverse of the ones to pull, so let me go through the ones that do need to take action. K2, K3, and K4 all have implications to the bidding and award contracts for public works. Items K5 and K6 can go to a later date. Item 7, under the Human Resources Department, was one I was told does need to go this evening. The item K9 as well, this is one we've talked about, the funding agreements at past meetings and the implication to that and the spend down of the money. The public hearing is directly related to the first report, M1. You cannot take action on M1. And that agreement does expire, which would exit people out of hotel shelters to the street. So both of those items need to go together. That deadline, I believe, was the 25th. Brenda, do I have that right? The 28th, February 28th. We did item M2. M3 can wait till a later date, would not need to be a special Friday meeting. There's no specific date that has to go. 4 as well, the MOU, although we'd like to take it and the union group would like to take it, it does not have the pressing date. It can go to your next meeting, and we just did item 5.
So I'm sorry, maybe it's just late. What absolutely has to be done today versus what can be done, let's say, Friday?
I don't think it's Friday. I think it's because of council members may not be available Friday.
That's
So we're
why I'm
talking-
asking.
Can we just?
All
keep
the other,
moving?
everyone that I just mentioned is what we would recommend you take action on tonight and not adjourn your meeting until Friday. If there's specifics about Friday, then we have to ask each of you, can you be here Friday? You need each staff person, each of their consultants that may be here. We have to go review each contract to see when they expire for the bids there. So if you can make it through the actions that we've recommended for those items, that is your staff recommendation this evening.
Okay, so just to repeat, K2, K3, K4, K7, K9, M1, and what else?
Maybe we just,
K2, so is it
Go ahead.
K2, K3, K4, K7, K9, M1? Or are there others?
If you didn't get 7, 8 needs to go as well, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
The
K8?
housing item,
I'm sorry, K8 as well is needed?
yes,
And what else?
K9,
K9,
L1,
L1,
M1,
M1. All of them tonight? So okay, then K2, K3, K4, K7, K8, K9, L1, M1,
correct.
right?
okay.
If I may, Mayor.
Yes.
I have to catch a plane to DC in 3.5 hours. So I will be excusing myself at 4 a.m. If you need me, I will be on Zoom on Friday.
Yeah. Well, there's no objection. I think we can just go through it. We'll start with Okay, we'll go to the consent agenda. We'll address item K2 first, Public Works Department, subject public project agreement with James Brothers Construction for citywide playground replacement project.
Mayor?
Yeah.
If these are consent agenda items, maybe the first question we should ask is, does anybody have any questions on any of them? Because if we have no questions
No.
on any of them, maybe we can just adopt them all.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions on this K2? That's a really good recommendation, Mr. Starr.
No. The whole, on any of
question
the
is, what
items listed for
questions do you
K, I don't have any items to pull. Does anybody else have any items to pull? If not, I would move to approve the consent agenda.
Well, I don't think she's talking about the whole consent agenda, right?
We
Just-
can do that. It's
Okay.
possible.
That has not been our practice, but that should be, that would be an efficient way to run the meeting.
Well, I'm going to recuse
Mayor,
myself for number 8, K8.
Just as a reminder, on number 8, you recuse,
Yeah.
as you earlier stated, because of a real property proximity interest.
Was that a motion, Councilwoman?
Well, it was, if there's no objections. I'm not sure if anybody wants to pull any of the items mentioned, 2, 3, 4.
If it was any other day, I would, but I'm not going to ask questions today.
We appreciate that.
Well, is that a
You're
second?
welcome.
Is that a second, my friend?
I will second it,
Okay.
keeping
So-
in mind that the mayor is recusing himself from K8.
Thank you.
And before we take a vote, we need to see if there's any public comment.
Mayor and council members, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for the information and consent agenda.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, at this time, would-
Just to be clear, when it comes time for a vote, I'm going to be voting no on K7. I just don't think we can give out a benefit to employees, or rather to council members, without it going to a hearing.
okay. Madam Clerk, can we get a vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr mentioned he's going to be voting no on K7. I'm recusing myself on K8.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilman Starr,
Yes on all of them except for K7, which is a no.
thank you. Councilwoman Basua,
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes, recused from K8.
Councilmember Perallo.
Yes.
And the motion carries, 1, 2, 3. So the motion carries 6-1, where Councilmember Starr is abstaining on K7. Oh, I'm sorry, voting no. And then Mayor MacArthur is recusing himself on K8.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to L1, the public hearing item from the Housing Department. And we have Ms. Brenda Lopez here. Are there any questions of Ms. Lopez on item L1?
Mayor, just for the record, we had a legal notice published in Be the newspaper on January 16th. The city clerk's office has received no written communication for this item. Thank you. And we have no public speakers on this item, virtually or in person.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communication or other disclosure regarding this matter to state for the record?
I've had none.
Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website, oxnard.org, city meetings. Assistant Housing Director Albert Perez posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarification or clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Councilmember Starr?
Sorry, and I apologize.
I'm losing my voice.
So I guess what I'm struggling with here is that while there's quite a bit of details to the sources of the money and the amounts being spent, the inputs, if you will. I don't see any measurement of the outputs that we achieve with these funds and whether they're the most effective use of taxpayer funds. So I'm not expecting you to answer that today, but maybe this is something to think about for future reports. And then in the staff report, we include an additional, I guess, $625,000 for interim shelter for the next several months. I'm not really sure how many room nights that translates into. If it's 10,000 room nights serving the temporarily homeless, that might be a great value. But if it's only 1,000 room nights serving the chronically homeless that costs, $625 per room then night, that's a different story. But that's something that I would have loved to have seen, and I won't require you to provide that today, but unless you just happen to know.
Yes, Brenda Lopez, Interim Housing Director. That information is on the next report that is tied to this one, which is on M1. It provides the details, but yes, to your point, the $625,000 that is being allocated towards the hotel providers for us to be able to provide interim shelter would be for a little bit, roughly about 40 clients that are remaining in the program. The goal is to be able to keep them housed until the Casa Aliento and the Casa de Carmen projects are completed, so we can transition the individuals over into permanent housing supportive units.
All right, so just so like 40 people times what? Is this 4 months?
No, so we will be extending, right now we're going through February, through the end of February, so it'll be March 1st all the way through August 31st.
March, April, May, June, July, August, so 6 months, right? So
And then, sorry to interrupt, and then it will fluctuate because we're trying to move individuals into permanent housing. So again, we're just estimating the 625 worst case scenario that we cannot move anyone into August. But the goal is to move people out sooner.
So just to do a rough estimate, so if I got 40 people for, let's say, 180 room nights, that's 7,200 room nights, and I'm sorry, so 650,000? And normally I would do this in my head, but not today. That's like $90 per person. Are they one person per room, or is it two?
It varies. So we have some will be one person and some it's couples. So yes, the pricing can varies between $115 to $140 a night. So you're correct. Roughly.
Right. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, before I open this up for public testimony, are there any speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually.
If there are no speakers, then we will close the public hearing. The public hearing is closed. Does any council member wish to comment? I will entertain any motions by a council member.
So motion to adopt staff's recommendations.
Thank you. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua,
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We'll go to the next item on the agenda is item M1. It's from the Housing Department as well. Second Amendment and extension of the agreement with the County of Ventura and local hotel operators in support of the Encampment Resolution Funding Program. The recommendations that the City Council, number one, approve and authorize the mayor to execute a second amendment to the agreement with the County of Ventura for partnership and delivery of encampment response outreach and case management services via the Ventura County Health Care Agency in the amount of $250,000 for a total agreement amount not to exceed $1,558,614.34, and to extend the term of the agreement to August 31st, 2025. And number two, authorize the city manager designate to negotiate and execute agreements with local hotel operators through August 31st, 2025 to offer non-congregate shelter. Any council members have any question? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have to state for the record, I will need to recuse myself from this item. I'll be recusing from participating in the discussion and the vote on this item due to a potential remote conflict of interest arising from professional contract work I do for the County of Ventura.
Thank you.
So I'll be stepping down.
So you're
from
saying you
the
just want to leave the room and leave us behind, right?
I realized we could have moved this to last and I could have left. So- Yeah, that's right.
This actually is last, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Yes.
Home, get to sleep.
Well, grab your stuff.
Any other council member or councilwoman have any questions of staff on this item? Yes, Mr. Parlow.
I want to thank the housing director, interim housing director, Ms. Lopez, and her staff, not just on this item, but in others, when there's been minor corrections needed, you've taken care of it. First-class professional, an example of somebody who cares about their work. Thank you and your staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers on this item.
Given there are no speakers on this item, any further comment or deliberation on this item? No, if not, can I get a motion?
I'll move the action.
I'll second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can we get a vote?
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilman Starr,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
and the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda, for being
I guess
here this
Be
late.
appropriate to adjourn at this time?
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor?
right. Absolutely. Without any objection, we are adjourned. Good
Thank
night.
you.